the World Series, Super Bowl 36, and the Daytona 500. This is a presentation of Fox Sports.
This is Daytona International Speedway, one of the world's most famous racetracks. Today, 43 of the best stock car racers in the world will take the green flag to start the Daytona 500, the biggest race of the year in what is arguably the fastest growing professional sport in America, NASCAR Winston Cup Racing. Hello, I'm Edward Herman. Unlike many professional sports, NASCAR holds its Super Bowl at the beginning of the season, opening its grueling 10-month schedule with its greatest spectacle, the Daytona 500. And this year's season is guaranteed to be different. Different because the biggest news story surrounding the start of the 2001 Winston Cup season involves one of America's biggest automobile manufacturers, Dodge. When stock car racers got together on Sunday afternoons in the 1970s, the names that filled the airwaves were Richard Petty, David Pearson, and Bobby Allison. At one time or another, Petty, Pearson, and Allison all drove Dodges into victory lane. As the 70s began, the high-wing Dodge Daytona represented the cutting edge of automotive technology. But as the decade wound down and the rules changed, the company parked its cars and left NASCAR. Today, names like Earnhardt, Gordon, Jarrett, and Elliott are heard on Sunday afternoons, and now, at last, the name Dodge is back in the lineup. In order to fulfill its dream of returning to victory lane, the automaker decided to go racing in a very different way, to put together a unique coalition of team owners, drivers, engineers, crew chiefs, designers, and executives, all under one umbrella, and to call the idea the one-team concept. This was the team that would work together during a frenzied 500-day countdown to Daytona.
It's a long way from the corporate hallways here outside Detroit to Pit Road in Daytona. But for one Big Three automaker, Dodge, the journey back to NASCAR started right here. Jim Julo, a Dodge vice president, made it his personal quest to put the car maker back in stock car racing.
Julo knew that NASCAR's popularity was skyrocketing and that his company had to get back in the game. But he also knew he couldn't just write a check. He needed a partner, and he knew that partner would have to be his dealers.
To win the marketing war, to win the marketing race, we can't do anything without the partnership of our 3,000 Dodge dealers.
Jim Julo came to us in our meeting and said, look, if we have an idea how we can go back to racing again. And this is the idea. Would you like to be a partner in this? Because that's how this thing will fly.
Jim Julo felt strongly that seeing is believing. So he wanted the 9-member dealer executive council to experience a NASCAR Winston Cup race. But Dodge was months away from announcing its return. So early in 1999, Julo dispatched one of his lieutenants to the Atlanta Motor Speedway to quietly rent this suite, number 107, for the March race. The council was whisked in and out with no one the wiser.
Well, it was an interesting day, first of all, because we had a lot of cynical dealers, and myself one of them. We weren't sure whether or not this was a great thing to do or not. We went in there on the secret and were told not to wear anything that said Dodge, and that day was incredible.
The ground rules were, if we don't walk out of this room with every hand in the air saying, yeah, let's go to the next step, we stop. And we got a unanimous endorsement.
On Thursday, October 14th, 1999, Julo summoned the media to New York City to make a momentous announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you all to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel.
It was now official. Dodge was getting back into Winston Cup racing. But there was more.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Ray Evernham.
It was also announced that Ray Evernham, one of the most successful crew chiefs in stock car racing, was leaving Hendrick Motorsports and driver Jeff Gordon. Evernham and Gordon won 47 races and 3 Winston Cup championships together. And now, Evernham had accepted the challenge of heading Dodge's one-team effort and fielding his own 2-car team.
And I decided that that program, the Dodge program, was going to be the future, or a big part of the future of NASCAR Winston Cup, and I wanted to be part of it.
I got to tell you, the day we signed Ray Evernham up was an incredible high, because it was really the enabler that said, this program's a go.
With the announcement in New York, the 500-day countdown to Daytona was already 1 week old.
I know it's going to be great for the sport, be a great competition. You know, I wish them all luck. I just hope we outrun all of them.
How do we control the aggressive tendencies of the world's most powerful 10-cylinder truck engine? We keep it behind bars. Now get low 0.9 financing on Dodge Ram.
It's Honey Nut Cheerios, part of this good breakfast.
Free Dodge die-cast race cars, one in marked boxes of these cereals. You can collect all 5.
Fox Sunday explodes with all new episodes. Blow your mind with an all-new Futurama. Then Bobby becomes a ventriloquist.
My son plays with dolls. There, I said it.
He's a sissy. There, I said that.
All-new King of the Hill. And can Sideshow Bob control Bart's mind?
Bart's a brainwashed killing machine.
So was I at his age.
Kelsey Grammer guest stars and all-new Simpsons. Plus, how could Lois land in the Slammer?
Hey, Mom, is this a bad time to tell you I got kicked out of shop class?
All-new Malcolm. It all starts at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
Hey guys, it's President's Weekend at your Toyota dealer. Big chance to save on SUVs like RAV4 and the full-size Sequoia. Just this weekend through Monday. Great selection of the new and exciting Highlander 2 and 4Runners. Prices have just been reduced, $1,500 just in time for this event. Big savings on SUVs.
No, I thought we talked about this.
Besides, where would they buy one?
You mean there are no Toyota dealers?
No, not here.
But there is a Toyota dealer near you with great deals on all Toyota sport utilities.
Got any books I might like?
What did you have in mind?
Homer's Odyssey in the original 5th century Greek.
Attic, Doric, or Ionic dialect.
How's that possible?
I have every edition of every book ever published in every language.
Could your business use the bandwidth to change everything? Ride the light. Quest.
Ray Evernham became one of the icons of modern stock car racing in the 1990s with the number 24 team. But in the 1960s and 70s, King Richard Petty was the man at the center of the stock car world. The man who many people credit with propelling stock car racing into the mainstream of professional sports. This is the King's office at Petty Enterprises, filled with the memorabilia collected during his amazing career, in which he won 200 races and 7 NASCAR championships, 2 of them in a Dodge.
During one of those early, hectic days of the one-team effort, Petty sat behind this granite desk and presided over a momentous meeting. No press, no Dodge executives, just racers making a plan.
We sat down in that meeting, and believe it or not, we pretty much laid out the groundwork for the whole Dodge program.
At one point, Kurt Romberg rolled out a computer printout on which he and his father had created a timeline.
So we already had those two working together, trying to sort of figure out a timeline on when do we need to start the car, what we need to do, when the tests need to be run, when the wind tunnels need to be run. So they had a great big long piece of paper here that was laid out, and it was already laid out.
They reviewed the plan with Richard Petty's son, Kyle, and Ray Evernham.
For us, that was a huge meeting, to be able to work with Ray, to be able to put the program together.
We made a commitment that we were going to do this together and that we would continue that. And there's no way that we could have gotten everything done without that one-team concept. There was just too much to do.
On December 6, 1999, successful Pontiac team owner Bill Davis was flying home from Detroit in his private plane.
With an offer from Dodge to join its one-team effort, he called his wife Gail from the plane and asked her to see if Patty and Kyle Petty could join them for dinner.
I consider Kyle one of my best friends, certainly in racing, and we talk a lot of stuff back and forth, and I think I just wanted to bounce some ideas off of him.
I was excited to think that there was Bill 20 miles up the highway, that we were going to be working on the same project, because I think Bill's one of my best friends in racing.
We probably sat there for 2 or 3 hours and talked through it and why they were doing it and should we do it and who had the most to lose and who did it make sense for and maybe didn't make sense for. And
at the time, Bill was third or fourth in points. To change his focus from racing in the year 2000 to developing a Dodge for the year 2001 was a big switch for him.
Days after the decision was made to go back to NASCAR's Premier Series, things began to happen in every corner of this building, a sprawling technical center nestled in the rolling hills north of Detroit. This is a place where anything automotive can be created and analyzed in cyberspace.
Engines are conceived and designed on computer workstations. Wind is visualized as colored waves of light swirling across a monitor. Scale model cars are put to the test in a multi-million-dollar wind tunnel. Without the millions of megabytes bouncing around inside this building, no one would have been able to even come close to meeting the 500-day deadline for designing, building, and testing a brand new race car.
We went from blank paper to a complete design in 6 weeks. We had prototype parts 6 weeks after that and running engines 3 weeks after that.
At the Daytona 500 in February 2000, Dodge knew it had just 1 year left until its racing debut. They marked the occasion by finally confirming what everyone expected, that Petty Enterprises would field 3 cars in 2001, one of them piloted by John Andretti.
We've got Dodge, we've got a lot of things going on at Petty Enterprises. There's so many things that are working that are positive.
The plan was for John Andretti and Kyle Petty to be joined by Kyle's 19-year-old son, Adam, on the 3-car team. At the same time, it was announced that Bill Davis would switch his successful 2-car Pontiac operation to the one-team effort. Davis and his top people, including driver Ward Burton, had unanimously agreed to make the change.
Cautiously optimistic is the best way I could say it. It's a little bit scary because there's so many unknowns, there's so many variables that we have just not been able to test. A lot of them race conditions, you know.
Dave Blaney, a former World of Outlaws champion, would once again be Ward Burton's teammate. With the Evernham, Petty, and Davis teams on board, the emphasis during the early months of 2000 was on using the technology being developed in Detroit to build race cars everyone could agree on.
There's a saying, to get race teams to work together is like herding cats. And we're very, very proud that we've been able to break that. And if anything, we got a different breed of cat.
Early in the one-team effort, the first cars were built in a nondescript metal building that had been erected for just that purpose at Petty Enterprises in rural Level Cross, North Carolina. Team members from Evernham Motorsports, Bill Davis Racing, and the Pettys all worked unselfishly to develop the first Dodge Intrepid race cars.
Once we get our initial program together, and we've got an engine that all 3 teams are satisfied with, a car that all 3 teams are satisfied with, then they'll present it to NASCAR.
1 year after the Dealer Executive Council met secretly here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, Dodge was back, this time publicly. Ray Evernham met the media in this room and told them that one of his drivers would be Bill Elliott.
Ray came to me and asked me would I do it, and I think once the reality set in, I got myself up off the floor. I said, yeah, this is a great opportunity.
Elliott, who grew up in the Smoky Mountain foothills of North Georgia, is a Winston Cup veteran and as good a driver as you'll find anywhere. He won 11 races in 1985 and became known as Awesome Bill from Dawsonville. He also captured the Winston Cup Championship in 1988 and has been voted most popular driver a record 15 times.
He's a great, great veteran, and Bill Elliott has wins and championships left in him.
And there was one additional surprise. Evernham and Dodge had arranged to put Elliott back in the number 9 car, the number he had used during his winningest seasons.
It's going to be a great year. I think the fans are going to get a real blast out of seeing Bill Elliott win another race.
I know you're a good driver. It's all the other people on the road.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
If a thing is worth doing, it's worth doing well.
Now get low 0.9 financing on the all-new Dodge Stratus.
Weeknights, it's Totally NASCAR, your exclusive all-access garage pass. A full 30 minutes of NASCAR news and highlights. Weeknights at 6 on Fox Sports Net.
Who is the father of Scully's baby?
There's something I haven't told you.
The secret she shares with Mulder.
I wouldn't want this to come between us.
Is either a miracle or a terrifying mystery.
I don't believe this.
The X-Files. David Duchovny returns in an all-new episode at 9/8 Central tonight on Fox.
I'd hop in my car, open the sunroof, play CDs, and rocket to Rusty's for Byzantine cuisine. Presto, I am happy as a tattoo on a supermodel. This is the wild neon life.
This is the wind tunnel where Dodge first tested its Winston Cup car just before Christmas, 1999. Less than 5 months later, on May 2nd, 2000, hearts beat a little faster here. More than a few fingers were crossed, and all eyes turned to the south.
It was a typical sunny South Florida spring day when Ray Evernham's test team rolled its creation out of the garage at Homestead Miami Speedway for its first on-track test. This was no ordinary test. It would be conducted under the watchful, critical, analytical eye of the media. Ray Evernham, Kyle Petty, and Bill Davis were on hand for the occasion, and they all looked more like expectant fathers than racers. But in the end, all the late nights and early mornings, all the missed holidays and lost weekends, all the skipped dinners and gobbled lunches paid off. Dodge was back.
When they rolled the car out of the truck, I'm saying, okay, this is where Petty Enterprises is going to be in 20 years.
Okay, it ain't a new car anymore. It's got miles on it. You sell it as a used. But it was a lot of fun. It was a day in history. First day in 16 or 17 years that a Dodge was back on the racetrack.
For that kind of a cross-section of the media to come to Homestead, Florida, and to witness a test, to me, was just amazing.
The month of May 2000 was a busy one. The first test of the Intrepid RT was a success. And at the end of the month here at Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, Dodge would make another major announcement. Things were going exactly as planned, and then disaster struck.
The youngest driver in the first family of NASCAR racing was killed today.
On May 12th, just 10 days after Kyle Petty drove the first new Dodge at Homestead, his son Adam was killed in a racing accident.
No one ever met Adam Petty, I don't think, that didn't just love him. You know, he was such a neat kid and had such a wonderful, warm, genuine personality and such a great future as a racer.
I would like to be able to turn back the hands of time and start all over again. That's not going to happen, but you know, I think just being a part of this close-knit family was good at this point in time, good for all of us, and it helped us through all of it.
2 weeks later, Ray Evernham stood in Victory Lane at Charlotte and asked the gathered media to observe a moment of silence for a fallen teammate. Then, Evernham cleared his throat and announced the signing of 19-year-old Casey Atwood to join Bill Elliott on the two-car Evernham Motorsports team.
I wanted two drivers who were complete opposites. I didn't want any conflict inside the team, so I've got a veteran and I've got a youngster.
With a new car and everything and new people, younger people, it's going to take, maybe a year, but I think in the future we're going to be hard to deal with, and then we're going to win some races and hopefully in the future win some championships.
Later, Petty Enterprises announced that Buckshot Jones, an up-and-coming Busch Series driver, would pilot its third car in 2001. 2 weeks after the Charlotte race at Michigan International Speedway, it was announced that Melling Racing would switch its one-car operation to Dodge in 2001, with driver Stacy Compton at the wheel.
We're a single-car operation, but being involved with Dodge, I think, is going to make us a multi-car team once again. If we're struggling, hopefully we can go to Ray and say, what do you guys got under your car? Or we can go to Bill Davis, or we can go to the Pettys or whoever.
By mid-July 2000, most of the Dodge teams were already on board, so the focus was squarely on the one-team effort. Never was that more apparent than when the Evernham and Petty teams traveled to Kentucky Speedway, a state-of-the-art mile-and-a-half superspeedway near Cincinnati. The object of this test was not pure speed and horsepower, but development of the intrepid body and chassis combination. Ray Evernham, an acknowledged master of this black art, presided over the operation while the Detroit Brain Trust and crews from both teams mingled in the garages. They huddled around computers, assessed the data, and swapped ideas. And at the center of it all was Bill Elliott, the veteran driver who could tell Evernham how the car handled, and share advice with Casey Atwood and Stacy Compton. This was the one-team concept in action. By this point in the one-team effort, no matter where they went, the man in the spotlight was Ray Evernham. And Evernham knew that the organization he was building represented the biggest challenge of his career.
I've got a ways to go as a car owner. I had to work real hard in this business to become a good crew chief, and I can see that I'm going to have to work equally as hard to become a car owner, because a car owner's responsibilities are different.
With the one-team effort beginning to build momentum, executives here in Michigan decided once again to be different. So they threw a wild card into the mix, a wild card named Chip Ganassi.
Ganassi is a former open-wheel racer who found his real niche after he left the driver's seat. As an owner, his drivers won 4 straight kart championships from 1996 through 1999. And in May 2000, his team won the world-famous Indianapolis 500. Chip Ganassi was at the absolute pinnacle of his game. But Ganassi was also ready for something different. And when Winston Cup owner Felix Sabates offered to sell Ganassi majority ownership of his 2-car team, Chip said yes. And when another offer came to campaign Intrepids in 2001, he said yes again.
All I want to do is gain the respect of the competitors around the paddock and, go out on the weekends and put on a show that we can be proud of.
Ganassi inherited a veteran driver in Sterling Marlin, a master of superspeedway racing, who won back-to-back Daytona 500s in 1994 and 95.
Well, Chip, he's been racing a long time. He's used to drive race cars. He's a racer, and that's all I've ever done. My dad raced, and he's got the desire to want to win. I got the desire to want to win, and I think we'll have the tools to do it with.
Later, Ganassi announced that his second driver would be rookie Jason Leffler, a 24-year-old former sprint car racer.
With Ganassi on board, there were now 10 cars on deck for Daytona. This is Lowe's Motor Speedway outside Charlotte, North Carolina, the very center of American stock car racing.
On November 14th and 15th, 2000, as the countdown clock dipped below 100 days until the Daytona 500, all 5 Dodge teams and most of the drivers were here to test. Their Winston Cup engine had been approved by NASCAR just a couple of weeks earlier, so this would be the first test of the engine and chassis on one of the circuit's premier racetracks. As with any new effort, enthusiasm was running high.
You hate to wish time away, but I wish next year was here already.
The goal was to work on aerodynamics, chassis setup, and engine endurance. And the plan was to run all day and into the night.
It's just very exciting, the new car coming in, and everybody's really pumped up about it. With all our information combined, I think we're going to be real hard to deal with.
At first, each car and driver followed a rhythm, turning several fast laps and then coming back in for adjustments and a new setup.
You don't know just how excited, I am. I can't wait for next season to get started.
As the sun set and the temperatures cooled, the cars turned more and more laps, putting many miles on the new engines. And at the end of the first day, one thing was clear. The race package was a success.
When you get the manufacturer involved in your race team, the effort goes, it multiplies.
Lap times were impressive, with Sterling Marlin running times equal to what he had turned in a Chevrolet during qualifying at Charlotte just 5 weeks earlier.
This time next year, I hope we're going to be sitting, somewhere in the top 5 in points and got us 2 or 3 wins, and I don't think it's totally out of the question. I think we can do it.
Everybody involved in the one-team effort was excited, and the drivers were already looking forward to racing and beating their new teammates.
You got to have a racer's mentality here. They're just another guy you want to beat on Sunday, so it'll be a tricky thing. It'll be like brothers racing each other. You'll help to a certain point, but you still want to be the guy up front.
The drivers, crew chiefs, and engineers knew they were on the right track.
I know that when we get to Daytona, there's going to be a lot of people talking about Dodge. And after about 2 or 3 days of it, I'll probably be sick of it.
new crop of vehicles from Dodge includes one really bad apple. Dodge, coming today to the Daytona 500.
It's Honey Nut Cheerios, part of this good breakfast.
Free Dodge die-cast race cars, one in marked boxes of these cereals. You can collect all 5.
16 ordinary people will come face-to-face with 4 real-life drill instructors in an outrageous competition that only one will survive. Boot camp, Fox style.
A balloon sculptor? Yes, sir. Get out of my face!
They said they'd do anything to win a huge cash prize, but they had no idea what they signed up for.
Save the drama for your mama and push.
Boot Camp, a new series coming in March to Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
Nobody said smile. As the 5 teams continued to build new race cars, executives in Michigan began a major push to use Winston Cup racing to help market and sell street cars.
Dodge wanted to raise buyers' awareness and to revolutionize manufacturer marketing. It wanted, once again, to be different.
We are going about it in a very non-traditional way. We are engaging all of the different sponsors of all the race teams and working with them as partners, again under this one-team approach.
It became the first car maker to directly sponsor Winston Cup cars when it decided to back Ray Evernham's 2-car team. The company and its dealers would sponsor the cars, and it would be their logos the fans would see. Dodge also created joint promotions with other team sponsors. For instance, a deal was reached with General Mills to place die-cast replicas of Dodge Intrepid RT race cars in 16 million Cheerios, Wheaties, and Golden Graham cereal boxes. Mountain Dew agreed to sponsor Casey Atwood's pit crew, dubbing them the Dew Crew. Even mighty Microsoft got into the mix, creating an MSN network race game featuring the Dodge Intrepid. And Dodge's own website offered race fans a chance to be part of the team at a place called Dodge Garage. And by the time Speed Weeks 2001 began in Daytona Beach, Dodge had painted the town red. The huge marketing blitz that accompanied the automaker's return to Winston Cup racing was designed to put its image firmly in the public's consciousness. What began many months ago in Detroit has finally come to an end in Daytona Beach, Florida. Speed Weeks is the final chapter in the story of how Dodge brought a different approach to stock car racing. On February 10th, Daytona 500 pole day, Dodge faced NASCAR's best for the first time. 51 drivers made qualifying attempts, and when it was over, even the Dodge teams were stunned. Bill Elliott was on the pole for the 2001 Daytona 500, and right next to him was Stacy Compton. The one-team effort had captured the front row. Will Dodge win the Daytona 500? No one knows, but one thing is clear. Dodge is back. Finally, the countdown is over. It's time to go racing. Now stay tuned to this Fox station for live coverage of the 2001 Daytona 500. This has been a production of Freewheelin' Films, Aspen, Colorado.
Taking a NASCAR joyride at top speed at night isn't for everyone.
I'd rather have hemorrhoid surgery.
And only Titus at 8:30 Fox Tuesday.
Burns hires The Simpsons to house it.
Look how loud I have to yell!
The Simpsons, Monday at 7:30 p.m. on Fox 5.
It's a giant President's Weekend sale at PC Richard & Son. Pay no interest for 12 months on everything we sell. No interest for 12 months on all home appliances, all TVs, VCRs, and DVDs. No interest for 12 months on all camcorders and cameras, all home audio, portable audio, and car audio, all cellular phones, computers, and more. That's no interest until February 2002 with a PC Richard credit card. PC Richard & Son's giant President's Weekend sale. Be there!
How much is that doggy in the window? The one with the waggly tail. How much is that doggy in the window? I I do hope that dog.
If you lost it, broke it, need it cheap, or just can't find it anywhere else, eBay.
You're watching Fox Sports, home to the World Series, Super Bowl 36, and now the 43rd running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500.
The thing about Daytona and what it means to most of us drivers is this is our premier race. This is our Super Bowl. We call this the Great American Race. You know, this track was built in 1959. It was the first of the super speedways. Nobody had ever seen anything like this. Your heart's pounding, the fans are coming in the stands, people are hollering, you know, and the crews are revving up their air guns. They drop that green flag, buddy, and you head off into that first turn. And everybody is jockeying for position, and the track's dirty, and there's dust flying, and it's covering up your windshield, and you're trying to find a hole to get in, and all of a sudden you realize, I'm sitting on a hot rod today, boys. I'm going to the front, and I'm going to win this thing. It is your moment. This is your time, and it's all about you. It's all about what you've just done. We all drive into the victory circle, and victory circle it's like heaven. I mean, it's open the gates. When they get there, they open the gates, and you drive in, and that's when everything comes into perspective. We won the race.
The nation's outstanding race drivers will be after a rich $1,200 purse.
In the middle of the last century, the legendary drivers of Daytona blazed a trail along this Florida beach. They raced for the love of a roaring engine and for the thrill of every sandy turn. But as these burly V8s raced on, the storied sand would soon be replaced by the grandest super speedway in the land. Here in the birthplace of speed, the moments have been many, the images awesome.
Oh, I won the Daytona 500! I won the Daytona 500!
Hey, there's a fight between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison.
In the sport where father faces son, today's best respect the history of the Great American Race. Because if one can raise his arms here in this victory lane, he can forever ride on racing's center stage.
Now I think I got the crew, the team, the car, the engine combination, everything to win the Daytona 500.
The thing about the Daytona 500 is you're nobody unless you've won the Daytona 500.
Man and machine, power and pride, drive and thrive. Jarrett, Gordon, Burton, and of course, the Intimidator. Fox and NASCAR fly together right into the future as the world's fastest sport has arrived right here on the one and only Fox Sports. To the Dodge Daytona 500 pre-race show, brought to you by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different.
And welcome to Daytona, one of the truly special places in sports, and these are the faces of some of the men who will decide the Great American Race, almost turning into superheroes. When they step into their cars, the drivers' meeting moments ago, going over the rules, race procedure, for the running of the Great American Race. A look at Jeff Gordon, two-time winner of the Daytona 500, blew an engine on Saturday. Will he be able to bounce back? History, speed, excitement, it's all here for NASCAR's biggest race. We're expecting one of the biggest crowds ever. Nearly 250,000 people packing this legendary speedway. And the pressure building, the track, electric. In the end, we'll have one champion, one driver who will make his way through 42 other cars and 500 miles of track to decide who will win the Daytona 500. Hi, I'm Chris Myers from just above Victory Lane here at the birthplace of NASCAR in Daytona. And NASCAR is born again as Fox Sports begins its coverage of the Winston Cup Series. Joining Fox's coverage, the '89 Daytona 500 champ, Darrell Waltrip, his former crew chief who was with him then, Jeff Hammond. Gentlemen, I know you're excited about I can feel the adrenaline.
Right. Yeah.
They're inseparable. It's tough to separate.
We did it once, we can do it again.
Are you going to be all right not being this is the first time you've come here and not been in the race?
Well, being out on the racetrack, you got tunnel vision. You got a helmet on. You can't see all you see is what's in front of you. Very seldom you see what goes on around you. That's the worst thing about being in the booth. Got all these cameras. These guys are going to wreck every time they go down the straightaway. It's breathtaking up there. I can't imagine what it's like out on the track this year.
All right, now who calmed who down when you guys were getting ready for the race?
Wait a minute. Is there any kind of doubt who calmed who down right now, Chris? Watch, man. He always gets excited. Look, I got the floor right now. Give me a break here. You've got to slow him down. You've always got to try to keep him under control, but he's always been a great champion.
I had the weight of I had to carry everything. And him included.
You'll be carrying us today. DW and Jeff, just a part of Fox's fantastic lineup. We kick off our Fox Watch now. I want to get you set with all the people who will bring you today's Daytona 500. Let's start up in the broadcast booth, a familiar voice for racing fans, Mike Joy, and a mechanic you can definitely trust, Larry McReynolds. Guys?
Well, thanks, Chris, and hello, everyone. The day that race fans have waited for all winter is finally here. But, Larry, these race teams have been working hard for this day now for many months.
Oh, even though it's the beginning of the 2001 season, they started way back in the middle of the 2000 season, June or July. But now what you've done, you've taken all the practice from the last week. You've taken your test results, your wind tunnel results. You've packaged it with what you think is your best engine, the best pit crew that's practiced all winter, and you've brought it to the grid, the #1 race, the Super Bowl, the Daytona 500.
But how confident are you? 1/4 of the field changed engines today.
Well, that was unique. 43 starters and 10 teams elected to change their motor this morning. Not because they all had problems. Of course, Jeff Gordon lost the engine in happy hour, but a lot of them just wasn't happy. They got with their engine guys, they laid the dyno sheets out, said, well, we think what we give you was good, but this one's maybe a little better. Let's put it in. We got to give it all we got.
Well, let's get those stories in more detail, beginning with the editor of Speedway Illustrated, Dick Berggren.
Thanks, Mike. Today, Dodge will start the Daytona 500 for the first time in 18 years. They have done incredibly well in preliminaries. Bill Elliott won the pole for this race in a Dodge. Sterling Marlin won a 125-mile qualifying race, also in a Dodge. And Ward Burton, he's got one of the fastest cars in today's field. It is a Dodge. The Dodge boys have done their homework, and they've done a lot of it in a very short period of time. Are their cars good enough to win the Daytona 500? Maybe. Stick around, we'll see. To Steve Burns.
Hey, thanks, Dick. Jeff Gordon indeed has 2 Daytona 500 victories and was a solid favorite to bring home a third. But in that final happy hour practice yesterday, his Daytona 500 motor blew up and he brushed the wall. At 6 o'clock this morning, crew chief Robbie Lewis and the team agonized over which backup motor to put in. Have they made the right choice? We're about to find out, Matt Yoakum.
Steve, the Dodge boys swept the front row, but the sleeper in the field may be the Pontiacs. 1 week ago, Tony Stewart took home the big money in the Butt Shootout. Today, he leads a pack of fast Grand Prix, trying to end a long Daytona 500 winless streak. And today, they're trying to steal the biggest headline of Speed Weeks. Jeannie?
All right, Matt, one man's pain is another man's opportunity. That is how Stacey Comden landed his primo spot on the outside pole. Now, it used to belong to Jerry Nadeau, but he was disqualified after his car did not pass inspection. Don't feel so bad for Jerry. He's back here in the 5th position, and his crew chief has assured me that if they make it to victory lane, this car will pass inspection. He said it's a poster car, Chris.
All right, thanks, Jeannie. Rick Hendricks saying that car is great on the longer runs, so watch for that. All right, we're within an hour of the start of this thing, Darrell. What are the drivers? Yeah, you've done it 1,000 times, but this is the Great American Race. Are you nervous?
Yeah, you are. You always are, as a driver, you're always worried. If it's good, can it last? If it's bad, have we got it all behind us? And, of course, you always got your trusty old crew chief over here telling you everything will be okay. He's been telling me everything will be okay for 11 days.
But you named your car. You said these guys have their own names for their cars.
Everybody names their cars. We had a car named Betty. They got one named Midnight. They got one named Kermit. They got one named Leroy. They got all kinds of names for cars. But in this race today, everybody's car, when they start, has got the same name, and it's
Wilma. Will my car make it? Will my car run? Will my car make it to victory
Well, you know
lane?
your crew chief will be with you.
I told you, we got to keep the guy settled down already.
He needs a
got started on the
decaf
race, and we got to settle him down. But
never called him Wilma.
if I'm a crew chief right now, I'm really kind of concerned about how much tension these guys are feeling. This is the first race of the year, and there's a lot of tension going through the garage area right now. On pit road, guys are anticipating the first pit stop, whether they've got everything ready. Is the car ready? Crew chiefs right now are having a hard time drinking a drink, much less eating any kind of lunch. So therefore, there's a lot of tension up and down pit road.
Wilma, and Will be. We know that we'll be here and covering everything from down on the pits to around the track and through the garage area. So hurry back. All right, we're just getting cranked up. Here's what else is on tap.
Hi, I'm Dale Jarrett. Coming up on the one and only NASCAR on Fox.
Last year's 500 champ, Dale Jarrett, is looking for Daytona win number 4. But there's much more to Dale than just racing cars. Jeannie Zelasco raps with DJ about life on and off the track. And just like Fox, Joe Gibbs conquered football, then decided to give NASCAR a shot. Now he's got one of the most successful teams on the Winston Cup circuit, with Tony Stewart and last year's champ, Bobby Labonte. Our Jeff Hammond talks with Joe. Then, ever wish you could take a ride around the track at Daytona? Well, so did Fox's Terry Bradshaw. He hooked up with none other than Dale Earnhardt. The 7-time Winston Cup champ takes our Super Bowl champ on the ride of his life. Hang on, because it's all coming at you on this one and only NASCAR on Fox pre-race show.
The number 9 Dodge is sitting on the pole at Daytona today. 0.9 financing can have a new Dodge sitting in your driveway tomorrow. Today, Dodge is generating excitement at Daytona. Tomorrow, that excitement spills over into every Dodge dealership, thanks to next to nothing 0.9 financing on Dodge Stratus, Ram, Caravan, and Durango. Dodge is back at Daytona, and your Dodge dealers are behind this thing all the way.
I'll tell you what, on race day, you better get it right.
You want a hands-on boss.
Yeah.
He Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte.
Check the transmission and the drive shaft. He's involved in every detail. Right. Absolutely.
Hey, if that makes me a perfectionist, 1 more pound. So what? There's a fingerprint on the windshield. Got it. Hey, I'm here to win. Blue. The nose needs to be bluer.
Blue's good. Blue's great.
You're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox.
I do pretty much everything for the team. Anything that's going on around a game day. 300 requests per week. People write us letters or autographed items from all over the country. Underwear. NBA basketball is very special. For good causes, from soup to nuts. If the player's willing to sign that, it's overwhelming. T-shirts, very big request. They know I'm going to be asking for something, anything. I'm the guy, so this is what you got right here. Uh-oh, here comes Eddie O.
Eddie? Who's Eddie O? You know, we love him around here. He's just a pain in the tush, you know what I mean?
More angles, more insight. MSG, it's more than just a game.
Ford Expedition is the best-selling SUV in its class in the tri-state. Ford has 5 of the 10 bestsellers in America. In fact, Ford makes the most popular vehicles on the planet. And now, during your Ford Store's Leadership Celebration, save big on every vehicle in stock. Like $1,500 cash back or 1.9% financing for 60 months on Ford Expedition. $1,500 cash or 1.9 financing. But hurry, because the lights go out on these deals soon. Leadership Celebration, now at your tri-state quality Ford store.
Sideshow Bob control Bart's mind?
Bart's a brainwashed killing machine.
So was I at his age. Kelsey Grammer guest stars The Simpsons, all new at 8/7 Central tonight on Fox.
Weeknights, it's Totally NASCAR, your exclusive all-access garage pass. A full 30 minutes of NASCAR news and highlights. Weeknights at 6 on Fox Sports Net.
Come around and 2 laps to go and say, I'm out of fuel. The pressure gauge starts jumping up and down, up and down. I'm out of fuel. No, wait. Almost. No, it's coming back. It's okay. All right, I'm okay. But I get to the 4th turn and I can see the start-finish line and I start crying like a big old baby. I'm going to win the Daytona 500. We won the race. It was incredible. I mean, it was so much drama. The whole week. And that was my 17th try. I'd never won it before. I'd come really close. But that whole week was just drama after drama. And then to win it that way, it was just so exciting.
I won the Daytona 500. I won the Daytona 500.
And we're back on Fox. Every time you see that,
I never get tired of watching that. I never get tired. That's what you live for. That's what every driver here lives for. To drive into the victory circle here at the Daytona Speedway. It's one of the most emotional wins you'll ever have. You beat everybody when they're at their best. Right. And it's such relief. It's such relief to win a race so big. I think Jeff he can allude to that. Plus, it only paid $175,000
right.
then, and now
it's over $1 million, right. $1.3 million.
Basically, chump change today by the standards.
But it's a memory that's worth a lot.
Oh,
it is priceless. You know, back in 1989, when Darrell won the Super Bowl of racing, Joe Gibbs was winning Super Bowls as well. Gibbs' Redskins won 3 championships under his watch. Following the '92 season, he decided on a new challenge, and that led him to NASCAR. His new chore to create a team that would be the best at his new sport. Last year, that chore was completed as his racing team won the Winston Cup Championship. Now, a new task. Can Joe Gibbs' racing team win back-to-back Winston Cup championships? We sent Jeff Hammond to North Carolina to find out.
I think that championship was a true testimony to the 20 car, the 18 car working together, to everybody in this building working together. It took 9 years for us to win one championship. That's 9 long, hard, butt-busting years.
You've come into racing and brought a totally different philosophy to racing, which is a concept of team.
We look at it as one race team. It's got two colors, 2 cars, 2 sponsors, but the key is having people who really cooperate, knowing that, hey, 2's better than 1.
What made you decide you needed a teammate?
Well, I mean, it was a few years ago when we were finishing, I think, 7th in points, and we were the first single-car team, and everybody in front of us was a multi-car team. So, it wasn't too hard to figure out that we need to make a change to that.
Why Tony Stewart?
It goes back to he's kind of new, and he'll try a few things that we might not have wanted to try because I haven't been around that long, but I've been around long enough to know that I might not want to try something. And they would go try it, and if it worked, then we might go try it.
We have no secrets. We tell each other everything.
With the series being so secretive and all the teams kind of keeping their own notes away from each other, it was really a positive thing for me to step into a situation where we were actually working together like that.
Somewhere in there's going to be a tendency for either the 2 crew chiefs not to get along, the 2 drivers aren't going to get along, the crew members aren't going to get along, they're going to start arguing over who got the best motor, why didn't we get... And I think the key there, again, is people.
Joe's won Super Bowls and won a Winston Cup championship because of his leadership and because of the way he does things at the race shop. And, not sharing that information would destroy the race team the way it's set up right now.
When you left football, one of the reasons you said you were going to make a change in your career was to be able to spend more time with your family. Now you've got your family not only working for you, but you also got one of your sons driving for you.
Well, that part of it, I'd have to say, scares me. Last year we saw a huge wreck down there with Jeff and everything, and that kind of stuff scares me and Pat. I think there's one thing to see Bobby and Tony go around through there, and then you see your own sons drive race cars. I think it puts it back on a personal basis. Certainly you have a real, it brings it home.
Everybody says that you're the #1 contender to take the crown away from your teammate.
Well, we just have to follow his lead of what he did last year to win his championship. He was very consistent, kept himself out of trouble, did not have any DNFs last year, and basically just I have to be a smarter race car driver this year.
Our goal for Joe Gibbs Racing is to have both cars in the top 2. Whichever one wins might not be as important as having both cars in the top 2.
Darrell, aside from being a driver, you were a car owner. Why is Gibbs so successful?
Well, I think, for one thing, he's real focused. Whatever he's doing, he's real focused on. Plus, he's a real motivator. He reminds me a lot of Junior Johnson, and Jeff knows what I'm talking
That's
about.
right.
You did not want to disappoint Junior Johnson. When he put a car on the track, he told you were going to win the race. You won the race. And so he was the kind of guy that I should have stayed with instead of trying to go out on my own. I wasn't a good car owner. I was the worst car owner I ever drove for.
Well, Tony Stewart likes Joe Gibbs in that regard. And, it's funny, as you talk about teamwork, Jeff Hammond, last year at the 500, Labonte was penalized for a lap tire, got out on the track, and also with Tony Stewart, they were kind of getting in each other's way. I don't think we'll see that today.
Well, Chris, That was a year ago. Today, I think you see these two guys like a fine matched pair of horses pulling a wagon, and they're pulling a Gibbs wagon. They're working together, and I'm telling you right now, after interviewing Joe Gibbs, made me want to come out of the booth and go back to work on race cars.
Why do you always get all those he's got horses.
Yeah, he's got all
he's a good man to work for, I can tell you that right now.
All right, and we're going to thank Daryl's got to go back up in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, I don't want to miss the race. I'm stuck down here.
Wait a minute. Hey, look. Look. Come on back next time when you can't stay so long.
Hey, Daryl, this is for you. Just good luck getting through the infield.
Thank you, man.
There you go.
Thank you, man.
All right.
We look forward to his insight and his explaining.
Lock and load, buddy. Lock and load.
Or as he says,
feel
explaining.
out air now.
All right.
One thing I found out, all kings, you ever play cards? All kings don't have mustaches.
We'll figure it out. Coming up, NASCAR's version of Dick Clark. Ken Squire will join us. We'll have more from the pits. Dale Earnhardt getting ready to go. Less than an hour until the Daytona 500. They're lining up, the drama building, the tension thickening here, and a number of drivers saying this will be the best Daytona 500 ever. We'll find out in just a little bit.
This is Brett. What are you doing? What are you doing? Just watching the market recap, drinking an import. That is correct. That is correct. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, Brett, who's that? Hey, Chad, pick up the cordless. Chad here. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Sign here? Sorry, I only have a minute. In so many ways, in so many places, it keeps a million disasters a day from happening. It's like having a life insurance policy you never knew you had. Gotta go. It's plastics. There's my good girl. Plastics make it possible.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 35,000-mile tires are 4 for just $99. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Look, we only want what's best for you.
Once you make a plan, stick to it. You're not going out dressed like that, are you?
Now get low 0.9 financing on the all-new Dodge Stratus.
KFC's new spicy barbecue wingy. Little honey make my tummy singy. Then smoked jalapeno and a long, slow stingy. 20 for $6.99, 8 for $2.99. But not for long. Where's Max?
Prepare yourself for a journey beyond imagination. Dark Angel, all new Fox Tuesday.
The Dodge Daytona 500 pre-race show on Fox is brought to you by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different. By Kellogg's, the official breakfast food of NASCAR. By Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us. And by Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you.
We're back live in Daytona, closing in on the Daytona 500, and you see the cars. They're lined up on pit road, ready to go. Welcome back to our studio just above Victory Lane. We just met Bobby Labonte and last year's Winston Cup championship team. Today begins another journey. Who will start the season in first place? That question will be answered in just about 5 hours, but it's all said and done here. But right now, the man out in front, the pole sitter in a Dodge, Bill Elliott. He's with our Dick Berggren. Dick?
Well, Bill Elliott has won the pole for the Daytona 500 for the 4th time in his career, but winning the pole for this race is a matter of one car on the racetrack at a time. When they drop the green flag, you're going to be in a big crowd. Is this Dodge good enough to run in traffic, get you another Daytona 500 win?
Well, I'd certainly like to hope so. You know, Ray and all the guys have done an excellent job with this Dodge Intrepid. We'll just see what happens. I mean, we got 42 guys chasing us in the mirror, and it's going to be one wild day for a lot of people to see.
Well, a lot of the guys in the garage say he's got the car to beat. We'll see. To Steve Burns.
And thanks, Dick. Jeff Gordon receiving good luck from Donald Trump. Jeff, can we talk to you real quick?
Yeah, it was a very nice one. Thank you.
Glad to have you here. Jeff, 6 o'clock this morning, your team was working on the car. Are you confident that everything is the way it should be?
Oh, yeah, I feel great. I mean, we've got the best engine shop there is, and, we recognized the problem and fixed it. And we got a really strong backup motor in there, and there's no doubt in my mind this DuPont Chevrolet team can get that thing ready to go and get it out there in championship and winning form.
Best of luck. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
1 year ago, Steve, Dale Earnhardt less than confident with the current rules package to win his second Daytona 500, but he won the last plate race of 2000, and Dale looking very strong during Speed Weeks. Can you win your second 500 today?
Well, we got a good shot at it, got a good race car. Wasn't really excited about the car yesterday afternoon, the last practice, but the car, it come around. I think it's going to be okay. We got a good engine in it, but a little wind today, a little exciting. I think it's going to be some exciting racing. Going to see something you probably hadn't ever seen on Fox.
The 7-time champ rolls off 7th today. Jeannie?
Well, Matt, Adam Petty was the main reason Petty Enterprises switched to Dodge for the 2001 season. They were looking towards the future for the fourth-generation driver, a future that was tragically altered when he was killed May 12th of 2000 at the New Hampshire International Speedway. And so Dad, Kyle, has taken over the mission. And can you just share with us how important this is and how special this is to be in the Daytona 500 in the 45 car?
Yeah, this is like... For us, when we went with Sprint and we started our program last year with Adam, then our whole goal was to bring that team, to bring Chris Huzzy and that whole group to Winston Cup with Adam. And it didn't pan out like we wanted to, obviously, but it's incredibly emotional to be here. It was incredibly emotional to roll through the gate down here with the 45 Sprint car without Adam here, and it's been pretty emotional all week long. A couple of autograph sessions, I've kind of broke down a little bit, I will have to admit, and it'll be emotional when the race starts. In church, it was a little emotional this morning, but I wish he was here, but it's just not.
Thoughts and prayers with you, and keep in mind the good vibe that the last time you were at this track was in an ARCA race in '79. Last time you were in a Dodge, and you won. Chris?
All right, thank you, Jeannie. And Kyle, we welcome in Ken Squire, the Dean of NASCAR. And regardless of what Kyle Petty does in today's race, Ken, I mean, this is already an accomplishment for him and his team.
Oh, it is. And, of course, the name Petty is everything as far as the Daytona 500 is concerned. They set the bar for competition. They've won this race 9 times. But they've set the standard for fan appreciation. Over the years, that family name, Petty, has come to mean so much. Consider that there's 250,000 people that have gathered around this 2.5-mile track. And right now, in the hearts of the majority of those folks, that Petty that will start his 20th 500 from 28th position is a favorite.
All right, and those people will see Dodge. There are 10 Dodge cars in this race, Jeff Hammond, and we know they're on the pole. We know they won a 125, but what about the long haul of the Daytona 500? Will that engine stand up?
Well, Chris, I think so. What I have worried about all the time is whether or not the engines will last in these Dodges, but after 11 days, believe it or not, I haven't heard of one guy complain about having engine problems with the Dodge. So therefore, they may have their game face on. And, I mean, they have been kicking everybody all week long. So I don't think it's going to be a problem here. I think they're going to be a force to reckon with.
You could have said booty, but game
Can I say that on TV?
Yeah, you can, Jeff.
Okay.
You're out of the...
He's kicking booty. I'm telling you right now, them guys are going to be tough.
Dodge is kicking booty. Game plate. He was thinking of restrictor plate. We can't get him away from the crew chief thing. By the way, weather conditions are perfect, too. The anticipation, the drama, the pressure building here as we get closer to NASCAR's greatest race, the Daytona 500, coming up here on Fox. We're going to go behind the scenes with one of NASCAR's greatest drivers, the defending champ of the Daytona 500, one of the real good guys in the good old boys sport, Dale Jarrett. And then what happens when two good old boys get together for a drive? Terry Bradshaw, Dale Earnhardt give us plenty of laughs on their tour of this track at Daytona.
If he were a football player and I were, say, a teammate, I would say, you know what, we're going to have a good game tomorrow.
The number 9 Dodge is sitting on the pole at Daytona today. 0.9 financing can have a new Dodge sitting in your driveway tomorrow. Today, Dodge is generating excitement at Daytona. Tomorrow, that excitement spills over into every Dodge dealership, thanks to next to nothing 0.9 financing on Dodge Stratus, Ram, Caravan, and Durango. Dodge is back at Daytona, and your Dodge dealers are behind this thing all the way.
Every business can use extra help now and then. The real challenge is finding workers you can trust to do the job. With Labor Ready, you get the kind of help you need when you need it, even an hour before.
Today alone, Labor Ready placed thousands of workers in hundreds of industries, from construction to catering. You can find good help these days. Labor Ready. Dependable temporary labor.
Hey guys, it's President's Weekend at your Toyota dealer. Big chance to save on SUVs like RAV4 and the full-size Sequoia just this weekend through Monday. Great selection of the new and exciting Highlander 2 and 4Runners. Prices have just been reduced $1,500 just in time for this event. Big savings on SUVs.
No, I thought we talked about this. Besides, where would they buy one?
You mean there are no Toyota dealers?
No, not here.
But there is a Toyota dealer near you with great deals on all Toyota sport utilities.
What kind of rooms you got?
King size.
You got room service?
Donuts and coffee.
Got entertainment?
All rooms have every movie ever made in every language, anytime, day or night.
How is that possible?
Could your business use the bandwidth to change everything? Ride the light. Quest.
The Simpsons, weeknights at 7:30 on Fox 5.
The Petties have seen incredible triumphs and heart-wrenching tragedies. The Petties Beyond the Glory, tonight at 8 on Fox Sports Net.
Welcome back live at Daytona, where Rusty Wallace and Tony Stewart are getting ready to run. Former Rookies of the Year. Rusty, his favorite driver all time, Bobby Allison, and Tony Stewart is a fan of the Colts and the Redskins. But their focus is on the Daytona 500 today. Welcome back to what many people and drivers are saying will be the greatest Daytona 500 ever. Speaking of great, this weekend we had one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game with us. Fox's own Terry Bradshaw stopped by. Last night, Terry and Dale Earnhardt tried to give us a little tour of this historic track, but it turned into a bad episode of the Dukes of Hazzard.
Well, folks, I'm Terry Bradshaw, and I'm here at the birthplace of speed, Daytona Beach, Florida. Now, it's about time, Fox got me away from that studio and that football crowd and got me around my kind of people. NASCAR, you got Winston Cup. I want to be on the track, and I want someone to drive me around that track. And who better than the Intimidator? I ain't talking about Darrell Waltrit either. He turned into Wussy. He's up there in the old press box. I'm talking about Dale Earnhardt. I'm going to go ask him if he'll give me a ride. Hey, you know, got all this stuff. Sure hope Dale lets me drive. I don't think he will. Sure hope he does.
Put your helmet on, let's go.
Chris,
you gotta stay out of this line coming off pit road.
All right. Why am I nervous?
You shouldn't be.
I shouldn't be?
No.
What about turn 3, Dale? What's so special or hard?
All right, this is where I like to race if I'm in line, if there's nobody but, side by side. When you get cars side by side, you're running a high lane. And you gotta run up here and the guys is down on the inside of you. And you get way up here on the high lane like this.
Gee, Merry Christmas, this is not fun.
It is, it's cool, man. And we're doing it in race cars. This is a dang old street car. Now, what's bad about this, the racetrack falls out.
What's bad about this?
It falls out money right here and this only go wham into the wall. When it falls off like that, it makes your car do that. So you gotta be really careful right there. Because it takes the air out from under the car. And it loses traction right there for just an instant. You don't want to go there and catch the apron too quick because you lose it then too.
Golly.
Let's pit. Let's jump out like you won. Jump out like you won. Hey, we won! Come on, get out! Get on the car, we won! Yay!
know if victory lane's here, you would like to be crossing that line first.
And then spin around in the infield.
Spin around the infield.
And then go to victory lane.
Then go victory lane, which is where I'll do the interviews.
Oh, you gonna be here?
Yeah. What do you mean I'm be? Fox brought their A-team in here, babe. Good luck
I'm
tomorrow.
awful lucky when you're around. You remember that?
You know that. You know it, don't you?
And Terry Bradshaw joining us from his honorary starter position. Terry, what was that like riding around there with?
It was not fun. I'm going to tell you right now, for all the viewers out there, we were doing 146 in a car that had a computer on it, which would not allow us to go faster, or he would have gone faster. There's no roll bar. It was not fun. It was not fun at all, Chris.
All right, now when you wave, just a quick reminder, okay, the guys here, when you wave that starter flag, don't grab the checkered flag, okay? That might screw everything up.
Hey, look, I may be from the South, but I'm from the northern part of the South, so I'll be fine. You know, one quick note, my kids are asking me, and I wanted to say this to Dale before we started, just to kind of put him in his place. And my youngest daughter, Erin, says, Daddy, are you going to be doing this deal with this guy named David Earnhardt? And I said, yeah.
He's a legend, right?
He is a legend.
There he is right now, all right, with some of his family members. All right, thanks, Terry, and have fun. Also, the Grand Marshal, too.
Hey, Chris, you know I'm going to have fun.
I know you will. Nice to see your kids enjoying NASCAR, too, the younger generation of fans. But let's talk, as we saw that tour, kind of a tour of the track, Jeff Hammond. You're familiar with it. This is a super speedway, restrictor plate, handling kind of track. Who has the advantage in today's race?
The man who can figure out how to save his tires. This place right here will eat tires up all week long. If you notice, 4 tires have been better than 2. You've got to make that car handle. Track's real rough. The transitions off the corners abuse the tires. You've got to keep your car working. It's a handling racetrack. I don't care what anybody says about speed. You've got to handle.
All right, Ken, we showed the drivers meeting earlier, and the race director said, hey, be safe out there today. This is not Talladega. What did he mean?
Well, NASCAR can preach, but they can't reach. They told them on Thursday you can't run more than 2 wide going into turn number 1. The pictures in all the papers in America, one of the points, 5 wide into turn 1. That's what we're going to see today at 190 miles an hour.
All right, less than 45 minutes until the start of the Great American Race. Some of the people looking rather relaxed as they get ready to go, and we've been telling you this could be the greatest Daytona 500 ever. We're going to prove it. NASCAR did some tinkering. Now it also did some other things with the track, with restrictor plates, with the aerodynamics. There you see the little deflector on the top. Spoiler in the back that will affect the speeds. We'll talk to Dale Jarrett, defending champ, when we come back. Don't go away.
What I have inside of me is just a drive to be the very best. Do I have that much talent? I think there are people that have more talent out here than I have. Do they have more desire? It would be hard for me to imagine that people have more desire than what I have to be successful.
You ready, guys? This could be the ride of your life. You gotta get past the myths and the excuses. Erectile difficulty is a common problem. Effective treatment is available. Talk to your doctor. You might be surprised how easily you can get through it.
Hi, I'm Michael Waltrit. What are the 5 keys to building a great Winston Cup team? Number 1, find a great sponsor. Number 2, get together a top-notch crew. Number 3, build a really fast car. Number 4, sign up a really fast driver. Number 5, don't let the sponsor make suggestions.
Ready to play?
Always ready to play.
How many Elvises does it take to take Las Vegas? Let's do it.
Scramble security.
Come on! Kurt Russell.
Everybody stay cool.
Kevin Costner. This could have been easy. Smoke?
No, but I do everything else.
3,000 miles to Graceland. Nasty habits. Rated R. Starts this Friday. You know them from The X-Files. Now, the lone gunmen are stepping out on their own.
Full body cavity search.
Their missions aren't impossible.
Ow!
They just make them look that way.
I gotta say, so far this job sucks.
The Lone Gunman, coming this March to Fox.
The
The action, the heart, the soul of NASCAR, every day. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword, NASCAR.
Race day wraps up with NASCAR Victory Lane. A full recap of all the day's action. Tonight at 9, Fox Sports Net. Welcome back to the Dodge Daytona 500 pre-race show.
Welcome back live to Daytona. You got to look at Dodge City across the street from the Speedway. Dodge back in a big way. After being out of racing for 17 years this year, Dodge has the pole sitter, Bill Elliott, who we've heard from, and the top 3 spots in today's Daytona 500. Elliott driving a Dodge Intrepid. The word Intrepid means fearless, and that's exactly the type of race we expect today. Jeff Gordon with his lovely wife, Brooke, they went skiing in Europe in the off-season to relax and gear up. He has won this race twice and came here saying he had the best car he's ever had here. But engine problems have created problems for him so far. We'll see how he does today. Welcome back. And Dodge is just one of the differences between this year's Daytona 500 and a year ago. NASCAR has made some other moves that should lead to better racing. Let's take a look. In fact, this week, if it's any indication of what we've seen so far, we're going to have a great race today. Look at the numbers. The Budweiser Shootout saw 4 lead changes last year. This year, there were 19. That was won by Tony Stewart. The same trend continuing in the Twin 125s. Last year, just 1. This year, 21. So why has all this happened? How has it happened? Earlier, we sent Jeff Hammond down to the garage to show you the difference between then and now.
A year ago, the Daytona 500 was somewhat of a sleeper.
Now and then. Let's see what
races were basically very boring. This year, NASCAR came with some new changes to try to get the race back in racing. Some of those changes are, a year ago, 45-degree spoilers. This year, 70-degree, 1-inch gurney lips. What are they trying to do? They're trying to put some drag back in these cars so they can turn around and open the plates back up so the drivers can have more throttle response, more horsepower to the engine. By doing so, they also had to add this year's deflector strip across the front of the roof. A year ago, that deflector strip wasn't here. They also came with bigger restrictor plates. Bigger restrictor plate, more horsepower for the driver, better throttle response. Cars can pull up and pass. Last but not least, the front air dam raised up 1/2 inch a year ago. Again, try to add some drag so they can also open the restrictor plates up and put horsepower back in the engines. Today, the Daytona 500 is probably going to be one of the most exciting races we've seen in years. Cars can now pull up and pass at will, sometimes 2 and 3 times before they get back to the start-finish line. Today on Fox, you're going to see one whale of a race.
All right, Jeff is back up with us. I think we're going to have more passes today than in a singles bar.
But what kind of line is that?
I don't know.
That's real tacky.
Does that favor any one driver in particular? Who are the great passers in this race?
Well, obviously, first and foremost is Earnhardt. I mean, the man comes down here, he looks like he can see air. No matter where he goes, he gets the job done. But also, let's don't forget Bill Elliott. And there's some young guys, Stewart, and even Little Lee, Dale Earnhardt Jr. back there, who's been learning a good lesson from his daddy. He's going to be tough also.
And, Ken, this is what NASCAR wanted. They wanted this kind of wide-open race.
Well, and that's the kind of racing you always get with NASCAR. Remember, these guys have all grown up on the bullpens and the half-mile tracks. And on those bull yards, they've learned to drive in traffic. Doesn't matter if it's a rookie like the midget champion Jason Leffler or Dale Earnhardt. Sooner or later, they're going to get caught here under a pit stop, go to the back of the field, and then they're going to come out wide open and half turned over.
All right, we got to take a break. Ford finished 1 through 5 last year. Dale Jarrett part of that. Coming up, we're going to meet the man who has won this race more than any other current driver. His name is Dale Jarrett. With just about 30 minutes from the green flag here, he's looking to become just the 3rd driver to win 4 Daytona 500. Back with his story right after this. You're watching Fox.
I'll tell you what, on race day, you better get it right.
You want a hands-on boss. Yeah. Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte.
Check the transmission and the drive shaft. He's involved in every detail. Right. Absolutely.
Hey, if that makes me a perfectionist, 1 more pound. So what? There's a fingerprint on the windshield. Got it. Hey, I'm here to win. Blue. The nose needs to be bluer.
Blue's good. Blue's great. Very good.
Check this out. Bob here needs a car.
Whoa. How about a pickup? A black one. With a place for my bike.
AutoTrader.com. Over 1.5 million used cars, make it the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Need a loan?
Oh, yeah. AutoTrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Hey guys, this C2 RX-DI is running great. How about a splash of gas and I'm out of here?
Have you got any kings? Go fish.
Hey, are you still mad because we didn't let you drive? Come on, Jimmy, it's my turn to drive. I seen you drive. Right on the back, right on the back. It's my turn to drive. That's where you belong, on the back. I want to drive the boat.
Play the Pep Boys 80th anniversary instant win game and win $80? No, $800. Oh, heck, $80,000. One of over 50,000 instant prizes at Pep Boys. Pick up your game piece today.
Who is the father of Scully's baby?
I wouldn't want this to come between us.
Is it a miracle or a terrifying mystery?
There's something I haven't told you.
I don't believe this. The X-Files. David Duchovny returns in an all-new episode tonight.
Honey, are you gonna get that?
Have seen incredible triumphs and heart-wrenching tragedies. The Petties Beyond the Glory, tonight at 8 on Fox Sports Net.
We're back live in Daytona. That's Bobby Labonte, Winston Cup champion from last year, who will start 37th today with his son by his side. Bobby, a big Jimmy Buffett fan. That would make him a parrot head, not a Todd parrot head, just a parrot head. Keep an eye on him today. Welcome back to Fox's pre-race coverage of the Daytona 500. Dale Jarrett, along with Bobby Allison, Cale Yarborough, and Richard Petty are the only drivers to win 3 Daytona 500s. A win today would put Jarrett with Petty and Yarborough as the only men to win it 4 times. But there's a lot more to Dale Jarrett than just racing. Jeannie Zelasco joins us now with his story. Jeannie?
Well, Chris, and as drivers go, Dale Jarrett is actually a late bloomer. He didn't get his first Winston Cup ride till he was 27 years old. Boy, has he made up for some lost time. Not too bad for a former high school football star, basketball star, baseball star, and oh yeah, scratch golfer who decided to give this racing thing a go.
Dale Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500. What a story!
You know, I don't know, is it just me or is this completely different from what you do with your normal day job?
I think that's why I like it. It gets away totally from what I do in one respect because it is quiet. I can get away from everything. But then again, it still fuels that competitive.
If you weren't behind the wheel of a car, you might be a professional golfer right now.
I love sports, and the offer that I had from the University of South Carolina to play golf there and to possibly walk on and play football, that was intriguing, but racing was something that was in my blood. I decided that I wanted to go to work at the racetrack at Hickory Speedway for my dad, and I knew right then and there that's what I was going to do. The first Daytona victory, as hard as it was to come by, it was easier than that putt.
You know who I'm pulling for is Dale Jarrett. Bring her to the inside, Dale. Don't let him get down there. He's going to make it. Dale Jarrett's going to win the Daytona 500.
What a great day. And I knew once we got into the race that we had a good chance. I just needed to get myself in a position. But I had a great race car, and that did more for my career than anything else I've ever done.
I think it verified for Dale the fact that, hey, he was going to have a great future.
2 seasons later, Dale faced another crossroads. He was offered a lucrative ride with Robert Yates' team, even though he was still under contract with Joe Gibbs Racing.
Well, I think that was kind of a shock to all of us.
It was the absolute most difficult decision I'd ever made in my life.
Even though it was such a heartbreak going through it, I think that it's been best for both.
Joe Gibbs found Bobby Labonte and found success in 2000 with a Winston Cup championship. Dale Jarrett's eventual pairing with crew chief Todd Parrott was like lightning in a bottle from their very first race.
Winning 2 Daytona 500s would be too much. Here he comes to the line, and Dale Jarrett is going to pull it off at Daytona, his second Daytona 500 win.
Todd and I talked about how we thought we could be successful, but never in our wildest dreams did we think that we could win the Daytona 500. No, we couldn't dream that big.
They have become one of the most consistent teams in racing, finishing no lower than 4th in the past 5 years. They've added another Daytona 500 victory, and oh yeah, the Winston Cup championship. But it all came at a price, which explains the new addition to the Jarrett family.
Yeah, it's very costly, it's expensive, but it's done almost out of necessity to do all the appearances, all the sponsor requests, and still be able to see my family. You know, my family gives up enough of their time for me to be able to do this, and these are just small things that we can do to make that time together.
Well, as for his other family, the 88 crew, they faced a real test last season. Dale actually won here, of course, at Daytona, and then he didn't find his way back to victory lane for 30 more races. Now, that would have shaken up a lot of other families, but Dale said not this one. They're very close because of one reason. That 99 Winston Cup championship, it gives them nonstop confidence. And besides, Chris, if this whole racing thing doesn't work out for Dale, you know, he's only, 6 birthdays away from the senior tour.
All right, thanks, Jeannie. And signing an autograph, Dale Jarrett starting 31st in today's race. That's the furthest back for a defending champ since '94 when he started 41st. Nearly 250,000 people were 30 minutes away from the race. Looks like Mardi Gras on wheels out here. More from Daytona on Fox in a moment.
People tell us how they treasure the safety it offers, how they value its versatility, even how they enjoy it as a destination in itself. They tell us, in short, it's the best minivan ever, the all-new Dodge Grand Caravan, from the people who invented the minivan. Now get low 0.9 financing on an all-new Dodge Caravan.
Kevin, I'm going out. Remember, when the guy comes to fix the dryer, tell him it doesn't dry. If your mother calls, find out what flight she's on, otherwise we won't know where to meet her. Dinner's in the oven. Turn it on at 5.
Eat a Wendy's honey ham and chicken sandwich and something happens. That delicious combination of a whole breast filet, honey ham, and creamy Dijon sauce makes it difficult to pay attention to anything else.
And I told the neighbor you'd feed their cat. If you have a minute, honey, the back door's stuck open.
Come in. Wendy's honey ham and chicken.
Lunch, anyone?
Pushing in the middle down there.
Okay, we'll get on it.
John Andretti appreciates the surgical precision of the technicians who keep his car running on the track and on the street. And he knows that the pros who work on family cars demand quality auto parts from CarQuest.
How is everything, John? The car's great, but my back hurts.
So now what, I'm your doctor?
CarQuest Auto Parts, the professional choice.
Fox Sunday explodes with all new episodes. Blow your mind with an all new Futurama. Then Bobby becomes a ventriloquist.
My son plays with dolls. There, I said it.
He's a sissy. There, I said that.
All new King of the Hill. And can Sideshow Bob control Bart's mind?
Bart's the brainwashed killing machine.
So was I at his age.
Kelsey Grammer guest stars and all new Simpsons. Plus, how could Lois land in the Slammer?
Hey, Mom, is this a bad time to tell you I got kicked out of shop class?
All new Malcolm. It all starts at 7, 6 Central tonight on Fox. Taking a NASCAR joyride at top speed at night isn't for everyone.
I'd rather have hemorrhoid surgery.
And all new Titus at 8:30 Fox Tuesday.
The Dodge Daytona 500 pre-race show has been brought to you by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different.
One button, that's right. Woo!
those are what the fans think. Here's what Las Vegas thinks. These odds courtesy of the Hilton Racing Sportsbook and up-to-the-minute odds. All precincts reporting Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator, the favorite. You see Jeff Gordon, Dale Jarrett, despite starting 31st. Bobby Labonte, the defending Winston Cups champ, at 10-1. And before we get to Jeff and Ken's pick, you guys are concentrating, I know. Let's go upstairs.
We're working on it.
Let's go upstairs to the guys who will be calling the broadcast, Mike Joy and Larry and Daryl and his other brother, Daryl. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, last Sunday, Tony Stewart could move his car anywhere he wanted it. And then on Thursday in the qualifier, he couldn't move it anywhere he wanted. So I think Tony Stewart's going to either come up hero or zero today.
He's been fast all week. I could go with the obvious. He won the first 125-miler on Thursday. I like Sterling Marlin in that number 40 Dodge.
Oh, no, okay, that leaves. I'll take Dale. Dale.
Oh, great. There's 3 of them in the race. Dick Berggren?
Here at Daytona, I'm going with the man who has won more races here at Daytona than anybody in history. Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator, will pull into victory lane when the checkered flag falls. Steve Burns.
Well, Dick, I'm going to go with a guy who's never won the Daytona 500. Rusty Wallace has been coming here since 1982. 0 for 18. Today it's 1 for 19. Matt Yoakum.
Steve, the sentimental favorite would have to be Kyle Petty, but I think the man who is rumored to see the air, if he finds luck today, Dale Earnhardt, will see his second Daytona 500 victory at day's end. Jeannie Zelasco?
Well, Matt, even the rookie knows in the past 20 years, only one driver's been able to win this thing when starting out of the top 10, but I say now we will have 2. I say a special UPS delivery to victory lane for Dale Jarrett. Chris?
All right, thank you very much, Jeannie. Ken, you picked the Busch race, Randy LaJoie properly yesterday. You get to go first. Who do you like today?
Now listen.
Yeah.
The last time television tried to pick a winner in a major race here in Florida last November, that was an unmitigated disaster. I'm not going to play this
Too close to call?
This is too close to call.
Come on now, come on. That is shaky.
And I'll tell you, this is the first time I've ever seen this event when it's too close to call.
I can't believe a cowardly pick from the dean of NASCAR.
You might say I'm sucking up. I don't care. But I'm going with the other Waltrip. I'm going with number 15, Mikey Waltrip. I'm telling you right now, I like what I've seen so far from him. I think he's got his head screwed on right. I know he's motivated. And believe me, he's got a man who can motivate you, and in his owner, Dale Earnhardt. I like Michael Waltrip.
Right. Even Daryl didn't pick his own brother. I like Rusty Wallace. You know, he's a pilot. He's flown an F-16 fighter jet. It's going to be a fight out there today. A lot of passing, a lot of excitement. Look for the 2 car starting in the 12 spot. Rusty Wallace is my guess. And as Mark Martin said, hey, it's a show out there. We are going to put on a show today. The Great American Race coming up next for Jeff Kent and everybody here. Enjoy the race. And let's take one more look at the 2001 Race Odyssey.
Down here in Florida, baby, we're set for another very close race.
I hereby declare.
Please, not that again. Anyway, it's deja vu all over again with another Florida race to the finish. And this time, no one will be disenfranchised. Can the Intimidator Dale Earnhardt bump his way toward another Winston Cup championship? Will Dale Jarrett score with Daytona win number 4? Or will Bill Elliott, not the boy ballerina, but today's pole sitter, get it done with his new Dodge?
That's a very difficult decision for anybody to make.
You ain't a kidding. Let's get the pistons pumping and the heart thumping.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The Great American Race is next, right here on Fox.
16 ordinary people will come face to face with 4 real-life drill instructors. Get off my foot! In an outrageous competition that only one will survive. Boot camp, Fox style.
A balloon stop there? Yes, sir. Get out of my face!
They said they'd do anything to win a huge cash prize, but they had no idea what they signed up for.
Save the drama for your mama and push.
Boot camp, a new series coming in March to Fox. Viewer discretion advised.
Nobody said smile.
Get inside the live racing action with Racecast. Any driver, every lap. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
You're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Ford Windstar is the best-selling minivan in the tri-state. Ford has 5 of the 10 bestsellers in America. In fact, Ford makes the most popular vehicles on the planet. And now, during your Ford Store's Leadership Celebration, save big on every vehicle in stock. Lease a Ford Windstar for only $299 a month for 36 months with $28.15 due at signing. And your first month's payment is waived. $299 a month for quadruple 5-star safety. But hurry, because the lights go out on these deals soon. Leadership Celebration, now at your tri-state quality Ford store.
It's a giant President's Weekend sale at PC Richard & Son. Pay no interest for 12 months on everything we sell. No interest for 12 months on all home appliances, all TVs, VCRs, and DVDs. No interest for 12 months on all camcorders and cameras, all home audio, portable audio, and car audio, all cellular phones, computers, and more. That's no interest until February 2002 with a PC Richard credit card. PC Richard & Son's giant President's Weekend sale. Be there.
Drew Carey, weeknights at 6 on Fox 5.
Why have over 200,000 people today filled Daytona International Speedway? Because minutes from now, 43 common men will fire their engines and become capable of performing uncommon deeds. They'll race these cars at 190 miles an hour, closer together than we dare to park. And at the end of 500 miles, $1 million and immortality await the winner. Your new home for NASCAR presents the 43rd annual Daytona 500. The biggest names are here. Bill Elliott has his 4th pole for the big race, first time in a Dodge. Dale Earnhardt's won everything to win in Speed Weeks, only once the 500. Jeff Gordon, 2-time winner of the Daytona 500. And Dale Jarrett, the 3-time and defending champion of the great race. But the biggest name in Daytona remains Petty. Today, Adam Petty would have been the 4th generation to race in the Daytona 500. Great-granddaddy Lee won the first one in '59. Grandfather Richard is a record 7-time 500 winner. But 19-year-old Adam Petty lost his life in a practice crash last May. Today, Kyle Petty starts his 20th 500, driving his late son's number 45. Dick Berggren is with him.
Kyle, your boy's number, his colors, his team. What does it mean to you to start this race in this car today?
You know, I think it's like I said before, just to start this car, this is like the culmination of a dream to bring this team, the Sprint 45 team, to the Winston Cup level. Adam's just not here to enjoy it, but, you know, it was just part of the dream. So for us, it's pretty emotional. It's been pretty emotional all week, to tell you the truth, and this a little bit now. Sorry about that.
Good luck to you today, Kyle. All America's riding with you.
Let's go trackside for the opening ceremonies, beginning with the invocation.
As long as they drive good, you'll be able to.
Check.
We'll go back there momentarily.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to pit road or the gigantic screens around the track, and welcome back Daytona International Speedway President, Mr. John Graham.
Would you please rise for the presentation of colors by the color guard of the Daytona Beach Police Department and remain standing for our invocation by the Reverend Hal Marchman.
Almighty God, we pause today with all of this excitement in this beautiful setting with all of the champions and with all of your people gathered here, but we wanted to pause to give thanks that you're our God and we're your people, and may your blessings abide with us all this day. Shalom and amen.
And now, to honor America, from the hit television series Making the Band, J Records recording artist, O-Town.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, came through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave, brave, brave. Show Air Force Base, Flight Lead Lieutenant Colonel John Norman. And now for the most famous words in motorsports, the Grand Marshal of the 43rd Daytona 500, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of United Parcel Service, Jim Kelly.
On behalf of the 350,000 UPS employees around the world, gentlemen, start your engines!
Race fans have waited all winter for this. Race teams have worked many, many months for this moment to start the Daytona 500. Hi, everyone. Mike Joy with the 1989 winner of this race, Darrell Waltrip, after 17 years of trying, and Larry McReynolds, who's been to victory lane in the 500 twice as a crew chief. Gentlemen, what does it mean to win the single biggest race in NASCAR?
Well, as a little boy, I heard about Daytona. And as a young race driver, I dreamed about racing at Daytona. And then I dreamed about winning at Daytona. It took a long time. Some dreams turned into nightmares, like some of these guys have had happen to them. But there's no greater feeling, no greater accomplishment than driving your car through those pearly gates into that holy ground.
In 20 years, I was a part of winning 23 Winston Cup races, but none can even come close to going to victory lane here with Davey Allison in 1992 and Dale Earnhardt in 1998. And one of the most precious moments is when they slid this ring on my finger and said, "You're the winning crew chief of the Super Bowl, the Daytona 500.
That's the feel of what it's like. We'll help bring you that feeling throughout the day and throughout the first half of this NASCAR season on Fox. Frankie Muniz from the Fox Sunday night hit Malcolm in the middle is going to get a big ride here. He's riding shotgun in the safety car that'll pace this field on its first preliminary lap. Getting set for the start of the Daytona 500. Whose face will grace victory lane today?
Winning the Daytona 500 is just the most incredible thing that I've ever done.
The new crop of vehicles from Dodge includes one really bad apple. Dodge, coming soon to a racetrack near you.
Okay, sweetie, on your toes. Swing through the ball, through it. Eye on the ball, hun. We're working on the forehand. Okay, let's try backhand. We'll work backhand. Okay, you just need to connect with the ball. Let's stay in the game, sweetheart. Now, don't be afraid to charge the net.
How do you plan on financing your retirement? Conseco's annuities have tax advantages that can help. Conseco, step up.
Hey, Dale, what's the four-letter word for farm wagon?
Need a ride? Pick up specially marked Coke and you can win a ride with one of the Coke Racing family drivers. Plus, race tickets and passes to the Coca-Cola Racing family reunion.
This is a bucket of water. And this is Goodyear's new and improved AquaTread 3. At higher speeds in a downpour, a set of AquaTread 3 tires pumps away over 6 gallons of water per second. That's over 360 gallons per mile. With its 80,000-mile tread life limited warranty. That's a lot of water. Think about it next time it's pouring buckets. New AquaTread 3. Only from Goodyear.
Goodyear, Goodyear.
Get inside the non-stop action on race weekend. Get inside the news and highlights. Get inside the teams, fans, and games. Only at the official site of NASCAR. NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
How could a routine traffic stop land Lois in the slammer?
Hey, Mom, is this a bad time to tell you I got kicked out of shop class?
Malcolm in the Middle, all new at 8:30 tonight.
You're watching live the Daytona International Speedway. Built in 1959. It's 2.5 miles around. Those corners right there, turn 4. Banked a steep 31 degrees. The tri-oval you see right at the start-finish line where the cars are now is banked 18 degrees, just about like the roof on a ranch house. Let's have a look at the UPS starting grid for today's Daytona 500. Bill Elliott has his 4th pole for the great race. First time in a Dodge, and Stacy Compton, his first front row start ever. Row 2, two-time 500 winner Sterling Marlin, and Thursday's qualifying race winner Mike Skinner. Row 3, Jerry Nadeau having a little fun here. Last fall's Atlanta winner, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. a close second in the Twins Thursday. There's the Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt, the '98 champion of the 500 and last year's runner-up. Jeff Burke, Andy Houston is a rookie. Ward Burton, last year's Darlington winner, 05. In the 6th row, former Pepsi 400 winner Jimmy Spencer and Rusty Wallace, who's not yet won a restrictor plate race, maybe today. Row 7, Jeff Gordon, the 97 and 99 500 champ, and Ken Schrader, who has 7 top 10 finishes in this race. Jason Leffler makes his Winston Cup debut. He's out of USAC Midget Racing and last year's Rookie of the Year, Matt Kenton. Jeff Purvis in the big dance for the first time in 5 years, and Ricky Craven, who finished 3rd here in 97. Michael Waltrip, 5th in 1999, and Dave Blaney in his 2nd 500. Youngest driver in the field, Casey Atwood, age 20, and Mark Martin, 3rd in 1995, his best finish. Kenny Wallace just picked up a sponsor this morning for that car, 6th start for the veteran, and Tony Stewart, who won 6 races last year. Steve Park, last year's Watkins Glen winner, and Kurt Busch, the rookie from the NASCAR Truck Series. Mike Wallace, the middle of the 3 racing brothers from St. Louis, and there's Kyle Petty carrying Son Adams colors. Row 15, Buckshot Jones racing for the Petties, and Ricky Rudd finished 3rd way back in 81. Dale Jarrett is the defending champion of the 500. Joe Nemechek makes his 7th start in this race. Johnny Benson, who led last year until 5 laps to go. There he's still saying, what happened? Terry Labonte, the Iceman, 2-time Winston Cup champ. Bobby Hamilton, 11th Daytona 500 start. And John Andretti, who won here in July 97. There's the Winston Cup champ, Bobby Labonte, 2nd in 1998. Jeremy Mayfield ran 3rd in that year's race. Robert Presley makes his 8th 500 start. And from Virginia, Elliott Sadler, his 3rd 500. Robbie Gordon made his Winston Cup debut here in 1991. The open wheeler joins truck champ Ron Hornaday. Finally, Brett Bodine gets the last provisional start, the 13-year veteran from New York State. Today, 43 cars will try to complete the 200-lap, 500-mile distance. Posted awards, $11 million. They can go 45 to 55 laps on a tank of fuel. And let's go trackside to Steve Burns.
Mike, Jeff Gordon blew his Daytona 500 motor in the final practice yesterday. This morning at 6 a.m., the team had to decide between one of 3 motors. They agonized over the decision. We're about to find out if they've made the right one. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Steve, Dale Earnhardt is the most prolific restrictor plate driver in NASCAR history. 11 wins and only 52 plate starts. He's chasing his 2nd 500 victory, looking to bookend what's been a legendary Daytona career. He was 2nd in the Bud Shootout, 3rd in his 125. Today, chasing his 35th total victory here in Daytona. Jeannie Zelasco.
Well, Matt, 31st may be the farthest back a defending champ has ever started, but for Dale Jarrett, that's just fine. For him, this is not the Daytona 500. This is the Daytona 100. He plans on making his move in those last 100 laps. He just told me he expects trouble out in front. He has no problem hanging back and waiting to make that move.
It's the coolest day of Speed Weeks, Larry. 68 degrees. Track temperature, though, 97 on the asphalt.
That's definitely a key number right there because the sun's out, and the more the sun stays out, the hotter the track gets slicker and greasier, and these cars won't stick.
Yeah, I noticed as I'm driving around here that my car's slipping around already. I got stickers on. I'm starting back here in the back, and I had to buff them up a little bit, but car feels pretty good. I got all my switches up, gauges look good. Water's up to 180 right now. Got about 80 pound of oil pressure. Getting ready to come to the line, guys. Let's all have a good day. What do you say?
All right, Ron Hornaday has our Conseco cam. Dale Jarrett, the UPS cam, starting 31st. Ricky Rudd, our Texaco Haviland on board, starting 30th. Tony Stewart, the Home Depot cam, sits 24th on the grid. Mark Martin, our Viagra Pfizer cam from 22nd starting spot. Our Napa onboard camera rides with Michael Waltrip, going from 19th position. Our GM Goodrich cam from 7th place with Dale Earnhardt. And the Bud cam on board his son's car, Dale Earnhardt Jr., starts 6th. The Lowe's camera rides with Mike Skinner from 4th position and will ride with the pole sitter Bill Elliott in our Dodge onboard camera.
Oh, man.
Pace vehicle is in. The 43rd annual Daytona 500 is set to get underway. Terry Bradshaw waves the green flag. We're racing.
Boy, of those two Dodgers up front, Bill Elliott and Stacy Compton, got a well of a start, and these guys have not been comfortable with their cars. So I'm anxious to see if they can stay up there.
Yeah, and they haven't been on the racetrack together either, so that's, that's something they set up prior to the start of the day's race.
What happened to that second row? It looked like Sterling Marlin did not come up through the gears quickly.
Boy, when somebody in front of you doesn't go, it really backs the field up right on a start like that.
They're not wasting time. They're 3 wide, 4 wide down the back straightaway. There goes teammates Mike Skinner in the 31, Dale Earnhardt in the black 3.
I think what we saw, same thing we saw in the 125s, getting a big jump on a restart is not necessarily an advantage.
From fourth starting spot, here comes Skinner on the outside trying to lead lap 1. He's passed Compton. He's caught Elliott. Elliott drops low to lead the first lap.
Sterling Marlin's right there too, looking on the outside, and he's got Dale Jr. pushing him. I know Bill's intentions are to try to stay up front if he can. That's what his plan was. I talked to him earlier, and he said, if I can hold this thing out front, that's what I want to do. Boy, Earnhardt's back in the sucker hole early. Whew.
Sterling Marlin on the outside for the lead.
Well, maybe not. They're in no sucker hole yet because they're all over the place.
3 wide in the back straightaway.
We heard Earnhardt yesterday say in practice that his car wouldn't pull up like it had been. And Larry, we've got a tremendous headwind down the back straightaway today.
And it'll make those guys think, hey, my motor don't seem to be running. I'm not seeing the RPMs, but it's because that wind is buffeting that car, and it's almost just like running against a brick wall.
Sterling Marlin to lead lap 2. We have every reasonable hope of a record number of lead changes for this race today.
Talking about that wind up the back, what a driver looks at is his tachometer. When he looks down at his tach and he says, I've been turning 7,000 all weekend long. What have y'all done to me? I'm 6,800. This thing won't run. And of course, what's the crew chief saying, Larry?
I'm telling you, you got a headwind down that backstretch, but this is wind-wise. It's similar to conditions to what these guys had in happy hour, so that's one thing that's not a curve thrown at them today.
Earnhardt backing up. The battle's on point. Marlin has company 99, Jeff Burton. And 8, Earnhardt Jr.
Talking to some of the drivers, some of these cars are pretty free, pretty loose on new tires on the start. And that'll make them fast. Some of the other cars are a little tighter, and that'll make them slow.
What they'll do, they'll start these cars low on air pressure because as they run and the heat builds in the tires, the air pressure builds up. Yeah, it will. The rear end will want to come around when the air pressure's down.
It's like driving on a low tire on your passenger car. You can feel the low tire wobbling around. They won't be that way long, I can tell you that.
Sterling Marlin in his 20th 500 appearance. He's won twice, and he's now led in 12 of those 20 starts.
It don't matter who's leading. We still got a 43-car lead draft.
Jeff Gordon has fallen from 13th to 24th. Earnhardt from 7th back to 13th. Challenge up front. New leader, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Bill Senior's down on the inside making a move on Bill Elliott as they head down toward turn 1. This is where the cars have really been aggressive. The guys have really been using that bottom apron down there to get a position on guys going into turn 1. It's been kind of breathtaking.
Even up here.
Well, if I'd have been up here 2 or 3 years ago watching these guys, I'd have retired then. Drivers have tunnel vision. You basically see what's going on right in front of you, and it's up to the spotters and everybody else to tell you what's going on around and behind you, and they ain't been telling me the truth.
3 abreast. Elliott caught in the middle now. Marlin fights his way back to the front. Earnhardt is leading that high line around. Mike Skinner right behind him, and then rookie Andy Houston.
And Sterling Marlin's back out front again, guys. That car, that proves one thing, that 125 win was no fluke. It wasn't all about just being in the right place at the right time. He's got a pretty fast hot rod there.
Tony Stewart trying to climb the ladder. He's 19th right now. Pulls alongside Jason Leffler. That's Mark Martin just in front of him.
Tony Stewart has patience written on his dashboard. They made it bigger for the race today. Takes up the whole dashboard today because he is not a patient driver. He's a very aggressive driver.
Marlin just leads Rusty Wallace now on the inside. Wallace has fought his way up into the top 3 in car 2.
Now they got Jeff Burton in that 99 car caught in the middle. Little help from behind, but the outside row and the inside rows are the ones that are moving.
That's right, because when you're in the middle like that, the wind's buffing off of all the cars. It really slows you down.
Rusty Wallace has never won a restrictor plate race at Daytona. He has come from 12th on the grid to 2nd and brought Earnhardt back up front with him.
When you're in the middle, as a driver, you're saying, give me a hoe, I got to get in somewhere. And they're saying there is no hoe. You're going to be 43rd when you finally get in line again. And the thing about it is, Mike, that's it. The driver panics. He's in there, he knows he's losing spots, and he knows it's going to take him forever to work his way back up there. So it takes the crew chief to calm him down.
I can't help but notice the front of the roof here on Earnhardt's car. It's like it's buffeting. It's because Rusty Wallace, the car in front of him, with that roof flap across the roof, or that roof fin, it's putting dirty air, and it's making the air on Earnhardt's car mad. It don't know what to do.
No, and that's right at the cowl opening, I believe, and that'll make an engine run terrible because it messes up the airflow into the air box that leads to the carburetor.
Now it's Jerry Nadeau pulling the outside train. Out there in lane 2, Jeff Gordon right behind him, and Ricky Craven. Nobody can do anything with Marlin.
He's just sitting there kind of pulling these cats around, and Dale's figured out he doesn't want to be on the outside. He wants to be on the bottom today because he went way back, about 8th or 9th, but he's worked his way back up there in the top 4 or 5.
Pole sitter Bill Elliott has drifted back to 21st. Dick Berger?
10 different teams changed engines for this race. One of them is Rusty Wallace in the number 2 car. He is coming into this race with an engine that is just barely going to make 500 miles. They did not want to start with an engine that had any miles on it at all. That's how hard they're pressuring to win this event.
These restrictor plate engines, they build them with light parts, light rods, light pistons, small bearings. Friction is a big enemy of a restrictor plate engine. So they try to keep everything as free as they can in the motors, but 500 miles is a real stretch for the parts they've got in these engines.
John Andretti started 36th up to 13th, the biggest gainer in the field. Here goes Earnhardt to the inside on Wallace.
And he's got some push from behind, so there's a good chance he's going to get right up on Sterling before they get to the end of the back straightaway.
Nadeau leads briefly in the 25.
There's Gordon with his new engine up there. He had engine failure yesterday afternoon, and there he is right in the front of the pack. So made a good call, changed that thing. He was really lucky.
Jerry Nadeau trying to become the 4th different leader of the Daytona 500 in just 9 laps. Nope. Marlin hangs on to it by inches.
Ever so close.
And why do these guys fight so hard to lead a lap? Because even though it's race 1 of 36 races, every time when you lead a lap in a race, it's worth 5 bonus points toward the Winston Cup Championship.
And you got to look at the big picture. This is a one race for the whole year.
Danbury, Connecticut's Jerry Nadeau battles Sterling Marlin for the lead in the Daytona 500. 9 of 200 laps complete. This is NASCAR on Fox.
Combine, edgy at the wheel, under a big sky, working in the field, harvesting hops in the early autumn sun, going round the clock until they get it done. This is from the people working hard every day, talking about the folks who get this bud my way. This bud's for you, and you and you and you. This bud's for you, and you and you and you. This bud's from 5 generations passing on their tradition with pride in the craft and pride in the mission. From the brewery crew to the lagering man, get it to you fast and fresh as they can. This is from the people working hard every day, talking about the folks who get this bud my way. This bud's for you, and you and you and you. This bud's for you.
I know you're a good driver. It's all the other people on the road.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
If a thing is worth doing, it's worth doing well.
Now get low 0.9 financing on the all-new Dodge Stratus.
Who is the father of Scully's baby?
There's something I haven't told you.
The secret she shares with Mulder.
I wouldn't want this to come between us.
Is either a miracle or a terrifying mystery.
I don't believe this.
The X-Files. David Duchovny returns in an all-new episode at 9/8 Central tonight on Fox.
The
Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different. By Visa, the preferred card of NASCAR. Visa, it's everywhere NASCAR fans want to be. By Conseco. And by Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you.
12 laps in, Sterling Marlin still leads in the Daytona 500. This year's Bud Pole Award for the race presented by Anheuser-Busch to Dodge's Bill Elliott, who won the pole in last Saturday's qualifying. Bud congratulates Bill Elliott and his team, but he is slipping back. 18th position right now. You can see how he has drifted back from the pole.
Yeah, you know, I think Chip Ganassi's probably calling Juan Marlin, because he'll be calling him Juan before this over with. He keeps running this way after his IndyCar driver, Juan Montoya.
Boy, Ron Hornaday started 42nd, and the two-time Truck Series champion has climbed to 5th place.
Just goes to show you get in the right line, you'll go to the front.
Oh, yeah, and coming from the back is sometimes a little easier than starting out front.
And we look at a lot of things here, of course, miles per hour, RPMs, but look at the throttle right here. You see, the key to getting around here is going wide open. But see, as he went off in the corner, he backed off just a little bit. And as the tires deteriorate, the handling goes away, more and more in the corner, they'll have to back off the throttle to get the car to go through the tunnel, through the corners till they get fresh tires put on that thing. You see, it doesn't lose many RPMs, up to 7,000 through the tri-oval right there.
And up to 3rd place.
And I'm telling the crew chief, he's saying, are you holding that thing wide open? Oh, yes, sir. I'm not lifted in it. I've had her on the mat ever since we started. Sometimes you lift and you don't even know it. Sometimes the thing is you lift up a little and don't know it. We got a lead change. All right.
Ward Burton drops down the hill in turn 2 to try to take the lead from Marlin. A lot of it depends on how much drafting help he's got going into turn 3.
Well, that 14 has given Marlin the best push. And here comes Skinner down there behind that 22 car. So that'll boy. That was the right move right there for Hornaday to drop down in front of 22.
Now outside pole sitter Stacy Compton has dropped back to 13th. Matt?
Mike, coming into today's race, NASCAR has a rule here in Daytona. The top 2 qualifiers, their tires are impounded. Those 2 cars have to start on their tires. Stacy Compton's tires before qualifying had 20 laps of practice on them. So now he has 22 laps starting on his tires, where tire wear has been a main concern all week, pulling a number of crew chiefs. So Stacy Compton right now is patiently just riding, waiting till the first pit stop, which should be around lap 50. Steve?
Well, Matt, moments ago, Dick Berggren talked about how tightly wound that motor is in the number 2 of Rusty Wallace. Rusty has a teammate in Jeremy Mayfield on the 12 and a partner in Robert Presley in the 77. Between those 3 teams, they have been through 9 motors during speed weeks. In fact, the motors have made 2 trips back and forth from Daytona to Mooresville, North Carolina to get worked on. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Ron Hornaday in the number 14 car, an incredible run this afternoon. He's currently running right around 5th position. That car was virtually demolished in a qualifying race here on Thursday. They flew a new door in. They flew in sheet metal equipment so they could rebuild it. The whole side of that car was redone here in the garage, repainted. They just crossed their fingers they got it right. Looks like they did, Mike.
Hornaday looks pretty good, but he is about to become the meat in the sandwich.
He got in the wrong line. He made all the right moves to get to the front, but it's hard to stay there, buddy. You go the wrong way. And he's an aggressive driver, and he didn't want to follow, and he made a move there that got passed. And now he's going to slide right on back to where he started.
And I know for a crew chief, and it's got to be for a driver, people don't realize you have a millisecond to make that decision which line you want to get in. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong.
It's like running into somebody in a hallway. You know, they're going one way, you're going the other, but you're doing 190 mile an hour and you don't know which way you want to go. That's what causes the cars to move around the way they do. You run up on the guy, you go left, go right. No, I can't go anywhere.
Are Dale Jarrett and Bobby Labonte running 31st and 32nd? Are those cars off, or are they biding their time?
I don't know. It's not like Dale Jarrett to bide his time, because sometimes you can get in more trouble in the back. Jeannie, what's going on with that 88 car?
Well, very interesting, because early out on the track, Dale was complaining that the car was a little tight. They've been trying to talk him through that. But just moments ago, they said, hey, Dale, don't get too far away from the draft. Very confidently, he responded, look, I can get up there anytime I want to. He knows this track. He's confident, guys.
Last year, he won the 500. The year before, he was in the middle of the pack. And before halfway, he got turned over.
I talked to Bobby Labonte this morning. He said his car wasn't handling very good in the 125s. He said, but I couldn't even let off enough to stay out of the draft. It's just sucking him along so fast.
Let's explain the word tight. What that means is through the corner, he's turning the wheel, but the front wheels aren't biting like they should. And a lot of times when you're behind the car, Darrell, it takes the front downforce off the nose, and the front end won't lift from an aero standpoint, so you can create two problems there.
Yeah, pushing is better than loose. If the car is pushing, that means you got the wheels turned left, and that's the direction you want to be going in. And you can control that a little better with the throttle. But if you got somebody right up on your back bumper all the time and you lift out that throttle, guess what's going to happen to you? They're going to boot you in the rear end and turn you around.
Dodges have led 18 of the 19 laps, including the first one from Bill Elliott. Last Dodge to lead the first lap of the 500, Buddy Baker, the pole winner in 1973.
Here I'm going to show you what tight is. Watch this guy go through the corner. Watch his hand position. He pushes up the hill. He goes up the racetrack. That means he's turning the car, but it won't turn the way where he wants it to. See how much effort it takes? See all that steering input he has to put into it? It's oversteer. You can't get it to turn.
And the only thing you can do most of the time is back off the throttle.
No, that's not the only thing you can do. You can call your crew chief and raise cane.
That's all you can do.
What have you done to my car, boy? Now watch. Look at Mikey. Look at Mikey. He's got a handful. That's what we call a handful. When you get the wheel pulled way around there like that, he's got a handful of steering wheel. He's a little too tight. And you can see he's not going very fast. Tight bogs the motor down.
Lead change. Ward Burton up on the high side this time may get the lead from Sterling Marlin.
Boy, Sterling does not want to relinquish that lead. He is just hanging on. Two Dodges there, gang, side by side. And old Jerry Nadeau just kind of slipping along.
And we've had several drivers lead through turns 1 and 2, but official lead changes are only counted at the start-finish line, and each time Martin has held off the charge and beaten them back to the line.
Not this time. He's got the push. 22's got the push this time. Come on, baby.
Oh?
Yes.
Yes. Ward Burton leads that lap.
And
first time he's ever led the 500.
That's 4 lead changes.
Isn't that about as many as we had in the whole race last year? What's changed, folks, is NASCAR has allowed the engines to run a little less restricted and a new aerodynamics package that we'll explain when we come back. 21 laps complete in the Daytona 500. Sterling Marlin out in front.
You ready, guys? This could be the ride of your life. You gotta get past the myths and the excuses. Erectile difficulty is a common problem. Effective treatment is available. Talk to your doctor. You might be surprised how easily you can get through it.
We need a car?
A minivan.
No.
An SUV.
With leather.
Blue.
Green.
Bluish green?
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
Now we need insurance.
And a loan.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
Play the Pep Boys 80th anniversary instant win game and win $80? No, $800. Oh, heck, $80,000. One of over 50,000 instant prizes at Pep Boys. Pick up your game piece today.
Whether you drive a car, truck, van, or SUV, Pep Boys has your tires. Like 35,000-mile tires, 4 for only $99. And 55,000-mile Futuras, 4 for $159. Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us.
I'll tell you what, on race day, you better get it right.
You want a hands-on boss.
Yeah.
Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte.
Check the transmission and the drive shaft. He's involved in every detail.
Right.
Absolutely.
Hey, if that makes me a perfectionist, 1 more pound.
So what?
There's a fingerprint on the windshield.
Got it.
Hey, I'm here to win. Blue. The nose needs to be bluer.
Blue's good.
Yeah,
Blue's great.
Very good.
Race day wraps up with NASCAR Victory Lane. A full recap of all the day's action. Tonight at 9, Fox Sports Net.
Welcome back to NASCAR on Fox. We're next weekend on Fox Sports Net. You'll see Winston Cup qualifying on FX, the Busch Series, and NASCAR Happy Hour for the Winston Cup cars on FX Saturday. Then next Sunday, NASCAR This Morning on Fox Sports Net. The Winston Cup race from The Rock on Fox, and NASCAR Victory Lane every Sunday night at 9 p.m. on Fox Sports Net. Your new home for NASCAR. Look at the lead changes in this race as Earnhardt tries to make it another one. So far in this speed week, 45 lead changes among Winston Cup cars on the track racing. Last year in all of speed week, only 14.
I was here one time. I had a car in 1988. It was so fast that nobody could pass it. Earnhardt to get up behind me like he is right now. I'd look back and his hands would be smoking. There'd be smoke coming off that steering wheel. His eyes would be about as big as a pair of binoculars. His teeth would be showing. That's incentive to keep out front.
That's that look right now that he's giving Sterling Marlin.
And here's all I could hear.
Show you move Earnhardt. Put on Mike Skinner.
Inside. Inside.
That's called the...
Coming on your back. Watch him out.
That's Skinner spotter telling him inside. The black car is inside.
That's called a passing signal.
Dick Berggren.
Mike Skinner and Dale Earnhardt traditionally, although they're partners, teammates, don't ordinarily work very well together on the racetrack. This Speed Weeks has been different than any we've seen before. They've spent a lot of time in the garage area talking back and forth, crew chiefs talking back and forth. We've seen them working better together on the racetrack than before. That could pay big dividends when this thing gets down to the end. Look at Earnhardt.
Right down to the apron to take the lead.
With Jeff Gordon pushing him in the 24 car and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the red car, the 8 car pushing with him.
Darrell, he was down there in the Bermuda Triangle for a while.
I'll tell you one thing. I've been out there when there were 2 Earnhardts there, and I've been out there long before now when I thought there was more than one Earnhardt on the track. I can tell you that.
Earnhardt has now led in 19 of his 23 Daytona 500 starts. Jeff Hammond.
Mike, earlier today, I was talking to Earnhardt's crew chief, and he told me then that he thought just like the 125, if they could get their car to the front, that they could comfortably lead this pack around here today.
I don't think he'll stay there very long, because that 40 car did not like what happened to him.
Chevy, Dodge. We're going to play dodgeball here as Marlin comes up behind Earnhardt.
And he did it by himself without no help.
Yeah, that 40 car, Sterling Marlin. Trouble up here in turn 3 and 4.
2 cars slide up against the wall and then get free.
Something happened to that.
It's Rusty Wallace in the 2 car.
I
Terry LeBond in the 5.
I think he's got a right front down. He's trying to get to pit road.
And he will without incident. We will stay green.
Locking up the right front.
First pit stop of the day, unscheduled for Rusty Wallace. Right front tire, flat. Steve Burns.
And Rusty Wallace off pit road. Smoke coming from the right front of that number 2 car. We understand he may have come down pit road too fast. Over 18 coming into the Daytona 500. 15-second penalty for Rusty Wallace.
He's going to go a lap down with that.
15 seconds here. That's from here to eternity.
Especially while they're out there under green. They're coming off 4 now, so he's definitely going to go 1 lap down, but you can't run faster than 55 miles an hour. And here they go by him right there, so he is 1 lap down, just 29 laps into this Daytona 500.
But Larry, the good news is if he can get up to speed, he can catch onto the back of this car, this big draft right here. And if things work out for him, it's an early pit stop, but he can stay out longer than anybody else now.
I'm glad as my driver, you feeling that way. We can make this lap back up.
It's the Daytona 500. Don't let me down now, baby. Keep me pumped up.
But that's a tall order, because with the tall gear these cars run, it takes them more than a full lap to get up to full speed.
Well, you saw he came out right there with them, and they're just, kind of blowing by him there. But he's got some cars to draft off of. I don't know if he got into the fence or not, or if he got in that car beside him. They made some contact, look like.
And there's the damage to the tire, the inside of the right front on Rusty Wallace's car. Jeff?
Mike, right now this is where Robin Pemberton is trying to get control of his driver once again and let him know Now, hey, it's a long, long way before the end of this thing. Get caught back up. Everybody's got to make a pit stop and start cycling through. He still is not out of this race technically yet. He's probably trying to remotivate him.
Steve?
And interesting, several members of other teams, Dale Jarrett's team, Mike Skinner's team, the 28 crew members down here, they're all looking at the tire. They want to know if there is a problem here on this tire. 5 different teams down here looking.
Listen, here's Rusty Wallace is notorious for this. Low air pressure and too much camber. Too much camber with the radial tire. That inside edge will dig like a knife. So what you try to do is you run that thing as much camber on the inside that you can, but it destroys the sidewall of the tire. Low air pressure, too much camber. Here's what I'm talking about. This is an adjustment that they should have made. Larry, you explain the camber.
Well, camber's how much the front tire is leaned in at the top. And the problem is right in here, that's on the inside edge all the way down the straightaway. It's what we call the footprint. It's running on the inside edge. But what you want to try to get is that full footprint in the corner on the ground, and that makes that car go through the corner because the whole tire is gripping the racetrack.
Now, how do we fix that? Just a simple little adjustment.
Put that spacer in there and lean that tire in there. But again, with these long straightaways, you can run on that inside too much, and that's what eats it up.
And as we said, there's the tire. It says it's cut, and it is, but it's cut over in the side there where you got it covered up.
Dale Earnhardt, Warren Burton, Mike Skinner, and Ron Hornaday has fought his way back to the front 4, driving for A.J. Foyt. 32 of 200 laps complete, and Earnhardt is out in front. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
It's your shopping cart, a breakfast table, your corner office. It's your car. Take it to Midas for our new VSD brakes. As America's leader in brakes, only Midas has VSD brakes for enhanced performance, and they come with our lifetime guarantee nationwide.
That's how your life goes.
See Midas today for our new VSD brakes. Keep a good thing going. Go Midas.
This is my killer DVD system.
This is my killer DVD rental section.
Twin wave laser pickup, progressive scan output.
Turn of the century dramas, futuristic sci-fi comedies.
42 inches.
1,000 movies.
You have the hardware, Blockbuster has the software. We have more DVDs to rent than ever, and you like your DVD, or the next one's free.
High-density plastic resin containment unit.
The best way to DVD is Blockbuster, bringing entertainment home.
In case of an emergency, make sure you're in the right vehicle. The all-new Dodge Grand Caravan, the best minivan ever. With a safety cage body structure, head impact protection, front airbags that deploy at different levels depending on conditions, and available side airbags. It's not a minivan, it's a mini vault. Now get low 0.9 financing on an all-new Dodge Caravan.
Dale Earnhardt leading after 35 laps of the Daytona 500. 1,000 feet above Daytona International Speedway, the Budweiser.com airship. Mike Skinner sits there third, Jerry Nadeau fourth, and then 2 rookies, Casey Atwood and Andy Houston.
That blimp's got a pretty good view of the speedway, but folks, I'm telling you, this is where you want to be right here. We got cameras everywhere. You can see every move these cars make. I've never been so excited about a Daytona 500. I hope I'm not overdoing it.
Boy, you talk about Casey Atwood in the red 19. I talked to Ray Evernham this morning, and he said, we felt good about Casey's car yesterday. But Casey come in and said, Ray, this motor just didn't run. And he said, I started to question Casey. He said, but for 10 days, everything that kid has told me, he's been on the mark, and I wasn't going to doubt him about his motor.
And let me tell you something else about him. He had to run his way into this race through the 125s. He didn't qualify well, and he drove a whale of a race in the 125. Bill, on the other hand, slid back. I don't believe Bill's been in a racing situation all weekend.
Ward Burton's backed up. He's gone from second, now back to fifth, and the inside line is moving past him. There's a look at Bill Elliott, the pole sitter, who was all the way back to 42nd place. And just in front of him, Winston Cup champ Bobby Labonte in 39th, and Dale Jarrett in 37th position. A lot of big guns running at the back of the field. Matt?
And Mike, Jeannie Zelasco talked earlier about Dale Jarrett fading to the back. Actually, in the drivers' meeting, Dale, Bobby Labonte, and Johnny Benson struck a deal to, when the green flag dropped, to fade to the back and just let the race play out because of the new aero package with a strip across the top and the plate. They know they can get back up to the front. The one complaint, they are complaining about their cars being tight due to a crosswind off turn 2.
Lead change, Mike Skinner, who won Thursday's qualifying race by 4/1000ths of a second. He has gone to the front. 7 lead changes in 38 laps. Last year, only 9 lead changes in the whole Daytona 500.
I made this statement a year ago. Got a little bit of trouble. They didn't need seats in the grandstands a year ago. They needed to put cots because everybody was going to go to sleep. This year, they don't even need seats because nobody's sitting down up here.
A new aerodynamic package. Look from the back of Mike Skinner's car and look at the roof of Jerry Nadeau and see that strip that runs right across the top of the roof.
And that's something we didn't have a year ago, but what that's doing is poking a bigger hole in there, and that's what's allowing these cars to pull up and make a pass. Also, they have 70 degrees of spoiler on them versus 45 degrees last year. A lot more drag in the car, a lot more downforce. Then under the hood, the plate is a 32nd of an inch bigger than a year ago. That don't sound like much, but that's about 25 to 30 horsepower.
Hey, man, my kid there from Nashville is trying to get out in the front here. He was up there with Skinner. He's on the outside. He's running third.
20-year-old Casey Atwood.
He's a rookie. Last year here in the Busch race, turned over. This year he's up there fighting for the lead in the Daytona 500.
Mike Skinner, the reason he's moving back and forth, he's trying to see which one of those lines is going to come with him. He don't want to get suckered by the whole line on the high or the low. But, Dick, what's happening with the black 3?
He's just called in, Larry, and he has said that the wind on the backstretch is just killing him. It bothered him last night as well during the final practice session. They changed intake, carburetor, and even the oil cooler on that race car. It didn't get the job done. To Matt.
And also, Tommy Baldwin just talking to Ward Burton. They would like to pit around lap 50 to kind of get a gauge on their fuel mileage because last Sunday in the Bud Shootout, some teams were not getting the mileage they had hoped. Steve Burns.
Matt, we just listened to Royce McGee, the rookie crew chief for Mike Skinner. Mike Skinner is complaining about the car being a little bit loose. They're going to add wedge to the car. They're going to pit in about 10 laps if this race stays green.
Now Rusty Wallace is right with that lead pack. Car 2, 4th car on the bottom lane. He is 1 lap down due to the pit stop, trying to get back on the lead lap.
And I think he can. I tell you why. These cars are starting, the tires are going off on them. They're starting to have to lift in the corners. It's backing everybody up. And Rusty's got fresher tires. He gets out front, he's back in the race.
Now, Rusty wants to see here, we're about 10 to 12 laps before green flag stops. He wants it to cycle through. That way, when everybody pits, and I think we got another lead change. Sterling Marlin is back to the front of the field.
Marlin just drove under Mike Skinner, and Marlin retakes the lead. Mike Wallace has climbed up to 4th place. Where did he come from? He came from 27th starting spot. 41 laps complete in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Sweetie, you can't stay on the phone all day. Honey, it's not normal to talk on the phone that long. Come out of the room. We miss you so much.
The Coca-Cola Racing family's on the phone, and we're picking up the charges. Each time you pick up specially marked Coke, you could win free fan scan in-car audio and could hear drivers and crews talk strategy live on your own phone.
Pumpkin, please get off the phone.
The little bit of fame that I have in this city makes my job a lot easier.
I don't really care about that stuff.
New York's #1 cop.
Come on.
And his new partner.
That's supposed to be funny?
Yeah, come on.
Must stop 2 killers.
I've got to kill someone famous.
While America watches.
Well, what's the plan now?
Find these guys.
You get it. I get it.
But you don't look like you get it.
Trust me. I get it.
Robert De Niro, Edward Burns. 15 minutes. Rated R. Starts Friday, March 9th.
Kevin, I'm going out. Remember, when the guy comes to fix the dryer, tell him it doesn't dry. If your mother calls, find out what flight she's on, otherwise we won't know where to meet her. Dinner's in the oven. Turn it on at 5.
Eat a Wendy's honey ham and chicken sandwich and something happens. That delicious combination of a whole breast filet, honey ham, and creamy Dijon sauce makes it difficult to pay attention to anything else.
And I told the neighbor you'd feed their cat. If you have a minute, honey, the back door's stuck open.
Come in. Wendy's honey ham and chicken.
Lunch, anyone?
So, Dale, I just want to tell you how excited we are to have you be a part of UPS Racing.
Excited to be here.
So, let's go take a look at your new ride.
It's a truck.
Yeah, the big brown truck.
What about that?
Oh, that? It's just a PR tool. You'll be driving the big brown truck. Now, you cross the finish line in the big brown truck, and there won't be a dry eye in the house.
Can Sideshow Bob control Bart's mind?
Bart's a brainwashed killing machine.
So was I at his age.
Kelsey Grammer guest stars The Simpsons, all new at 8/7 Central tonight on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by UPS, the official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck.
Welcome back to Daytona, where Mike Skinner now leads 20-year-old rookie Casey Atwood and another rookie right behind him, Andy Houston. Then Mike Wallace, who has pulled big brother Rusty up into the lead draft after Rusty had to make an unscheduled pit stop for a flat tire.
Right now, everybody is really working hard because they're close to a pit stop. Tires are going off. The wind is pushing them like crazy up turn 2 over there.
Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, Mike, we're talking about Rusty Wallace. Rusty had a little bit of a problem early on. Cut a tire down, had to get up and get out of the way and make an unscheduled stop. But when he came down pit road, he was coming down so hot, he actually sped down pit road, even though he had a flat tire. As you see coming in here, got them all smoking. Couldn't get it slowed up quick enough. He got penalized 15 seconds for speeding on pit road. So therefore, Robin Pemberton, his crew chief, had to get back on the radio and let him know, look, cut a tire down, everything's okay. It's a long way to the end of this race. Just keep digging, baby. We'll get back in this race. And now you see Rusty's up with the lead pack. And if everything cycles through, he's going to get back on a lead lap. Everything goes according to their plans. They may get a caution, and he'll be back in this race. And it looks to me like he's got a car that can be reckoned with. Mike?
That's exactly. I put him in the position. It's like you're near the front now. These guys are going to be on pit road in anywhere from about 6 to 7 laps to get their tires. Once they all pit on the green, that puts them back on sync. Now, what Rusty needs then, though, he can run probably to about lap 75 to 80. He needs the caution to come out before then where he don't have to be on pit road for a green flag stop.
What I can't believe is Mike Wallace goes to the bottom of the racetrack, Darryl. There's still 43 cars in this lead draft.
Nobody has lost the lead draft. Everybody's hanging right in there. But let me tell you a problem for Rusty. He's running the bottom of the racetrack. He's not going to pit. All these guys are probably going to pit about the same time. He has really got to be careful not to get caught up in cars turning into the pits.
In the wall, Purvis. I think that's Jeff Purvis who bounced off the wall coming off turn number 4.
Caution is out. The caution is out.
And I don't think the leader got it.
Jeff Purvis. There's the damage to the right side of his number 51. And the field comes around to the caution, and the pit crews get ready to go to work for the first time today. The James Finch, number 51, Purvis.
This is when Rusty Wallace is hollering on his radio, tell them to let me by, let me get back in the lead lap. Come on, guys, back off.
The rule, though, is you need to be in touch with the leader to race him back to the line.
He's coming. He's coming. But I don't believe Sterling and Skinner and those guys are going to let him beat them back to the line.
If I'm Skinner's crew chief, I'm saying, look, Rusty Wallace has got a fast race car. We don't need to let him back on the lead lap.
And they don't. They will take the caution flag and pin Wallace 1 lap behind the leader due to his unscheduled pit stop. Watch the white car right side of your screen. Here he comes.
Here he is up here. It looks like he has a tire go down to me. It just looked like the car took off on him and bounced it into the fence. Looks like the right front may have gone on it too. And folks, they are not bad tires. We just do bad things to them.
We either run low air pressure, which hurts them, or we run too much camber. And normally there's no warning when that tire goes away. Normally you hurt it when it's a new tire, but it don't show up till late in the run like on Jeff Purvis's car.
Exactly. Well, this changes the complexion of things.
And Jeff Purvis will be towed back to the garage. Dick Bergman.
Earnhardt is going to take 4 tires when he comes in, all during speed weeks. That has been the fast way to do things. His crew here ready to go. Steve Burns.
But Dick Bergman, everybody's at the ready here in the 31 pit of Mike Skinner. He's a little bit loose. They're going to take a little air out of the left front and add wedge. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Both Burton brothers, the 99 of Jeff Burton and the 2204, are reporting their cars are tight. Both will take on 4 tires. It's going to be a wedge and air pressure adjustment for the 99 and just air pressure for the 22. Jeannie?
Well, a bit of a development from the 88 car all along, talking 4 tires and even taking 2 pounds out of that right rear. But guess what? Now they're just going for 2 tires, a change of plans as they worked on that deal with Johnny Benson, working on a deal with the tires as well.
Well, Buddy Baker can breathe a little easier. He holds the race record set in 1980. Average speed for 500 miles, 177.6 miles per hour. The first 100 miles of this race were run at 182.3. This caution will slow him up.
Earnhardt just ran into the back of Schrader coming into the pits. I mean, he knocked the fire out of him.
41 cars will be on pit road, all but Rusty Wallace and Jeff Purvis.
Let's go to the pits and Matt.
Both Tommy Wallace and Tommy Baldwin changing tires are already on the left side of the car. They made an air pressure adjustment to the right rear to help loosen up this 22 car. They're getting the second cannon. He's down and away, Steve Burns.
Jason Paulbrit, Sam Tubbs changing tires on the 31, but he's blocked it. He has to back up to get around Kenny Schrader. Oh, tight squeeze, but he does make it.
Casey Atwood also has to be pushed out of his pit stall around Mark Martin. Not a lot of room there, Larry, when you're trying to get all that service done in a hurry.
That's the only thing you had about pit stops on the caution, especially this early in the race, because you've got 41 cars on there and nobody gets in their hole. It looks like Jimmy Spencer's day may be coming to an end.
And Jeremy Mayfield, too fast down pit road.
In the 18 car, they made some major adjustments there. I believe they took a bunch of spring rubbers out of that car.
Dick Bergman.
Well, there is some damage to the front end of Earnhardt's car. The crew said don't worry about it, but that may be more psychology than anything else. The hood is pulled up just a tad. Could affect the aerodynamics of that race car. Could spoil his chances to win his second Daytona 500.
Aerodynamics are so critical. These teams spend hours massaging the shapes of these cars in the wind tunnel, and then the drivers massage them out on the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, and you know, you heard Earnhardt complaining about the car didn't run that good down the straightaway because of the headwind, and that's going to make it worse.
Jimmy Spencer is pushed behind the wall. The former NASCAR modified champion may be out of this year's 500. We're under caution. You're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Controversial gene research has led scientists to unlock the secrets of DNA. What they discovered is something many of us have suspected all along. This is the mother of all trucks. Now get low 0.9 financing on Dodge Ram.
Hey, Dad, what's that?
That's a pink flamingo.
What's that?
Bullfrog.
What's that?
That, son, is a Chevy Monte Carlo.
If you want to see 700 horses under a hood, spend a day by the lake on the famous Daytona infield, but bring your Visa card, because you won't get in with American Express.
Isn't nature great?
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
KFC's new spicy barbecue wingy. Little honey make my tummy singy. Then smoked jalapeno and a long, slow stingy. 20 for $6.99, 8 for $2.99. But not for long.
It's your breakfast table. It's your car. Take it to Midas for our new VSD brakes for enhanced performance and our lifetime guarantee. See Midas today for our new VSD brakes. Go Midas.
Taking a NASCAR joyride at top speed at night isn't for everyone.
I'd rather have hemorrhoid surgery.
And only at Titus at 8:30 Fox Tuesday.
Kellogg's pit crew has a new paint job and some added orange. That's all duct tape on the front of that. Surprised Tony Tiger still has his eyes open after getting involved both in the Rusty Wallace cut tire and now being tangled up there with Jeff Purvis.
Yeah, he's trying to keep all those cornflakes in the box is what he's trying to do.
It's so important to keep the front of the car just as clean as you can because that's the first part of the car that sees the air. If you've got it all distorted and holes in it, and Daryl, how did we ever race without what we call that duct tape, 200-mile-an-hour tape?
I just use baling wire myself. Here,
let's show you what happened to Dale Earnhardt and Ken Schrader coming into the pits.
And I believe I can explain. Here's Earnhardt right here. Now watch this car come up on the outside over here. Earnhardt wants to race everybody. And he looked over and he saw that kid coming. He said, let me show you something, kid. You're not going to beat me on pit road. Whoops, Kenny Schrader's in my way.
But now Dale Earnhardt wouldn't know how to drive a car if it didn't have the front end feed in on it.
That's exactly right.
Larry. Steve Burns.
Well, Sterling Marlin's got a bit of a problem, guys. You talked about how important aerodynamics are. They've knocked a hole in the grill, and right now they're fabricating a 4-by-8-inch piece of sheet metal that they're going to place on with duct tape on the next pit stop. But that's a long time from now if this thing stays green.
Well, we're coming around to get to green, and there's Rusty sitting up there. He's got a chance.
Now he lines up on the inside. All the cars on the lead lap line up in the outside lane. And the cars a lap or more down line up on the inside. Today's Pep Boys Trivia. Which drivers have won the Daytona 500 from the pole more than once? Give you the answer in a minute, as we're about set to go back to green.
I know.
But I saw the car.
Andy Houston trailing Ward Burton. Mike Skinner is third. Dale Earnhardt is fourth. Jeff Gordon is fifth. Jeff Burton is sixth. Mike Wallace seventh. Sterling Marlin, rookie Kurt Busch, and Ken Schrader are the top 10 as we get set to go back to green. If Wallace can pass leader Ward Burton and stay in front of him and the caution come out, he gets a free pass around and he's back on the lead lap. Here we go.
He's probably fast enough to get in front, but I don't think there's anybody going to let him stay there. He's going to have to hook up in there somewhere and draft his way along and hope that a caution comes out.
Rusty Wallace in front of race leader 22 Ward Burton. A little more strung out on this restart.
Yeah, Rusty would love to see the caution fly, something come off a car, some of that tape or anything right now. A little light caution, get him caught back up, be back in the race.
Nobody moving with the rookie 96 Andy Houston. Everybody to the inside lane, and Houston will drift back.
And you know, that's the worst feeling in the world. You say, I'm going to run high this lap, and you look back and nobody else decided to run high.
He's got a little bit of help coming from the yellow car, Kenny Schrader, but I don't think it's near enough.
Well, right now we're going to let you enjoy some pure American NASCAR horsepower. Let the pictures tell the story, and if you're one of the millions of NASCAR fans with surround sound, here's your chance to crank it up. 29 cars now in that lead draft. And a rookie, Kurt Busch, going for third place there behind Sterling Marlin. Got pinned in traffic. Earnhardt Jr. moves up to third behind Burton and Marlin wants the lead.
And that Dodge is potent. When he wants to get that thing out front, he just goes up on the outside. He goes down on the inside. He just takes her to the front. Saw some sparks fly out of the 22 car. Now, that's a product of low air pressure from this coming out of the pits. That'll go away in just a few laps.
Ride height for the car's a little low with low air pressure and exhaust pipes. Big bump over there in turn 2 will bottom out till the pressure builds up.
Now, we lost a few cars on that restart, and I can explain why. They were all single file. When there's a single file restart and you're not doubled up, it's easy to lose the draft because of anticipating the start. If you don't nail it just right, that lead pack will get away from you, and the first thing you know, you're out of the draft.
Two of the cars that lost out, Bobby Labonte, the defending Winston Cup champ, and the defending race champion, Dale Jarrett. Jimmy Spencer is in the garage area. They're changing the rear end on his Travis Carter number 26.
Boy, if you're Robin Pemberton, Rusty Wallace, crew chief, you're just sitting there begging, please, can't there be a caution? We don't want nobody to have a problem, but can't there be a piece of debris on the racetrack or something? We need a caution flag.
And you know who's calling in the most?
Rusty
Wallace.
Right.
I see something in turn 3. There's a piece of something in 3.
Wallace, number 2, just ahead of the race leader, Ward Burton, in 22.
And, of course, Gary Nelson's over saying, I can't hear you.
That's the NASCAR Winston Cup director, Dick Berggren.
Ricky Rudd, who was one of the pre-race favorites, has just called his crew and said he has a vibration in his car. Vibrations do not go away. They are often the result of a loose wheel or some sort of a fairly significant problem. So far, he has hung out there on the racetrack.
And it's a terrible place to be as a driver. You don't want to make a pit stop and find out there was nothing wrong. Maybe it's a tire that's just a little out of balance, or maybe it's just something is happening to the car, but it has no big effect on the car. So if you pit, you're out of the Daytona 500, and you can't afford to do that.
Darrell, I've been watching the 88 car since the restart. They had dropped almost 2.5 seconds behind, but in 2 laps, they've closed it back down a full second, so they're coming.
Yeah, that group back there, we know that the 18, the 88, those cars in the back there, the 12s back there, they're fast race cars. And I think if we saw Dale Jarrett, if you think about practice, he did a lot of running all by himself for this very reason.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt, who restarted 4th, has fallen to 20th. So Ward Burton, the leader. Mike Wallace, presently in 2nd. Mark Martin has fought his way up to 3rd. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is 4th. And Ron Hornaday, the rookie in that green number 14, up for 5th. And rookie Casey Atwood battling him.
And he's going to the front without a lot of help there. Kenny Schrader in the yellow car does jump in behind him, but he was going to the front on the bottom there with no help at all, pushing from behind.
Dodges, when they get them right, looks like they can really run.
This new aerodynamics package that NASCAR has instituted has created such parity that right now, half of the drivers in the top 10 positions have never won a Winston Cup race. They'll turn the screws a little tighter as the Daytona 500 rolls on Fox.
Whirlpool Gold, Even Cook, Easy Touch and Almond, Maytag Gemini, Frigidaire Speed Bake. That's all 250 of them.
What was that 12th one again?
All the name brands at a guaranteed low price. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Department. Pick up in aisle 2.
See an appliance today? Take it home today. Why buy anywhere else? Lowe's, improving home improvement.
We don't know which one you'll want, what color you'll want, or even what accessories you'll want. But we do know that now is the time to buy a new Kawasaki Vulcan Cruiser. Right now, during our Kawasaki Good Times giveaway, we'll give you $500 in accessories or 0 down on a low APR when you pick up any new Vulcan 1500 Classic, Drifter, Nomad, or 800 Classic. And you should hurry in, because the only other thing we know is a deal this good isn't going to last forever.
If you could use some help, Labor Ready makes finding it easy. Just call 1-800-24-LABOR or go to laborready.com. Order anytime, the day before or an hour before. No interviewing, no paperwork, no hassles. And with over 800 offices across the U.S. and Canada, there's a Labor Ready near you. You can find good help these days. Labor Ready. Dependable temporary labor.
4 identical cars. 4 identical engines. Only one running on new Haviland, our latest triumph in Haviland motor oil technology. And what difference does that make? Not only do you get unsurpassed performance, but tests show that with new Haviland under the hood, you get better gas mileage. Haviland. Add more life to your car.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by new Haviland motor oil technology, formulated for improved gas mileage. Add more life to your car. By Sears, the good life at a great price, guaranteed. By Autotrader.com, the biggest, best used car site on the planet. And by Coca-Cola. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Daytona, where Ward Burton continues to lead, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and now Dave Blaney. So, who are the drivers who've won the Daytona 500 from the pole more than once?
Bill Elliott.
That's my pick, too.
And Cale Yarborough.
Cale Yarborough, yeah.
Our Pep Boys trivia. You're riding with Bill Elliott, pole sitter for the 500. Right now runs back in 37th. Now at Fox, we'd like to bring a lot of innovations to NASCAR, including a way to help you at home identify the cars more easily than before. It's not quite ready, but we'll give you a small taste of what we're doing. There you see that pointer aiming at Ward Burton, help you find him if we're talking about where he is in relation to rookie Casey Atwood. Fox Tracks will point out their speed as of the moment. It's an innovation that we'll hope to get all the bugs ironed out and roll it out for real in a couple of weeks. But just another way those of us at Fox are trying to help those of you at home enjoy NASCAR racing.
I saw why Ward Burton's better than that race car the other one that was highlighted. He's running faster miles per hour through the corner. About the same on the straightaway, but faster through the corner, Darrell.
I was surprised nobody picked Ward to win the Daytona 500. I know he is capable. I know that car's fast enough. It's just a matter if the strategy will work out for him or not.
You know, a car we hadn't talked about is that blue and silver number 6, Mark Martin, started 22nd. We watched him yesterday in practice. He smiled for the first time in 10 days. He had his old car driving good, his old motor's running good, and he was the only one of 4 Roush cars that did not change their race engine this morning.
Yeah, I believe as time goes by, we'll see parity come to the top. I think what you'll find is all these makes are pretty equal in the race.
Dodge racing at Daytona for the first time since 1983, and they've spent a lot of time up front today. Sterling Marlin thus far has led 24 laps. Ward Burton will lead his 15th lap of the day, also in the Dodge right now.
And that's his teammate, the 93 car, Dave Blaney, there behind Dale Earnhardt Jr., both driving for Bill Davis Racing.
One thing I've noticed about the Dodge, Sterling's and the 22 car both, is when they want to get in front, they seem to have the stuff to get it done. Everybody else struggles a little bit. They seem to be able to pull out and go to the front.
Last Dodge to lead a lap in Winston Cup racing, Buddy Arrington, Atlanta, March 1983 until today.
I was there. I was at that race. I think I won it.
Jimmy Spencer returns to the race after changing the rear end. And here's Travis Carter, 26.
You know, there's a time in every race when you just kind of get in this mode we're in right now as a driver and as a crew. All right, let's get some laps on the board. Let's ride along here a little bit, and let's see what's going to happen to these cars. We didn't make it quite to the green flag stop a while ago, so let's run these laps here and see what's going to happen.
Those 2 rookies, Casey Atwood in 19 and Andy Houston in the yellow and red 96, they've worked together a lot today. And Andy Houston, his car was another one. Put a new race motor in this morning. Got that Robert Yates power there.
Yeah, and Leffler's right in there, too, in the 01 car. He's just kind of hanging in there. Hadn't made a lot of noise, but he's right up in the middle of them.
Darrell, a lot of the veteran drivers may not trust the rookies. Are they then left to work with each other?
Well, you got to earn trust. That's really what it's all about. And those guys know that. These rookies do. These are smart kids that are coming in our sport today, and they don't make a lot of mistakes, and the veterans pay attention to that.
You do have to earn that trust. Mike Skinner, when I went to work for him, he said, Larry, I don't understand it. Nobody will run with me. I said, Darryl, drivers aren't too smart. When they go off in the corner and the caution lights are on and you're in the fence, that means they can't run with you.
That's right. Well, they're not predictable. They don't have the experience, so you don't really know what their G2 is. You don't know what to expect out of them. And so you watch them. The best thing can happen to a rookie in this race, when it's over with, you never knew he was in the field.
Ron Hornaday, one of those rookies, number 14, in 8th place. Kurt Busch, Ian Hornaday out of the Truck Series. Jason Leffler spent last year in the Busch Series, and before that ran USAC Midgets. Casey Atwood last year in the Busch Series. Before that, he ran late models at Nashville.
Well, the Truck Series is producing some pretty good racers. Andy Houston and Hornaday's in there. Greg Biffle was in the Busch car yesterday. So these guys are producing some, the trucks are producing some good drivers.
Now, this is Mike Skinner, was up there leading before the caution. After the caution, remember they talked about his car being a little loose, going to make some adjustments. Sometimes you can over-adjust. If he was leading and he was telling me I'm a little loose, I might say, let's try another set of tires and see if that changes. He's all the way back in 27th position now and losing more.
You know what? Every time I put wedge in the car here, added wedge to the car to try to tighten it up, it made it looser.
Steve?
Well, yeah, when the 31 came in, he complained of being loose. They were going to add wedge, take some air out of the left front. But he has not said a word to the team since he's gone back out there. All we hear is a spotter telling him about the traffic around him. But Mike Skinner has not said a word, Dick Berggren.
Bill Elliott, who started on the pole, is all the way back to 38th right now, way at the tail end. I just spoke with his crew chief, Mike Ford, asked him what's wrong. He said, well, he's just kind of laying back. And I said, well, is there anything more in that? Ford looked at me and said, I sure hope so.
There's last year's winner, Dale Jarrett, this year's pole sitter and 3-time winner, Bill Elliott. They're all hanging out back.
Yeah, and I think what they're thinking is they're just going to drag everybody back to their level. If they're not going to run up front, I think everybody's just going to back up to them.
I don't know. Tell that to Ward Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. as they bring this group around. 70 laps complete this time. 175 miles. And Ward Burton leads the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Honey, are you gonna get that?
Pocono. This is the track known for its awesome restarts, incredible high speeds, dramatic finishes.
He nudges him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here.
And a fan favorite pit paddock pass that puts you near all the action. The stars of NASCAR invade Pocono Raceway twice this year. June 17th, it's the Pocono 500 with a post-race concert by Billy Ray Cyrus. And July 29th, it's the Pennsylvania 500 with a post-race concert by Travis Tritt. Call 1-800-RACEWAY now. Operators standing by.
Hey guys, it's President's Weekend at your Toyota dealer. Big chance to save on SUVs like RAV4 and the full-size Sequoia. Just this weekend through Monday. Great selection of the new and exciting Highlander 2 and 4Runners. Prices have just been reduced $1,500 just in time for this event. Big savings on SUVs.
No, I thought we talked about this.
Besides, where would they buy one?
You mean there are no Toyota dealers?
No, not here.
But there is a Toyota dealer near you with great deals on all Toyota sport utilities.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could I get a glass of water, please?
Oh, sure. Anything else?
Now that you mention it, I could use a little more leg room.
American Airlines is the only airline removing seats throughout coach to give more coach passengers.
How's that?
What they really want. More room.
Good.
Enjoy more room. Only on American.
Excuse me.
The Simpsons, weeknights at 7:30 on Fox 5.
Get inside the official gear of NASCAR. Apparel, collectibles, and more. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
73 laps complete. Crew chiefs and owners don't just sit up in the box and drink cocktails. They're hard at work during a NASCAR race. They're on the horn. Larry Mack, what are they saying?
Well, I've always related, a crew chief is like a head football coach. You've been formulating your game plan all week. You come here with your game plan, but that old race car, it can throw you a curve early. You got to adjust your game plan. And Dale Earnhardt, they've been adjusting their plan. He's done worked his way, headed back to the front, that black 3.
Yep, Earnhardt's back, and he's hunting the lead.
Not a good place to be. Sucker hole. He's going to have to get back on one of those lines pretty quick. But he's getting some help. But you notice how he's dancing around in there? He don't like that. That's not something he likes.
He's getting a good old push there from that green 14 now, Ron Hornaday.
Yeah, that's his boss, ex-boss up there, you know. I'm sure Hornaday says, hey, remember me?
Used to drive in the Truck and Bush Series for Earnhardt, now works for A.J. Foyt.
But he just left his ex-employee hung out to dry in the middle.
Well, he knows he can't stay in that middle very long. That is not the place to be. He'll be in the back in a hurry.
Boy, Hornaday just barely got in front of Kurt Busch in the 97 car, and Kurt's going to say, hey, if you're going to get in there, you're going to take my push with you.
Right with him, John Andretti, who's moved up to challenge that top 10, and Petty's 43. Another rookie caught in the middle. There's the red nose of Andy Houston's car.
And here comes Earnhardt down the inside.
Under Marlin, 3 wide through the tri-oval, and he almost took the nose off Marlin's car coming back up.
I believe Schrader led that lap.
He did.
Good man, Schrader.
That outside line is on the move right now. They got a good run through the tri-oval.
Got us another lead change, our boys.
Yep, Ken Schrader becomes the 8th different leader of this race.
That car has been strong all week. They hadn't made very many adjustments to that race car. They've just kind of fine-tuned on it. It's run good and it's drove good all week.
Biggest movers of this race, Ron Hornaday, 33 spots ahead of where he started. John Andretti's picked up 23 spots. Mark Martin, Kurt Busch, Brett Bodine, who started last. Jeff Hammond.
Mike Joy, I've been watching the wind from down here at my vantage point, and I'm telling you, it's really starting to kick up. And I also noticed that overall lap speeds are off considerably from practice as well as from the 125s, and I believe this wind's got something to do with it.
That's a stiff breeze across turn 1.
Yeah, and I believe those Dodges may have anticipated that because they seem to have a little bit better gear selection to me. They can really stretch out down that back straightaway. Sterling and the 22 car both.
4 top contenders are way out back. Bobby Labonte, his teammate Tony Stewart, as Mark Martin goes to the lead.
Well, that's that old dog he said wouldn't hunt. He's been complaining about that car for 11 days.
We talked about it earlier. He's done something that it takes to get the victory lane here at Daytona. You don't always have to be the fastest car, but you got to have the best handling car.
And I know Mark knows more about cars than most of the guys out there. Here we go. That's another one. I'm keeping count right there.
16 lead changes now among 9 different drivers.
It's funny how they ride along. Nobody wants to lead, and they just kind of, somebody stays there, and all of a sudden, here they come and start racing.
Darrell, that's the first green flag lap that a Ford has led today. Last year, they dominated this race.
Well, it's, you know, politically, they've been complaining about their cars, and who knows.
Still early. Ron Hornaday.
Now, this would be big if Hornaday could lead a lap. He is a rookie. It's A.J. Foyt's car. Sterling's back there.
Earnhardt underneath him. Hornaday takes him downstairs. Thinks better of it. Good thinking. Schrader leads this lap. Wow.
Sure, I'm glad they paid these aprons. You know, they got them big and wide. So, good thing.
Ward Burton down to the bottom. You see Hornaday, the green car, lost a bit of momentum there and his breath, and it cost him position.
He had to back off the throttle, and with that restrictor plate on that carburetor, you have to back off. It takes a little while to get back up to speed. I don't know if Earnhardt wants to mess with that bulldog.
Well, I don't think he does, but I think he also wants to kind of hide himself back in there for a few minutes, so maybe Earnhardt won't remember who it was, because Earnhardt will get you for doing stuff like that.
Ron Hornaday drove for Earnhardt last season, and Earnhardt let him go when he decided to run 3 Winston Cup teams instead of 2 Cup teams and a Busch team.
This is coming in the trial. There you see they're just a beating and a banging on each other, trying to break each other's momentum.
It didn't take but one little lick, though, for Hornaday to get up out of the way. He didn't want any part of that.
Would you?
No, I've had my taste of that fender, and every time I ever felt that, the next thing I heard was...
Oh, jeez. Lead change again. Here comes Mark Martin on Schrader. Kurt Busch is right there with him, Jeff.
Mike, I'd like to add the young man you watching back in that 97 car, Kurt Busch, driving for Jack Roush. I worked with him about 7 races last year, and I got news for you. The kid is probably one of the sharpest drivers I've ever worked with, including you, Darrell. I'm telling you right now, the kid has got some talent. He's had a really tough 11 days here at Daytona. But Jack and the rest of the crew have worked very hard on the 97 car, and they've got him up there in the front right now, and it looks like he's doing a very good job. Mike?
Jack Roush told me 3 times this week, I said, Jack, what's wrong? Jack, what's wrong? And he said, DW, we're here for 11 days. You don't use all your stuff up till it's time.
Steve Burns.
Well, Kenny Schrader's having a great day here today. They were one of the teams that changed motors, but they made their change before happy hour yesterday, the final practice before this race. And Schrader said it was the best motor and best combination that he had had since he'd been here at Speed Weeks, which seemed like it started about a month ago.
Well, Schrader has not won since Dover, Delaware in 1991. That was 303 races ago.
Well, that's a Hendrick motor in there, Randy Dorton and the guys, and they always make good power. Jeff Gordon, the 25 car, and they do. Terry Labonte, they all make good power.
First 500 that Ken Schrader has led since 1996. 9 different leaders.
Boy, look at the back end there of Ken Schrader's car. See, that's where, remember, Earnhardt got into him on pit road. And Darrell, what I've seen with these race cars, sometimes that rear bumper being a little higher, that thing will go through there because that rear bumper's not hanging down, catching that air.
Bobby Allison he and Gary Nelson dropped their bumper off here in 1981 or 2 off of their Buick and picked up a ton of speed, dropped it off in the race. They had it rigged up to fall off.
Now, Gary said that wasn't on purpose.
That it got knocked off.
Exactly.
Ken Schrader leads the Daytona 500 after 82 laps here on Fox.
This is Brett. What are you doing? What are you doing? Just watching the market recap, drinking an import. That is correct. That is correct. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, Brett, who's that?
Hey, Chad, pick up the cordless.
Chad here. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Do you love stock car racing? Then play Dr. Pepper's Taste for the Race on specially marked packages. You're up, Billy. Grand prize includes a trip for 2 to a major stock car race, transportation by helicopter, and $10,000 cash.
Who's your daddy?
There are also thousands of other prizes to go for. Dr. Pepper's Taste for the Race.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 35,000-mile tires are 4 for just $99. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
A year ago, I'm bumming. I'm seeing hair here and hair there, so I started using Rogaine.
Rogaine is clinically proven to help stop hair loss.
Look, nothing here, nothing here. It's all here.
Rogaine, stronger than heredity.
Speed, reliability, performance. The qualities that won Lance Armstrong the Tour de France. Now, they're available in international delivery. Introducing Global Express Guaranteed from the U.S. Postal Service and DHL. Delivery to over 200 countries in as little as 2 days guaranteed. Now, you'll know which team to ride with.
Fly like an eagle.
The Petties have seen incredible triumphs and heart-wrenching tragedies. The Petties Beyond the Glory, tonight at 8 on Fox Sports Net.
Ward Burton leads the Daytona 500, and you can get your daily NASCAR fix, NASCAR Victory Lane, tonight at 9 p.m. Get you updated on all the action of the Daytona 500 on Fox Sports Net, and then Totally NASCAR every weeknight at 6 p.m. all on Fox Sports Net. Fox, your new home for NASCAR.
I tell you, somebody ought to be standing up in the pit, jumping up and down, if he could, is A.J. Foyt. I mean, he put Ron Hornaday in that car for this year. Ron's 42 years old. He's a rookie. A lot of people question that call, but I want you to look where that cat is and how he got.
Whoa! Did you see Earnhardt bounce off Kurt Busch there off turn 4? Yeah, and Earnhardt stuck his hand out the window too as they come off turn 4.
Oh boy, that's the lamb and the lion going at it right there.
Earnhardt, just think how well he can drive with one hand. If he'd put them both on the steering wheel, he'd really be tough. He shakes his fist. He gives more direction than anybody out there.
Mike Skinner in the blue 31, it wasn't but about 10 or 12 laps ago. They said he wasn't saying nothing. He was in 27th. He's done worked his way up to about 7th.
I've got to see this again.
Well, Earnhardt's trying to make it 3 wide.
Boom.
Right here, you'll see his hand. Replay cut it off there.
Wait a minute, you might see it this time. Watch this. Bam. That's just a little light tap.
There's that hand waving.
There it is.
There it is.
Kurt, you're number 1.
You are. Teach them rookies something.
Terry Labonte is on pit road. This is an unexpected stop. We've only gone about 35 green flag laps, and Labonte is in, the 2-time Winston Cup champion.
I thought he may be having some problem with his the tape and stuff on the front of the car, but it looks to be routine.
For more on Kurt Busch, here's Jeannie.
Well, just a little love tap for the rookie, and interestingly enough, the radios were silent. This rookie is calm, cool, and collected, and even his crew chief, Matt Chambers, is surprised at this kid's age and his incredible approach to just planning the race. They talked about the first 150 laps. They were told to make friends, so I don't know if the 3 car's his friend now or not. Matt?
A great drive today by Ron Hornaday Jr. in the 14 car. Started almost shotgun on the field. He's now up to 2nd. His crew chief, Felipe Lopez, has worked with rookies in the past, telling Ron, look, we have over 115 laps to go. Just calm down. Do not get too excited. Just follow the 22 car and learn, and just keep that car out of trouble.
Every one of the 4 makes in this race has led today. Ward Burton has now led the most laps at 27. Hornaday looking inside. No.
Time to get back in line.
Man, he better not move around very much, because that 40 car will be under him and gone.
And what's going on?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What's going on in pits right now? We're getting back down to possibility of green flag stops about 12 laps away. I'm sure deal making. You'll hear us talk a lot about deal making, because what you don't want to be on pit road by yourself. You want a partner. But Darrell, I always like to come in where I didn't have too many partners and pit road wasn't so jammed up.
That's the biggest problem you got, is getting on the pit road. When everybody comes off turn 4 and they all decide to go in the pit at the same time, sometimes you can do like what happened to Earnhardt and Schrader. You run over each other.
But look at the outside lane now. Earnhardt and Skinner, his Richard Childress Racing teammate, have hooked up.
The Dodge is out there. He's going to have a hard time hooking up and going by. Plus Hornaday's Pontiac. Those are 2 strong race cars right now.
Now the blue 44, Buckshot Jones, he's a lap down. He had a partner a while ago with the orange cars. They're also going to go by Terry Labonte. They was running together, but now Terry Labonte pitted, left Buckshot out there by himself.
Larry, Darrell, been watching Royce McGee send a runner up and down pit road here on both sides to the Coors car of Sterling Marlin, as well as Kenny Schrader's and Matt Kenseth's cars. He's been up and down on pit boxes trying to make deals with the different crew chiefs and trying to find out when they're coming in. They're all kind of grouped together here on pit road, and I think they're looking to come in together.
Now McGee is the crew chief for the 31 of Mike Skinner.
Yeah, this is his rookie season, and boy, Mike's getting a lot of cars going by him on the outside right there. Now that's is Dave Skog. This is his shot guy. This is Kevin Hamlin, Dale Earnhardt's crew chief. Of course, they want to try to get the pit road with each other.
So green flag pit stops may be coming up. Ward Burton and Ron Hornaday fight for the lead in the Daytona 500.
This is a bucket of water. And this is Goodyear's new and improved AquaTread 3. At higher speeds in a downpour, a set of AquaTread 3 tires pumps away over 6 gallons of water per second. That's over 360 gallons per mile. With its 80,000-mile tread life limited warranty. That's a lot of water. Think about it next time it's pouring buckets. New AquaTread 3. Only from Goodyear.
Goodyear, Goodyear.
Relax. Nothing's wrong with your TV. It's just fine. But something's coming that will change the way you look at TV forever. That will let you see the future, shift time, be in two places at once. Better hold on to your bean dip. Ultimate TV.
There's a new star rising. The fans are raving. This one's going to be legendary. When you're the next big thing, everybody wants you. Even Kobe Bryant. Introducing the next big thing from McDonald's. It's the Big and Tasty.
Nice shot.
We love to see you smile.
Pontiac's Wide Track Attack congratulates 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup champion Bobby Labonte. Wider is best.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by the Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider is better.
Welcome back to Daytona. Tony Stewart back there at 35th place with his teammate Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett. Johnny Benson just hanging out back. Well, moments ago through the tri-oval, Kurt Busch and Dale Earnhardt exchanged greetings.
See that?
As his crew looked on.
They've been looking at that for years.
Oh yeah, they think the old man's cool. They think that's cool stuff to do.
Got to kick out Earnhardt's turn signal there. Dale has drifted back to about 5th place right now on the bottom through turn 2. As crews continue to confer amongst each other, if you pit by yourself, you come out without a drafting partner. So these deals are being made all up and down pit road in case we have green flag pit stops coming up in 10 laps or so.
And we're getting pretty close. The last time we were getting close, Rusty had a tire problem, so I'd like to see them make some green flag stops. The problem's going to be with that, it'll shake the field up. They'll break the field apart when they make the green flag pit stops.
And I don't think there's any question they'll be halfway here in about 6 laps. And if they pit right around lap 100, if it should stay green, that will let every team do it on one more stop. You want to go down there and you want to confirm, hey, what lap you coming in on? And are you going to change 4 tires? You aren't going to snooker me, are you? You're going to change 4 tires, aren't you?
And that's why you go down there, because you got to look him in the eyes. You got to look at his face and be sure he's not snookering you, giving you one of those winks. Because these guys will set you up, man. I know. I've been down there.
Pit stops will begin, we're told, in about 5 laps. Let's have a look at our Visa race summary. At 95 laps, 9 different leaders, 20 lead changes. Average speed under green, 184.4 miles per hour, and 38 of the 43 starters are still on the lead lap. Only one caution when Jeff Purvis popped the wall in turn 4 at lap 48. Ken Squire.
Kyle Petty is on the move. He's picked up 7 positions in the last 10 laps. Consider this, that Kyle Petty is currently running in the 28th position, and that's less than 3 seconds from the leader as we get to halfway in that car number 45.
Robert Presley and Brett Bodine alongside.
Right here just before pit stops, look at all that action going on. I mean, we're talking just a few laps from making a pit stop, and look how they're moving around.
New leader, Mike Skinner.
Skinner jumped out there.
Here comes Earnhardt, though, in the 3 car, pulling Schrader on the outside, going for the 3rd position. Not only do we have 38 cars on the lead lap, we got 38 cars in the lead pack.
What happens here now, the tires are pretty well used up. And so some of the cars that have been kind of hanging back, sometimes your car will run real good on used up tires, old tires, worn out tires, and you can make some moves to the front. Then other guys are just hanging on.
He
Jeff Gordon there in that 24 car running in the side, making it 3 wide. And people, you'll hear us say 3 wide, 3 wide. What's bad about 3 wide? Yeah, the racetrack's wide enough for 3 cars, even 4, but the way these cars move around, look at Hornaday pushing Jeff Gordon there up the backstretch. There's not room for error when you're running 3 wide.
And so far, so good. We've been 3 wide like those guys are.
Kurt Busch on the outside, Ricky Craven in the middle. The yellow car is Steve Park on the inside.
And the 32 car, Ricky Craven, who is having a great week down here. Qualified well, run well in this qualifying race. It's good to see Ricky back in the hunt.
That's his teammate, the 96 car, Andy Houston. Both of them drive for Cal Wells, so they're starting to try to hook up together, possibly looking toward this green flag stop here in just a few laps.
Be interesting to see, Larry. You think, just guessing, and that's all we'd be doing. Anybody going to take 2?
I don't want to be driving if they're going to take 2 tires, and I know you don't.
I don't want to be the crew chief if he tells me he's going to take 2. Not like my car.
Be like Earnhardt said, I ain't leaving till you give me 4.
That's right.
Michael Waltrip, 15. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 8. Those are also team cars. Dale Earnhardt owns those, and Steve Park's team.
Well, I'm glad Michael finally got up there where we could talk about him a little bit, because he has been kind of hanging back in the back. But as we run down to the end of this run, get ready for pit stops, his car looks like it's really working pretty good for him right now. Michael loves Daytona, and he always runs up front here.
Michael Waltrip up to 9th spot. Darrell's younger brother. Jeff?
Darrell, I just wanted to let you know that when I was talking to Michael early this morning, he told me he was going to take a little bit from you and a little bit from Earnhardt and try to mix them together to make the day's run. He said, I'm going to lay back for a little bit, get a feel for my car, tune on at the first stop, and I'm going to the front.
Well, he's very confident.
Earnhardt to pit.
And Sterling with him.
Hornaday with him as well.
Here comes Hornaday.
Halfway this time by.
5 cars are on the pit lane under green. Jason Leffler is coming in with them, and so is Stacey Compton. Jeannie?
Well, Ron Hornaday will indeed take 4 tires, and the impressive part here, how'd you like to be doing all this stuff, the splash of fuel, clean the windshield, with A.J. Foyt looking on? Dick?
Earnhardt will take 4 tires. Car owner Richard Childress is the guy who has made the call. That is all the adjustment you're going to see on the hood. One of the crew members just nailed it to Steve.
Sterling Marlin's going to get 4 tires, Dick. They also took a tearaway off the windshield. They talked about making a wedge adjustment. 14 is out, 3's out. Sterling Marlin's out as well.
It'll take them a while to get drafted back up, and the field comes off turn number 4. And here is another group coming onto pit road, led by Mike Skinner. Ken Schrader is coming in. There are this time more than a dozen cars in the pit lane. Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon, Steve Park, Ricky Rudd, all making this pit stop. Kenny Wallace, Mike Wallace, both Bill Elliott and his teammate Casey Atwood, Dave Blaney, John Andretti, Kyle Petty, and Robbie Gordon are all in the pits. Steve?
And Mike Skinner's in. They take a tear off the windshield as well. 4 tires. They do make a chassis adjustment to the right rear corner of the number 31. Left side tires now going on. Looks like a good stop for Mike Skinner. Let's go to Dick Bergeron.
Bill Elliott, the pole sitter down on pit road. This crew is basically the same crew he worked with last year before he changed brands. He's out of here after a 4-tire change.
Wow, this will jumble up the field. Ward Burton continues to lead. Jeff Burton, his brother, one's in a Dodge, one's in a Ford, and here they come to pit road. The Burton brothers lead this charge in. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jerry Nadeau, Mark Martin, Ricky Craven, Andy Houston, Jeremy Mayfield, Matt Kenseth, and 8 more are in the pits. Matt?
The 22 is in his pit. He said his car was just a tick tight. His car was much better when out in front. The 99's also in a 4-tire stop for both cars. They're going to adjust the 22 slightly with air pressure. An air pressure adjustment on the 99. He's down and away. He beats the 22 off pit road.
Bobby Labonte is also in, so is Dale Jarrett. Dick?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. on pit road. They let the rear tire get away from them. It's lying out there on pit road there. A crew member finally goes and grabs it. Whoa, it almost rolled across pit road. They were lucky to grab that thing before it fell over.
Green flag stops continue. Rusty Wallace comes in and brings Michael Waltrip with him. Buckshot Jones, Casey Atwood is coming back in for a second stop. And Jimmy Spencer.
And I'm not sure if that is Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s tire, that NASCAR will not bring him back in for a penalty, because if your tire rolls across center line of pit road, it is a penalty.
That was some of the wildest pit stop action I believe I've ever seen. Cars were everywhere, and we don't get to make that many green flag stops, Larry. Most times we drag them under caution.
Well, I talked about it earlier. What I like is that first group that pitted, there were 5 cars on pit road. It was total melee the next 2 times that cars was on pit road.
Trouble though for Casey Atwood. He came back in to top off the tank and I think take a piece of tape from the grill. Going to be a penalty on Ron Hornaday for speeding down pit road. He'll come in to serve that penalty now.
I always ask my crew chief, Larry, will you work with the team around us so there's nobody in my way when I come in, so I can get in and out? Hornaday stalled the engine on the exit a while ago, and it frustrated him so much that he sped down pit road.
Robert Presley out as well, and there's 4-time Indy winner and 72 Daytona 500 winner A.J. Foyt, who owns Hornaday's car.
What happens to a driver, guys, is when he's been out there driving, and he's got his right foot pegged, when he comes in, the clutch foot don't work so well.
Jeff Gordon assumes the lead. Earnhardt chomping on his back bumper, cuts to the inside. And Skinner will lead this lap from Earnhardt by about a foot. That's the way it's been all day.
Well, that's a car we hadn't talked about much. The yellow car there behind Earnhardt, he drives for Dale Earnhardt. That's Steve Park in the yellow number 1. He's finally made his way up to the front.
Well, Kyle Petty is back on pit road. Made a stop a couple of laps ago. Now comes back in for a penalty stop, and now Kyle is away.
You know what? You can usually tell who have the best pit crews when you have green flag pit stops. You see how it broke up that front pack into about a group of 15 or so, and then another group of 15 or so.
Mike Skinner came in first, came out third. Casey Atwood had to come back in to retighten lug nuts. That's put him back into 13th place. And we're told the penalty on Kyle Petty was because it is his tire that is sitting out in the infield grass. It got away from the crewmen on his scheduled pit stop.
And you know what? They're going to leave it there, I think. They don't want anybody to know whose it is.
We're just past halfway in the Great American Race. 105 laps complete in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
So, what do you say? I'm not driving a truck.
Of course you're not going to drive a truck. I mean, you'd look like a fool out there racing a truck. We want you to race the package car.
It's a truck.
Dale, you know, we could sit here all day and play word games, but that's not going to win us any championships.
One visual, and you have the lead on the right. You got the lead on the right. Sights on. Left 9 now. There we go. You got the airspeed on me. Visual. Oh, there you are. Darn, I was hoping you wouldn't see me. It's my turn to gun track. Let's do that one again. Okay?
Just in case you didn't catch the number the first time.
My turn.
The power and performance of rigid wet dry vacs. Built so heavy duty, they carry a lifetime warranty. Like our 16-gallon 2-in-1 vac that converts to a detachable blower in seconds. You'll find it at Home Depot's guaranteed low price every day. Rigid. Buy it at the Home Depot.
You started saving for your kids' college education before they were born. Your wife still thinks of you as her knight in shining armor. And the neighbors know your door is always open. So it comes as no surprise that your auto parts are AC Delco. When the right way is the only way. AC Delco Automotive Parts.
You know them from the X-Files. Now they're out on their own.
I gotta say, so far this job sucks.
The Lone Gunman, coming this March to Fox.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox. Jeff Gordon has taken the lead for the first time today. He's brought Ricky Rudd with him. Dale Earnhardt sits in third. Tonight on Fox, Futurama at 7, King of the Hill at 7:30, and Sideshow Bob control Bart's Mind. Kelsey Grammer guests on The Simpsons, and Malcolm in the Middle, and The X-Files. It's all new on Fox starting at 7, 6 Central tonight. Steve Park, Dale Earnhardt, and the third of those Chevrolets is the 31 of Mike Skinner chasing Jeff Gordon. It's a Chevy front four. Now at Fox, we're working on a number of new innovations for our NASCAR coverage, including a way for you to identify the cars more easily at home. Here's a little demonstration of Fox Tracks. It'll help us pinpoint drivers for you in the field. Rusty Wallace back there trying to work his way back up on the lead lap will pinpoint him. Every car has a GPS receiver. The Sport Vision folks, they have telemetry all around the racetrack to keep you pinned into those cars. There's Mike Skinner working up the outside and showing his speeds. Earnhardt versus Skinner and Wallace. At this point, Skinner just a little bit faster coming off that corner than is Earnhardt. This is just a demonstration, folks. If this didn't work too well, we can call it an experiment. But in coming weeks, we're going to roll out Fox Tracks on our NASCAR coverage. Don't need Fox Tracks to show you where Jeff Gordon is. Remember, after seizing an engine in yesterday's final practice, they installed a new lump under the hood, and he is leading this race.
Rusty's car will really go down that back, but you got to realize he's back in the pack here, and he's getting help from all those cars that are in front of him. But you'll watch his speed fall off when he gets to the corner because he can't maintain that because of traffic. And that's the dilemma these drivers have. Get a run, you got nowhere to go.
Right now, they got the black car of Ricky Rudd, the 28 car hung in the middle. Remember, Ricky had that vibration earlier, finally got the pit road under that green flag stop, and hopefully that vibration's gone away.
Well, I tell you, you've got to protect that inside line. If you let a car get under you, that's what happens. Coming off the 4 and going down into 1, that inside line is really, really the way to go.
A minute ago, Rudd was up to second. Suddenly, he's been kicked back to 10th. Matt Yoakum.
Mike, when Steve Park was a rookie in the Busch Series, he went to the Dale Earnhardt School of Drafting. Earnhardt, in fact, one night sat down with Steve with a napkin and drew a diagram of Daytona and how he needed to draft around this track with other cars. He's obviously learned his lesson well. Last night in Happy Hour, the crew did make some changes, though. They went to a lower gear and a different shock package. Right now, the car is very comfortable, and he was very content riding behind the 3.
The Long Islander, second-generation NASCAR modified driver, started 25th. He's up to 3rd.
Look at Sterling Martin in the silver car below the 7 car Mike Wallace, making it 3 wide going into turn 1.
Sterling's done that a lot today.
Yes, he has. And the reason that's happening right there particularly, the wind is pushing those cars down into turn 1 really, really fast.
From Ricky Rudd looking back. 182 miles an hour, 6,900 RPM. Mark Martin goes by on the outside, or pulls up on the outside.
Right now, the tire's pretty fresh. See that throttle? He just flipped it just a little bit getting the corner. Sometimes you got to back off just a little bit to keep from hitting the car in front of you, though, Darrell.
That's mainly what's happening. If we had a brake pedal on here, you'd probably see he's riding that brake a little bit, too.
Telemetry also showing where he is on the track, going now through the tri-oval. 18-degree banking here at start-finish.
This is where he's at on the racetrack.
Ward Burton right behind him.
Boys, there's some slicing and dicing going on now.
Darrell, I don't think I've ever seen a Daytona 500 with this many cars holding up in that lead pack.
And that second group that came out of the pit a little late has caught back up. So, like drivers have told me all along, you can't get out of the draft.
Often, green flag pit stops will spread the field all out. Here, they're spread across the racetrack instead of the length of it. 4 wide for a moment.
Guys, I was clocking the difference between that first pack that came out of the pits and the group that came out later. There was an 8-second spread. Now you can see 8 seconds has got right back down to about a 2.5-second spread between the guys leading it and the tail end of that pack.
Jeff Gordon was leading a moment ago. Let's go to his pit. Dick?
We've had a lot of conversation about the engine in your race car. Is it okay, Robbie?
Yeah, the engine's great. I tell you, it's just
Right now, you got to stay out of trouble, try to get to that last lap and figure out what we can do there at the end.
Who are you working with today?
Jeff Gordon. I tell you what, it's hard out there. You know, you get with somebody and you get messed up, you get shuffled to the back. You just got to do all you can right now.
All right, good luck, bud.
Sterling Marlin just shot back around Earnhardt going down the back. And he's going to be our leader when they get back here, I think.
26 lead changes so far among 11 drivers. 15 different leaders is the race record.
Two cars that consistently have been up there and been able to get in the lead has been Sterling's car and Ward Burton's car. They seem to be able to get in the lead if they can get the right line working with them.
There goes Gordon getting that run over turn 1 and 2, getting the help from the 7 car, Mike Wallace, but I don't know. He drifted up awfully high up there coming off turn 2.
I think Gordo's car's pushing up on him a little bit, probably more than he'd like for it to, and it's opening up a lane underneath of him that he would like to not have happen.
3 wide once again, heading for turn 3. Jerry Nadeau, 25, caught in the middle with Ricky Rudd, Jeremy Mayfield, and Bobby Hamilton, and there's Steve Park, the yellow car in the middle, number 1. Jeannie?
Well, Paul, I heard your driver came through here on the radio and said, sorry about that pit stop. I overran things a little bit, but I'll make it up to you. And he is making it up to you, isn't he?
Yeah, you know, first pit stop, we kind of slid through the pits, and, you know, everybody kept a real calm head, and we got him pushed back and had a decent stop. But, you know, obviously we had to start in the back, and then now we've had the green flag stop. We had a really good stop and got him up in front. So everything's real good right now.
All right, we'll leave you to the business of wheeling and dealing up here. Thanks for the time.
Paul Andrews, championship crew chief in 92 with Alan Kulwicki. 116 laps complete. Jeff Gordon out front. Mike Wallace, one of 3 brothers in this race, up to second. Mike Skinner and Ken Schrader fight for third. Sterling Marlin right up there. You're watching the Daytona 500 on Fox.
4 identical cars. 4 identical engines. Only one running on new Haviland, our latest triumph in Haviland motor oil technology. And what difference does that make? Not only do you get unsurpassed performance, but tests show that with new Haviland under the hood, you get better gas mileage. Haviland. Add more life to your car.
Chevy Monte Carlo, the winningest car in NASCAR Winston Cup history. Yeah! Chevy, we'll be there.
It's your breakfast table. It's your car. Take it to Midas for our new VSD brakes for enhanced performance and our lifetime guarantee. See Midas today for our new VSD brakes. Go Midas.
KFC's new spicy barbecue wingy. Little honey make my tummy singy. Then smoked jalapeno and a long, slow stingy. 20 for $6.99, 8 for $2.99. But not for long.
You ready to play? Always ready to play.
How much cash does it take?
You wanted firepower?
To go 3,000 miles to Graceland. Kurt Russell.
Let's do it.
Kevin Costner.
I'll cover you.
3,000 miles to Graceland.
You almost hit me. You nuts?
Probably.
Rated R starts this Friday. How far will a principal go?
6 teachers quit?
To change education forever.
This is beyond irresponsible.
The hit series Boston Public, all new tomorrow.
This is the Daytona 500, isn't it? You bet. Don't tell me it isn't.
I just want to celebrate another day of living. I just want to celebrate another day of life.
He's going to make it. Dale Jarrett's going to win the Daytona 500.
One driver today will earn $1.2 million, but look at the log jam he'll have to get through to get to victory lane. 80 laps to go. One more pit stop.
Tick, 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 Tick.
Tony Stewart has come up toward that front pack for the first time today. Winner of the Budweiser Shootout last Sunday.
Jeremy Mayfield in the 12th car, the blue and white car there. He has spent the entire 120 laps, I think, in the middle of this pack. Not on the outside, not on the inside, but in the middle.
You know why? He hadn't been fast enough to go anywhere. He just kind of rides in the middle. He's struggled with that car, as bad as I hate to say it, all week long, because he's a buddy of mine, but he has struggled with that car all week long.
11 leaders today. 4 more will tie the record. Stewart's number 20 runs alongside the 99 of Burton. And here is Earnhardt filling up Tony Stewart's mirror.
You can hear the change in the RPM of Earnhardt's engine off of 2 over there. That's the car just jumping around on him.
Bad bump over there in turn 2.
It really is.
Especially down low.
Down low, and then with the wind blowing, that's what gets them in trouble off of 2 over there.
Passing Kenny Wallace, 27, Michael Waltrit, 15, and moving up on Mark Martin's number 6.
Whoa, look at Robert Presley slide up right there. Again, that's the reason 3 wide will not work.
And one car dives to the apron after getting shuffled out of line. That was Jerry Nadeau.
Nadeau's got wheel marks all down the right side of his car. I feel that old clock ticking, boys, and it's getting louder.
That's Robert Presley in the yellow 77. He is a lap down, but he keeps fighting up there with the leaders. Hopefully caution come out. He can make his lap back up.
Well, he and Hornaday went a lap down. Hornaday's able to hang at the front of this pack pretty good. Robert can, and it's causing a little bit of a problem back in there.
Meanwhile, Ward Burton went from 9th to 2nd in 1 lap.
Some of these guys, I believe, are falling back and kind of seeing how long it takes them to get back to the front. The guys that I believe are factors, the guys that can win this race, they fall back to 15th or 20th, and then they try to work their way back up through there to see how long it's going to take them.
See, Jeremy Mayfield, the 12 car, he may not be running good, but he's worked his way up to 5th position. Look at him, 3 by 3 by 3 by 3.
Folks, and this is at 123 laps into this race, and it's just like we just started.
This is a clogged drain right here. Pour something down it and sort this out. At 190 miles an hour. Steve Burns.
With Royce McGee, rookie crew chief for Mike Skinner. Royce, how can you look so calm with the action we're seeing on that racetrack?
I'm pretty excited inside. Just gotta keep your patience, because if I get excited, it excites Mike a little bit. He's the one out there that got business to do, and with this low Chevrolet, we're just trying to do the best we can today.
All right, let's go to Matt Yoakum.
The 22 car has gone from the front to the back to the front to the back. Tommy Baldwin Jr. watching his car. Tommy, does your car work better out front or behind someone?
Actually, it's been pretty good both ways. You know, we were about 4 laps ago, we fell back to 20th. We got a bad group of cars that made the car push a little bit. But, you know, I think we're pretty good either way. We're going to make a little bit more adjustments on this last stop in about 50 laps. But we'll be all right. We've got a lot of wind coming down the backstretch into turn 2, and it's making the car push real bad, especially when there's a lot of cars around. So we're trying to keep them calm, let them know it's the wind, it's not the car, and keep them focused.
Polling a number of crew chiefs after happy hour said if you had one car that you wanted to work with the entire race, 80% said the 22.
Interesting. Very calm driver. Ward Burton has just surrendered the lead. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Calm driver with a very aggressive young crew chief, Tommy Baldwin. Earnhardt Jr. up front, but for how long? Here comes Marlin on the inside.
Getting a push from Jeremy Mayfield in the blue number 12 there down on the inside, and they're going to take over 1st and 2nd.
This reminds me of when I play golf. I'm using every bit of the course, and that's what these guys are doing, boys. They are everywhere.
And your lead goes by in the blink of an eye.
It wasn't very long ago until Jeremy Mayfield had they held him up for a speeding on pit road. And here he is in 2nd place, and my apologies to him for saying he wasn't running very good. Because he hadn't shown any speed all week long. He's struggled with the car, but it's coming on now.
Sterling Marlin pulls them around Daytona International Speedway. He's now led 30 laps today. 126 complete, 74 to go in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Those who ponder the natural order of things might be surprised that under Intrepid's sleek form lies a spacious cabin. and shocked to discover that Intrepid generates 200 horsepower from a mere 2.7 liters. So are Dodge engineers acting in defiance of natural law? Or do they just see things in a different light? Now get a $1,000 cash allowance or more on Dodge Intrepid.
I can do this.
Wallpaper does not scare me.
I can do pretty much anything.
I hate this picture.
No job is too big.
Home Depot makes it easy.
The price is right.
I made it beautiful.
How do you know so much?
I'm a gardener, I'm a plumber, I'm the floor tiler.
Gone.
I'm a supervisor.
I turned my garage.
She's my hero.
Back into a garage.
This is my house.
This is why I
Go to the Home Depot first.
The Home Depot. First in home improvement.
I need a car.
Shopping for a used car will never be the same.
No, a convertible. A red one. With under 15,000 miles.
Welcome to Autotrader.com. With 1.5 million used cars updated daily, it's the biggest, best used car site on the planet.
You couldn't help me with a loan, could you? Can we help you?
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
The action, the heart, the soul of NASCAR. Every day. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
Kelso has a manly dysfunction.
The rabbit wouldn't come out of the hat. You are not a man!
That 70s Show, all new at 8/7 Central, Fox Tuesday.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running. By Wendy's Honey Ham and Chicken Sandwich. It's all the buzz. By the Home Depot, the official home improvement warehouse of NASCAR. And by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different.
Ward Burton and Mike Skinner battle for the lead in the Daytona 500. With us today, the Budweiser.com airship, reminding race fans Budweiser is NASCAR's official beer. Ward Burton pulls them around. Mike Skinner, Sterling Marlin, Jeremy Mayfield, Jeff Gordon right there, and Earnhardt Jr. And now here's Matt Kenseth by himself.
I think something happened to the car, like he maybe lost his cylinder or something because he dropped way off the pace.
Steve?
Darrell, actually what happened was Matt Kenseth broke a right front shock on that number 17. The crew is ready. It looks like they're going to have to bring him in.
That makes it kind of ill to drive, but believe it or not, that's the best one to break. See how it's bouncing up and down. You can see the front end there as it goes along.
And what they would hope is a caution will come. They can get to pit road, and you can probably change a right front shock here under caution without losing a lap.
Well, these shocks are so aggressive that more than likely he broke the mount. More than likely he pulled the mount right up out of the roll bar. And here goes Gordy down on the inside, looking for the lead.
Jeff Gordon taking Ricky Rudd with him. Remember, Rudd is trying to win his first 500 in 24 starts.
How about the orange number 20 car there? He hadn't been in the picture, pulls right up on the back of Mike Skinner in turn 4, and here he is battling to get in that top 10 and get up there with the leaders.
Robbie Gordon comes underneath him, though. Look at Gordon on the left. He's been very aggressive in his march to the front. Got into the back of Ricky Craven a bit ago. Squirreled Craven up. Keeps coming toward the front. Robbie Gordon riding for Morgan McClure. They've been to victory lane in the 500. That yellow number 4.
I got to believe if I'm driving that 3 car, I fell back to 20th place. I said, Richard, tell me how many laps it takes me to get back to the front. So when the thing comes down like he did at Talladega, you can make those big passes.
Robbie Gordon waving off there. A big wave in the window, that number 4 back at Tony Stewart.
I think it's because he crowded him a little bit when he made that pass.
Well, he has been aggressive. Look at right up here. Him get into Ricky Craven.
Oh, boy, he got him bad loose. Drove him down on the apron.
Gordon spent a season in NASCAR with Felix Sabates, then started his own team. Now Larry McClure has put the IndyCar veteran behind the wheel of his number 4.
He is a very talented young man. He can drive a race car if they can keep the bit in his mouth. Keep him under control. David F. should be pretty good at that. He's worked with some hotheads before.
Tony Stewart moving to the inside, bringing Joe Nemechek with him in the 33 car, and they're going to make the pass going into turn 3.
I was referring to myself, by the way.
But you know, Darrell, it's a whole lot easier to pull that rope than push it.
Oh, yeah.
Mikey Waltrit getting squeezed in the middle.
Man.
And Skinner right down to the apron to try to work past Kurt Busch. 31 is Skinner. Busch got kicked way up high, and Skinner pulls right up on Earnhardt's bumper.
There's such a difference in the way these cars are handling right now. Some can run wide open, some can't. And you're getting that big draft pulling up. The closing rate is really fast when you're in the back there. Somebody's going to run over somebody here before long.
Darrell, turns 1 and 2 are in shade, 3 and 4 in heavy sun. Big difference?
Well, a lot of difference. The thing about the 1 and 2 is we got the wind blowing about 20 miles an hour right down that toward that corner, and we got a headwind up the back, so it bundles them up, boxes them up into 3. Then they all get strung out, and they make a big run down toward turn 1.
Chesapeake, Virginia's Ricky Rudd started 30th. Laid in the back of the pack for a while, and now he's up there in 3rd. Or is it 4th as they come across too wide?
Now you can see looking out that windshield, I'd be telling my crew, on that stop, I need a tear-off pulled away. I need to take a layer of that tear-off so I can see the sun starting to bother me.
Also here in Daytona, at these high speeds, because we're near the beach, the windshield actually gets sandblasted. You can't clean it, but again, that's the reason we run the tear-offs, pull off, and it's like a new windshield.
A tear-off, folks, is a piece of Lexan, a thin piece of Lexan that glues to the windshield, and you can pull it off like a tear-off on a helmet, like a dirt track driver would use.
Matt Kenseth, they're going to go under the hood, Steve.
Mike, and they're looking at that right front shock that we said was broken a while ago. Hood up. This is going to cost incredible time for Matt Kenseth in the bid for this 43rd annual Daytona 500. There's not a whole lot they can do right now. They're going to jack up the right side of the car to see if they can get at it, but again, he's dead in the water right now.
As is Dave Blaney coming down pit road very slowly. One of those Bill Davis Dodges, Ward Burton is the other.
He's headed toward the pits, so he thinks maybe they can fix it.
Burton, his teammate, leads. The South Boston, Virginia driver, one of 3 brothers, all did a little bit of racing, and now Ward and Jeff compete in Winston Cup.
Sterling Marlin trying to get his little group together there on the high side in the 40 car.
Matt, what's wrong with Dave Blaney?
He just went down pit road, Mike. His car was silent. Dave came on the radio and said, I think it might have broken the crank. Might have broken a crank. I'm not sure. It sounds like something deep in the motor.
Well, that would be the first failure among the 10 Dodges in this race.
Yeah, but they've had the least amount of problems to anybody down here the whole 10 days we've been here. So that's unfortunate for them, and I don't think it's a sign of things to come. That's probably one of those one-off deals.
His teammate, Ward Burton, leads. The soft-spoken outdoorsman from South Boston, Virginia, now loses the lead to Sterling Marlin on the high side, second-generation driver whose dad won a 125-mile qualifier here nearly 3 decades ago. Well, and Burton comes back.
We've seen everybody being relatively patient and willing to work together, but we're running out of time.
One more pit stop to go. 137 laps in, 63 to go. Ward Burton leads Jeff Gordon, Sterling Marlin, and Ricky Rudd in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Sweetie, you can't stay on the phone all day. Honey, it's not normal to talk on the phone that long. Come out of the room. We miss you so much.
The Coca-Cola Racing family's on the phone, and we're picking up the charges. Each time you pick up specially marked Coke, you could win free fan scan in-car audio and could hear drivers and crews talk strategy live on your own phone.
Pumpkin, please get off the phone.
Hi, I'm Michael Waltrit. What are the 5 keys to building a great Winston Cup team? Number 1, find a great sponsor. Number 2, get together a top-notch crew. Number 3, build a really fast car. Number 4, sign up a really fast driver. Number 5, don't let the sponsor make suggestions.
Honey, the one thing I need you to do today is open an Ameritrade account, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Hi, honey. Did you do it?
Yeah. Go to Ameritrade.com. Ameritrade. It's how you get somewhere on Wall Street.
While most Dodge Dakota owners use their truck to haul stuff here and there, a certain forward-thinking California town has found a different use for their Dakota. They use it to haul down speeders. Dodge Dakota. Different. Now get low 0.9 financing on Dodge Dakota.
How could a routine traffic stop land Lois in the slammer?
Hey, Mom, is this a bad time to tell you I got kicked out of shop class?
Malcolm in the Middle, all new at 8:30 tonight.
Strategy, preparation. All up and down pit road, crews are preparing for what could be the final fuel and tire stop in this Daytona 500. Terry Labonte's in. Mike Wallace was in 2 laps ago. Ward Burton, Sterling Marlin, 2 Dodges and a Ford. Kurt Busch, the rookie from out of the NASCAR Truck Series, likes to go to Major League ballparks on his off weekends. He's not going to have any of those this summer. He's racing Winston Cup.
Boy, look at Ward Burton getting to run up the middle right there, right beside Sterling Marlin coming off turn 4 right there.
Mike Wallace calls that. He's going a lap down right there, and it gave him a little suck on the inside there.
One thing I think everybody needs to pay attention to, a lot of guys that were running the back earlier are flexing their muscle and trying to get to the front. Reason being, this may be their last pit stop coming up, so they need to know what they need to do to their cars to get them just right for the run to the finish. Mike?
Thanks, Jeff. They're going to lap past Terry Labonte, who also just made a green flag pit stop as things cycle through. Sterling Marlin has gone back up front. He's led 31 laps today. Ward Burton has led the most, 44.
Mike, question. Years I've watched this race, here we are, 140 laps, 350 miles into this event, and they're running record speeds out here, but I have never seen them run this fast and double wide this long. It's a remarkable race and so beautifully driven.
It's all due, Ken, to the new aerodynamics package that NASCAR instituted last fall at Talladega. The cars push a bigger hole in the wind, so following cars find it easier to draft up and have a chance to pass. But I don't think anyone expected a race like this.
And I know that it's easy to say it's the aero package, but it takes all your focus, all your concentration, and all that hard working out you did all winter long to sit in there and sit on that hot stove and sweat ice water.
Speaking of sweat, rookie Kurt Busch getting a little lesson from Dale Earnhardt Jr. right up his tailpipe.
Well, there's been a lot of that. Now, these bumpers on these cars will all have to be replaced before they run them again. That's for sure, front and rear.
You know, guys, right now, the crew chief, down there, he's a busy man. We're about 5 to 7 laps before a pit stop. He's the football coach. He gets on the radio with his driver. He said, look, we got one more stop to make. Tell me what you want to do to that race car. Whatever you do, don't get caught speeding down pit road. He gets his pit crew together. He said, guys, this is what we've worked all winter for. One more stop, just a solid stop. No mistakes, no loose lug nuts.
Wow, Darrell Earnhardt went in there on the bottom lane in 5th place into turn 1, but he came out in about 10th or 11th place as the lead changes hands again.
Leads back to Burton, and he's bringing Jeff Gordon right with him.
And Kurt Busch, the rookie.
Boy, that kid's driving a whale of a race. He's hanging right in there and doing a whale of a job.
A lot of folks wondered why Jack Roush didn't promote Truck Series champ Greg Biffle to Winston Cup and instead vaulted Kurt Busch up to the senior circuit. And Roush said last winter, it's because Kurt Busch reads a racetrack better than any new driver that I've had, maybe ever.
Man, Tony Stewart just about spun Dale Earnhardt out.
You heard Tony have to back completely out of the throttle.
He jumped out of it. He had a run on Dale. Wasn't quite enough room.
Pit stops coming up in 5 to 7 laps. And before they do, we'll take a pit stop for our Fox Racing coverage. Ward Burton leads Jeff Gordon in the Daytona 500.
Beer is like a natural food product. The fresher it is, the better it tastes. That's why Budweiser has 12 local breweries right here in the United States. So you know our beer will always be fresh.
This Bud's for you. And you and you and you. This Bud's for
At Wendy's, we'd like to make an important announcement. Our honey ham and chicken sandwich is back. With its big whole breast filet, creamy Dijon sauce, and 2 slices of honey ham, it makes a delicious sandwich. And you can thank Dave if you ever see him again. Wendy's honey ham and chicken. It's all the buzz.
I'll take this one.
250 appliances in stock, all at a guaranteed low price. Lowe's, improving home improvement. We'll not only install your new appliance, we'll haul away your old one free. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Who is the father of Scully's baby?
I wouldn't want this to come between us.
Is it a miracle or a terrifying mystery?
There's something I haven't told you.
I don't believe this. The X-Files. David Duchovny returns in an all-new episode tonight.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. Lowe's, improving home improvement. By Goodyear, serious technology, freedom from worry. By Warner Brothers' new motion picture Driven in theaters everywhere this spring. This film is not yet rated. And by Pfizer, where life is our life's work.
Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt may have just bumped coming through the tri-oval. They're now in the back straightaway without further incident.
They may have. It wasn't a may have. They did. Earnhardt's car is going. It looks like it's been running Martinsville. He's got every corner on that thing beat up. How did anybody cut him a lot of slack today?
Let's show you what happened 1 lap ago.
He gets a rundown on the inside there. Gordo doesn't want to let him go, but
I'm going. Look, did you see him work that wheel?
He was a busy man in there.
Man, oh man.
Look through the windshield.
Watch his hands right here. Run 190 mile an hour coming through here.
Yeah, this sounded like bumping in the parking lot.
Gordon just braced like he knew it was coming.
Earnhardt had his hands working, I tell you that. He had a handful.
Notice guys behind him, they see it happening. They ain't even thinking about backing up.
And look at them stack up as Gordon and Earnhardt each lost a little bit of momentum. Back live.
And both of them aged a little bit, too.
A lot of gray hair in that Cup garage. Races like this are one reason why. 2 Dodges lead 3 Chevrolets and a Pontiac. You want to know what it feels like at a Winston Cup race? Let's give you a chance to check it out. The pictures will tell the story while you feel the power. And if you got surround sound at home, just crank it up.
Strap your TV down.
Pit stops are set to begin. Sterling Marlin is going to bring Ken Schrader down pit road. Green flag pit stops. Earnhardt is with them. So is Brett Bodine, Johnny Benson, and Jason Leffler. Steve.
And this is a chance for the pit crew to become the heroes on the number 40 car. Rick Relling is the jack man. Darren Wolf and Nathan Kennan change tires. Right side tires going on. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
This is the most pressured possible pit stop under green flag at the speeds we're running this afternoon. 1 second lost, worth about 270 feet in races that are won by inches. There goes Earnhardt, and there goes Sterling Marlin ahead of him.
The fellow with the least wheel spin got off pit road first because they all had pretty quick stops. All right, more green flag stops this time by. Robbie Gordon peels off. Going to bring only one other car with him as the leaders whip past. Kenny Wallace also pits, and Ron Hornaday. And Kyle Petty on pit road. There's Robbie Gordon's stop.
Saw the windshield.
Oh, trouble with the right front. A little bit of trouble with the right front there.
Kyle slid to his pit. Backing him up.
There's Kyle Petty's 45. Adam Petty's colors. And sponsor. Now Robbie Gordon away after a long stop. Pulls out around Ron Hornaday. Nail-biting time. Green flag pit stops. 49 laps to go. Here come the leaders once again. And Jeff Gordon's going to lead a pack of them onto pit road this time.
Locking up those right fronts, Larry.
Steve Park is with him. So is Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton, Ricky Rudd, Mike Skinner, Tony Stewart, and a bunch of them. Dick Berggren.
This has been a very, very busy pit as Gordon slid over the pit line. Had to back it up. That's going to cost him time. We've seen all sorts of crew members down here trying to make deals to come in with this car. Why? He has won this Daytona 500 every other year. To that.
99 just now pulling away a 4-tire stop. He was a little loosely adjusted with air pressure and with wedge. Steve Burns.
Matt, left side tires going on the 31. They made a track bar adjustment. He stole the car out. Precious time lost. Mike Skinner cannot get it refired. Trouble for Mike Skinner.
The winner of Thursday's 125-miler is blown up.
No, he broke a drive shaft or something.
Broke a drive shaft axle or stripped the axle plate or something, and they're going to push him behind the wall.
Ward Burton leads Michael Waltrit, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Jerry Nadeau in, and Bill Elliott. Matt?
The leader is in his pit. Tommy Baldwin on the right rear. Tommy Wallace on the right front. It is a 4-tire stop. They were complaining about the car being a little tight off turn 2. They made some slight adjustments with air pressure. His last stop was 16.7. He's down and away. Dick.
Jerry Nadeau has a good stop going for himself. It's a 4-tire stop, as has been the case with everybody we've seen on this end of pit road. He's gone.
Mike Skinner out of the race. New leader, Bobby Labonte, led this lap first time. The Winston Cup champion has led today. 39 lead changes. That's the most in the Daytona 500 in the last 18 years. Green flag pit stops continue. 153 laps down. We'll be back to Daytona right after this.
Chance to win the ultimate race fan experience.
Grab your Miller Lite Racing VIP hard card and you could be the lucky winner who gets to race by day and party by night. You'll fly to Vegas and spend all day learning how to drive a stock car. And after a few laps around the track, you and your friends will get to hang out in the party pit at the Miller Lite Racing Garage. So pick up your Miller Lite Racing VIP hard card in the specially marked packages at Miller Lite. Taste the victory. It's Miller time.
Ford Taurus has a coveted double 5-star safety rating. Ford has 5 of the 10 best sellers in America. In fact, Ford makes the most popular vehicles on the planet. And now, during your Ford Store's Leadership Celebration, save big on every vehicle in stock. Now, lease a Ford Taurus for only $249 a month for 36 months with $25.78 due at signing. Just $249 a month for Taurus safety and comfort. But hurry, because the lights go out on these deals soon. Leadership Celebration, now at your Tri-State Quality Ford Store.
Pocono. This is the track known for its awesome restarts, incredible high speeds, dramatic finishes.
He nudges him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here.
And a fan favorite pit paddock pass that puts you near all the action. The stars of NASCAR invade Pocono Raceway twice this year. June 17th, it's the Pocono 500 with a post-race concert by Billy Ray Cyrus. And July 29th, it's the Pennsylvania 500 with a post-race concert by Travis Tritt. Call 1-800-RACEWAY now. Operators standing by.
Racing is brought to you locally by Pocono Raceway.
Get inside the live racing action with Racecast. Any driver, every lap. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword NASCAR.
Bobby Labonte has just given up the lead by making his green flag pit stop, and so has Dale Jarrett. That'll put Sterling Marlin back in front of the Daytona 500. There's Jarrett still trying to get up to speed after his pit stop. Now before the pit stop, here's a look at Jarrett.
And you can tell see what he can see. He doesn't see so hot.
A lot of glare.
Oh, a lot of glare in that windshield. He's going to have to get one of those tear-offs.
And that was cars trying to get on the pit road, and he ran up on them and couldn't see him.
Trouble, front straightaway. Spinning across the racetrack is rookie Kurt Busch. Can he keep it down in the grass? Bill Elliott dives to pit road to avoid him. And Kurt Busch will slide to a stop. Caution is out. A lot of smoke also down at turn 1 from one car that may have gotten rear-ended back there. Well, that smoke abates. Look at Busch after that wild slide. Second caution of the day.
Sterling Marlin is the leader. It's only been about 6 or 7 laps since they pitted, so I don't think they'll be at a pit road.
There's Busch on the bottom of the racetrack.
On the bottom, he comes up off the corner there. He wanted to get back in line, but guess what? Joe Nemechek was there.
Ward Burton just barely getting by there in the black and yellow car.
He just thought he had a spot in line, and it closed up on him.
Kurt Busch's car slid some 2,000 feet before coming to a halt. And there's the damage to Joe Nemechek's car.
Not only has he got the damage on the left front from Kurt Busch, but he got up into the wall on the right side, and he's got damage on both sides.
Only the second caution of the day.
I'm thinking everything is cycled through the pits, though. I don't think this affects anybody as far as...
You know who I think it does affect is Rusty Wallace and Robert Presley. Rusty, after going a lap down at lap 28, I think he has gotten his lap back.
He may very well have, because he could have stayed out a little longer than some of the others did. And there he comes. So I think you're probably right, my friend.
Indeed. Presley and Wallace are now back on the lead lap of the Daytona 500. A race that Wallace has tried now for 19 years to win. We'll be right back. This is NASCAR on Fox.
Oh man, the sweet stuff. A green light and 4 open lanes to Fun City. We are golden. No time to talk cheap. We are well on our neon way.
When you call your Bryant dealer, he'll be there. So whenever you need help with your heating, wherever you need it, your Bryant dealer will get it to you, whatever it takes.
Great place.
Well, thanks.
Hi, hope you found the place okay. Use the cabin for as long as it takes to finish the book. You'll find plenty of toilet paper in the closet, 400 pounds of dried beef in the cellar, loads of canned goods in the pantry, and that should do it. Oh yeah, there's a 5-year supply of light bulbs in the top left drawer.
The Philips Marathon bulb, good for 5 years, guaranteed. Philips, light bulbs that last.
This is a bucket of water.
And this is Goodyear's new and improved Aquatread 3. At highway speeds in a downpour, a set of Aquatread 3 tires pumps away over 6 gallons of water per second. That's over 360 gallons per mile. With its 80,000-mile tread life limited warranty. That's a lot of water. Think about it next time it's pouring buckets. New Aquatread 3. Only from Goodyear.
Goodyear, Goodyear.
Taking a NASCAR joyride at top speed at night isn't for everyone.
I'd rather have hemorrhoid surgery.
And only Titus at 8:30 Fox Tuesday.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by Dodge and nearly 3,000 dealers who invite you to come see what's different.
Welcome back to Daytona. We're under the second caution of the day at 159 laps. Some drivers stopped under this caution, but they were toward the tail end of the lead lap. The leaders stayed out. Let's show you what happened at turn 4. Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, as we can see, the 97 car coming off of turn 4, and he starts working up to the outside. Right about there, the spotter should have been saying outside, outside, but it looks like the car, he just kept coming over and got right into Joe Nemechek, and right in the wall he goes. So unfortunately for the 97 car, makes me wonder if he was listening very closely to his spotter. We haven't said a lot about spotters today, and they're very critical here at Daytona. And I think they've been doing a pretty good job all day, because this is really one of the first incidents we've had because it looked like driver error.
Jeff, I talked to a couple of spotters yesterday, and they said the toughest places on this racetrack are right there, the exit of turn 4 and down the short chute entering turn 1, because you're looking at the cars either head on or tail on from the top of the roof, and it's very difficult to tell distance between those cars front to back.
That's a good point, Mike, because I got honest with you, this is the best I've ever been able to see the Daytona 500.
There are the spotters up on the roof. Eddie DeHaan closest to you. Bill Elliott's spotter there on the bottom row as Ricky Craven's car is pushed behind the wall. Here's a look at where our Koch family of drivers are running in this Daytona 500. And we'll be right back with more from Daytona after this.
Hey, Dad, what's that?
That's a pink flamingo.
What's that?
Bullfrog.
What's that?
That, son, is a Chevy Monte Carlo.
If you want to see 700 horses under a hood, spend a day by the lake on the famous Daytona infield, but bring your Visa card, because you won't get in with American Express.
Isn't nature great?
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
If you buy one of those huge new SUVs, you might want to plan on a new garage, too. But with Dodge Durango's best-in-class available Magnum V8 power, plenty of room inside, and just right size outside, you don't have to rearrange your life just to fit an SUV into it. Durango. Different. And just right. Now get low 0.9 financing on Dodge Durango.
She just doesn't understand me.
What's to understand? I mean, what is that, Michael?
Is that what you think I sound like?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, do you use a cellular phone? What's come between you two is static. Here, Sprint PCS built the only all-digital, all-PCS nationwide network, so your calls are clear.
Thank you.
Sprint PCS, 2,000 minutes, all with nationwide long distance.
Where's Max? Prepare yourself for a journey beyond imagination. Dark Angel, all new Fox Tuesday.
Getting set to go back to green, Sterling Marlin leads the Earnhardts, junior and senior.
Speaking of senior, Kevin Hamlin, Dale Earnhardt's crew chief. This is Larry McReynolds with Fox. I know there hadn't been a lot of strategy, having to pit about every 50 laps. I'm not going to ask you, can you win this thing? That's like trying to predict the weather. But what has Dale said about that thing all day?
He hasn't said a whole lot of anything, Larry. To tell you the truth, he said that earlier in the day that the wind down in turns 1 and 2 was a little bit hairy if he got caught into the middle, but said he had his hands full doing that. Other than that, the Jim Goodyear and Surf Plus Monte Carlos run pretty decent all day. You know, he bashed in the nose a little bit coming into pits there that first stop, running to the back of Schrader when they all did a brake check. So that arrow-wise, that's hurt us maybe just a little bit, but all in all, I think it's been a pretty spectacular race so far without many incidents. And, you know, Daytona is the world's greatest race, and I think they've even somehow made it better.
All right, Kevin, I'll let you go back to business. Sterling Marlin, our leaders on pit road to the flat tires. We go back racing, Steve Burns.
Now, we just heard Sterling Marlin say he's got a tire going down. Terrible break for Sterling Marlin. He's led so much. They're up on the wall, the tires. It is definitely on the left side for Sterling Marlin. Rear tire off, front tire back on. Terrible break for Sterling Marlin. Finally back down pit road.
Best thing could happen, Steve, is the field is not up to speed. Marlin will not lose a lap with this tire change. Casey Atwood back on track after a broken shock mount. And up front, here comes Earnhardt Jr.
Well, I tell you what, I've ridden around under a caution like that and get a little buildup on my tires. And when I get ready to go, I say, I got a flat tire, when in fact it wasn't flat at all. It just had built up a lot of rubber on it. So I hope that's not the case for Sterling.
Boy, this time, Darrell, it's really split out into 3 different packs.
Those single file restarts, so many cars on the lead lap, and the front guys go before the back guys do, and you get separated.
That may cost Bobby Labonte and Dale Jarrett their shot to win the 500. They are in that 3rd pack, well back. Race record, 15 different leaders. We've had 13 today. 42 lead changes, the most since 1983, and 2 cautions, the fewest since 1963.
Well, look at Ken Schrader in yellow 36 get a run on the high side off turn 2. Look at Ward Burton all the way down to the bottom of the back straightaway there by himself.
Moves around Steve Parks, number 1, and Burton is trying to climb the ladder without any drafting help. That Dodge is strong.
Yeah, the 2 strongest cars I've seen all day has been the 40 car and the 22. And you can see the 22 has got what it takes to get to the front. And now he's got somebody to help him. That's all he needed, was somebody to jump down there with him.
Now it's shuffled off into 2 big packs of cars.
Oh, man, Earnhardt just took... He did not want to let Ward Burton by, and guess what? He didn't get by.
Schrader works the high side. Earnhardt Jr. pulls him on the low side.
Watch this Dodge get legs down that back straightaway. This is like letting a thoroughbred loose, boys. And he's got some help, and when he's got help, here he comes.
Jeff Gordon, number 24 on the bottom side, and here comes Michael Waltrip up the middle.
Hey, we hadn't talked about Uncle Mike all day, and there he is. Come on, buddy. Give me a chance to talk about you.
Getting a little bit of help from Steve Park, his teammate, but Steve goes back behind Gordon, going to the bottom side, 3 wide through the tri-oval.
They're racing like it's the last lap, and there's still 35 to go. Now the 2nd pack. If they get single file, they can draft right up on this lead pack. In fact, they may catch him anyway.
No, I think double file can catch triple file any day, and they're closing right in on them.
I don't think we have to worry about the front pack running single file.
No, they didn't run a single file very much today.
Richard Petty, who's won this race 7 times, has often said, the best you can do on any given day is put yourself in a position to win. Then circumstances dictate the outcome.
I think there's a couple of guys back in there we're going to be talking about before too much longer that we haven't even mentioned other than how far back they are, the 88 and the 18.
But Darrell, the question is, where is that position to win from?
You got to be somewhere near the front. I don't think that you want to necessarily be out front, but you got to be in contact. You got to be able to make that move down to the inside, up to the outside to win this race.
And it's 1 pack again. 28 cars, all in a bunch. Jeannie?
Well, guys, you're talking about that position to win. I can tell you where it is not. It is the garage. Kurt Busch went by. We saw Ricky Craven. Mike Skinner just sitting here patiently waiting. Take us through what happened to that terrible pit stop.
I couldn't really hear you, but I guess we broke a gear. A pinion snapped off, and I really hate it for our sponsor, Lowe's. I hate it for this race team, but these guys are really, really hungry. They had me in a hell of a hot rod right here. This car was pretty awesome today, and felt like our chances was good, but we keep knocking on that door. We'll get it kicked down one of these days.
Doing what they can to get back out. Most disappointing, he wasn't having any problems before he went into that pit. Steve?
Well, Jeannie, here is the problem for Sterling Marlin. It may cost him the Daytona 500. Left front tire off of his Dodge. Puncture hole. Goodyear tire engineer says it went all the way through right there.
New leader, Steve, Michael Waltrit.
There's a Waltrit leading the Daytona 500. All right.
Jeff Gordon right there with him.
Go, Mikey. Go. Come on, baby. You my man. Let's go. Come on.
This is fun, isn't it, Jeff?
I'm telling you, I'm pulling up on another Waltrit here. Come on, buddy. We got to go. Come on. Put your foot in it. Let's go.
This is the best.
I told you he had a good race car, guys. The man is hungry. His last name may be Waltrit. Don't hold that against him right now. He's a good boy. He's going for the front. Let's go. Oh, man.
This is great.
3 Chevys and a Pontiac lead the 500. Here comes Jeff Gordon on the outside. He's going to take Steve Park with him, number 1, and Ken Schrader's 36 Pontiac.
Well, we may not be in the lead now, but we got out there for a little while, and it shows he can, and that's important to him, I know.
32 laps to go. They've made all the pit stops they need, and now Steve Park wants to lead. Schrader goes with him.
Michael's right there. He's right up under that Pontiac of Schrader's.
See the 22 of Ward Burton, he had fallen all the way back to about 13th. Here's, look at him, 4 wide off turn 4 right there.
And for the first time today, Steve Park will lead the Daytona 500. Robert Presley peels onto pit road, an unscheduled stop.
I don't know about y'all's clock, but mine's about to knock my helmet off. It's ticking so loud now. I'm glad we had that caution there, that little caution to tighten them belts up, because I think we're going to need it.
Michael Waltrip battling Steve Park. Park got his first Winston Cup win at Watkins Glen last year.
It's pretty impressive. All 3 of them DEI cars up there in the lead. The 1, the 8, and the 15, all 3 of them. And guess who's right behind them?
The owner, Dale Earnhardt Inc. That's what DEI stands for. And here's the boss in 7th place. Johnny Benson on pit road. Driving the car he came within 5 laps of winning the Daytona 500 with last year. Unscheduled stop for Benson.
Clear there. He's going to have a run.
Johnny Benson's problem is under the hood, Mike. He has lost not just 1 cylinder, he has lost 2 cylinders in that number 10 automobile.
A Hendrick engine powering Benson's Pontiac.
Yeah, Junebug's laid up in there giving Michael a good push down the back, going to push him right out into the lead.
And for the 3rd time today, Michael Waltrip has the lead.
And Black 3's going to follow him.
And they're going to come right on with
behind him.
That inside line seems to be the place to be, and you got to protect it.
Left their teammate up there in the top groove all by himself. Well, he's got a company, Ken Schrader and all, but there goes the lead. Waltrip, Earnhardt Jr., Earnhardt Sr. Watch that yellow and black Dodge, number 22, Ward Burton, and Ricky Rudd is coming up there with him on the inside. Number 28.
Wonder what Teresa Earnhardt's thinking right now. She's got a team she owns. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and her husband out there running 1, 2, 3 right now.
She's asking everybody how much this race pays to win, baby, right now.
We run first, second,
That's right.
third.
How much we going to take home today?
We were joking in New York. There's one fellow in that pack that knows. Ken Schrader knows how much he makes every spot he moves up and how much he loses every spot he goes back.
Oh, yeah, he'll intentionally run 10th because it's a bonus for being 10th.
Pays more than 9th with all that bonus money, you bet. 29 laps to go. Michael Waltrip leads Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Sr. in the Daytona 500 on Fox.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Trucks. Fundamentally tougher than any panty-waist car. Hey, no one ever wrote a song about his first hatchback. At Craftsman, we figured the only thing better than trucks is racing trucks. So we're the official tools of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Tough trucks, tougher drivers, and the toughest tools. Craftsman.
Welcome back to Daytona.
It's the big one, gang. It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20. Jason Leffler all torn up. The defending Cup champion Labonte. Stewart, there's fire underneath the hood of Bobby Labonte's car. He's out. He's okay. This is the view. You see Tony Stewart moving inside his car. Steve Park's car demolished, and Stewart's car flew and then had a car land on it.
The front of his car, the roll cage is down on him, I tell you, and that doesn't look good. They're running in with the safety crew. There's Robbie Gordon, and I'm not so sure that car there didn't have something to do with the start of it. It looked like a yellow car got against the outside wall to me.
Ward Burton, perhaps the fastest car here, torn up. Robbie Gordon, damage to Jeff Burton, Kenny Wallace as well. They have made it back to pit road.
Dale Jarrett, here he comes down pit road, tore all the pieces.
I think we could say it easier. I only see about 7 or 8 cars out there that does not have damage.
Steve Park pounding the roof of his car in frustration. And Jarrett, for the second time in 3 years, is caught up in a melee.
Here's Mark
Martin, all torn up. Let's see what happened coming off turn 2.
It's happened up here. I think that this car right here, man, and look at, is that Stewart's car?
That's Stewart's car. Rode right across the top of Robbie Gordon's car, the 4 car.
And I think everybody back up and look at it again. I think that the 4 and the 20 may have been that started that.
Stewart was the first car sideways.
Here's
why.
Here's the 4 got into the back of Ward Burton, I believe.
And then Burton's 22 got into Stewart. And everybody scrambles.
That car is taking a whale of a ride, that 20 car is. It's getting hit. It's upside down. It's hit on its roof. It's on fire.
And here's another angle.
Coming off of turn 2 where we've said that it's the wind. Somebody got into the back of that car right there.
That's Ward Burton right there.
You saw a puff of tire smoke, and then everything let loose.
I think that's what started. Somebody got in back of Ward Burton off turn 2.
I'm pretty sure the 4 car got into the back of Ward Burton, turned him into the 20 car, and God help all of them because there's no place to go. And you can't see. Now here we come off of turn 2 again. Right there, see, Ward Burton got pushed around by that car, and that's the 4 car.
And he got in the back of Tony Stewart. Of course, Tony Stewart won airborne here.
And it was Ward Burton's car being sideways that blocked up the track for everybody behind him.
Boy, and it gets hit by every car in the field, seems like, and Tony Stewart's car just took a whale of a ride. That must be at least 30 cars in that wreck.
From Tony Stewart's onboard camera.
Around the 1, around the 1, 2 and 2. 3 wide inside, 3 wide, 3 wide. Clear into the 14.
That is something a driver never wants to hear.
4 times, I made it through. I flapped out the tire. I made it through. And 4, bud, we'll put 4 on.
Here's one more angle from Mark Martin, whose car is now all torn up.
It's the outside wall real hard.
Gets hit again, and takes out.
And Tony Stewart goes for one of the wildest rides in recent memory of Daytona.
Kind of looks like the Richard Petty crash here, back when Richard crashed off turn 4 down here, standing on
Look, he's got Bobby Labonte's hood. It was hooked to the back of his car as he was in midair.
Both Gibbs's cars roll into a halt there.
Let's give you the cars involved in numerical order. Number 2, Rusty Wallace. Number 4, Robbie Gordon. Excuse me, number 1, Steve Park. Number 5, Bobby Labonte. There is Jerry Nadeau walking back. Number 6, Mark Martin was involved. Number 01 was Jason Leffler. 18, Bobby Labonte. Number 6, Mark Martin. 20, Tony Stewart. 21, Elliott Sadler. 22, Ward Burton. 25, Jerry Nadeau. 43, John Andretti. 44, Buckshot Jones. And 88, Dale Jarrett. Tony Stewart is out of his car, and all the drivers involved have to take a trip to the infield care center. That is mandatory. There's Tony, helmets off, talking to the folks there. He's talking to Bobby Labonte, his teammate, as he gathers himself together and prepares to get out. But great news that he is okay. The red flag is out. The Daytona 500 has been stopped to clean up the carnage on the back straightaway. NASCAR on Fox continues from Daytona after this.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Oh man, we are not alone.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by Budweiser, with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you.
Take the time right now and call it right.
The Daytona 500 has been halted for a devastating crash in the back straightaway. Andy Houston walking back.
It was really over before it started.
He and Jeff Burton, Dale Jarrett, Buckshot Jones, John Andretti. There's Joe Gibbs going to check on his 2 drivers. Jerry Nadeau, Jeff Gordon was involved. Ward Burton's car wrecked. Elliott Sadler. There's Tony Stewart's car destroyed. Bobby Labonte demolished. Mark Martin, Terry Labonte, Robbie Gordon, Rusty Wallace, Steve Park, and Jason Leffler were all involved in the back straightaway. 17 cars, and add Kenny Wallace. 18-car crash. Here's another look as they came off turn 2.
Pretty sure that the 4 car got into the back of the 22.
Darrell, I got to ask you here. What is, and I know it's happening so fast, but what is Tony Stewart feeling, and what is he hearing while this is going on?
Well, probably he wasn't knocked unconscious, so he's having to deal with the whole thing. And when it gets silent, that's when you know you're in big trouble. It doesn't stay that way very long, but you know you've gone airborne, and you just hold on with all your might so that your arms don't go flying all over the place.
Can't say enough about the integrity of these Winston Cup race cars, though. They've got that 095 1 3/4 roll cage surrounding them, and it looks like everybody's going to walk away from this crash unscathed.
We'll have updates from the care center when they are available. Mark Martin's car came to a rest on pit road, and he abandoned what was left of it. They're going to haul that to the garage. Another look off turn 2.
You know, I'm not looking at it from that angle. It almost looks like the 22 car got loose off of turn 2, and that's what caused Robbie to get into him. I'd like to know what the 2 drivers have to say. That car did turn sideways awfully quick.
Our tape producer looking for a view that will perhaps show us definitively. Now here from the blimp.
Well,
it's just ahead of it.
Yeah, we're just ahead of it there.
Wow. Now look at Burton's car. When it goes sideways, it collects up the whole rest of the field.
I mean, there's cars going under Stewart's car while he's in midair.
Yeah, there's cars. He was kicking around all over the place.
Let's ride through it with Bill Elliott.
Right in front of you. Stay low. Stay low.
He has no idea. He has no idea.
And no vision.
He has no idea if there's anything in his way or not.
Go left. There you are on the pavement.
Dale Jarrett.
This center tires is really tight. Really tight.
CM4 on a really tight. Slowing up here a little bit. Slowing up. Come on. Come on. Get back to gas.
You're the spotter talking to him, just telling him everything that's going on around him.
Back down to turn 1.
Got a little run. He had to let out the throttle there.
18 still in the middle. 3 wide. Hey, Chief, I got a spin here. Got a spin here. Slow down. Come all the way down. Come all the way down.
Oof.
All right, DJ.
Go down, but there was no down. The whole racetrack was blocked.
Talk to me.
Jeannie?
Well, Robbie, 18-car crash. This is not where you wanted to end up, but I'm happy to see that you are in one piece. Can you take us through it?
Well, I just hope everybody else is okay. You know, I was on the bottom, started to get a little tight. Tony got up underneath Ward. They seemed to slow down. I don't know if they touched or not. I got in the back of Ward. Then they started side by side. And it's unfortunate. All of us had pretty good cars at that point.
All right, obviously a disappointment. I'll let you go be with your family. And by the way, just for precautionary measures, Tony Stewart is on his way to the Halifax hospital. Again, just precautionary measures. I'm being told that he's fine. Matt?
Jeannie, Mark Martin drove his car back to pit road. Mark, your battered mount looks pretty tough, beaten up. How about you? Can you see what happened from your vantage point?
No, all I really saw was smoke, and I saw, I think, the 20 car way up in the air. And I went to the inside and thought I was going to get through there before they came down, but somebody hit me in the door and turned me around. I hit several different things, but, you know, I think we were setting okay with the Viagra Taurus. I think we were gonna be able to get a top 10 out of it, maybe. But that, you know, the fans got their money's worth today. That's all I can say. It was lap after lap after lap, and after that last restart there, with all those cars just bunched together like that, it just it was an accident looking for a place to happen.
Let's go back to Jeannie.
We're going to take here with Joe Gibbs. Unfortunate afternoon, but the good news is both your drivers are okay, but they're both inside the care center.
Actually, Tony went to the other hospital. They took him straight to the other hospital, and they said he was complaining of his shoulder. They wanted to do x-rays on it, but and it looks like Bobby's okay. I think Bobby's in there and sitting up, and Donna's in there with him. So looks like our two guys came out of it. I'm worried about Tony because I want to try and get over to the hospital and see what he's complaining about, something about his shoulder.
All right, we'll let you go.
Andy Houston is another driver that was involved in that incident. He's okay, but what was it like in the middle of that thing?
Well, it was really over before it started. The McDonald's Ford was running great today. Had a good run going and had some radio communication there halfway through the race. Got in the back, worked our way back up towards the front. I think everybody was just trying to get in position, you know, to have a good shot at winning that thing there at the end. And somebody cut somebody off. It looked like about 5 rows up, and track was just blocked. I jumped into brakes, threw my hand up, got run into in the back, and pushed me into a couple guys, and everybody was just spinning everywhere. So, you know, it was pretty wild, but we'll just go try to get them next weekend in Rockingham.
I'll tell you, the cars that have come by us on the back of the record are really torn up. There are a lot of absolutely demolished race cars here, Mike.
They built a special car for Daytona and Talladega, NASCAR's 2 fastest tracks, and 18 of these teams will have to go back and build another one. Here are the cars that are involved in the crash. It appears that perhaps 2 or 3 of them may get back out to finish this race. Jeannie?
Well, 2 or 3 cars may make their way back out, but Jeff Gordon, I'm pretty sure you're done for the day.
Oh, definitely. You know, it tore the thing all up, you know, and had no oil pressure on top of that. So I even got hit after I wrecked, and I was coming back to the pits. But yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, something like that's going to happen with these rules. It's great racing. You know, it's exciting. There's a lot of passing, a lot of lead changes. But one little mistake, you know, and that's what's going to happen, and it's just inevitable. But everybody did a great job all day long. It was incredible racing, and I got shuffled back there a little bit, and was just trying to work my way back up through there, and you know, doing things that I didn't want to do. So I'm sure there's other guys that may have done the same thing, and I guess somebody got turned sideways up there and caused a pretty big wreck.
Did it happen too fast, quickly here? Was it something that a spotter could have told you was coming?
Well, he could have told me it was coming before they dropped the green flag today. So, you know, you know it's coming, but yeah, you can try to keep your eyes on certain guys and what they're doing. But at that particular moment, you know, I saw smoke, saw a car get turned sideways, and there was, you know, 15, 20 cars or more that were right there. So there's no getting through that. I don't care what your spotter says or where you go. It was just like a wall of cars. You know, I'm just glad that, you know, this DuPont Chevrolet was running real well and that we were having a good day. And, you know, I think we had as good a shot as anybody, but we'll just go to Rockingham.
And we're glad to see you standing and glad to see you haven't lost your sense of humor. Take care, Mike.
A wry bit of humor from a driver who had a great chance to win his 3rd Daytona 500 today. We're under the red flag.
These are the cars that's on the racetrack. Most of them was not involved in the crash, but I've counted it up to about 9 cars that's on pit road. Now, when you're under red flag condition, even though you're trying to repair your car, you cannot work on the car. You can make a plan, you can lay your tools out, but you can't work on it. Jeff Hammond, you ever been in that position?
Oh, a time or two, Larry, and unfortunately, it happens too often at places like Daytona and Talladega, because when you have a wreck, as we saw before, sometimes you can't get out of your own way. And one of the biggest reasons right now that we at least feel good about what has happened on the back straightaway is because of the safety of these cars. As you look at this car right here, you see this 1 3/4 roll bar tubing that's above the driver's head. Our head restraint as far as the window net's concerned to keep the arms inside the car. You can't say enough about the integrity and the safety that NASCAR builds into what they feel like is the most safe race car right now in the world, I'd have to say. And after what you just witnessed on the back straightaway, I think a lot of you folks will have to agree with us that they do an exceptional job of learning what it takes to keep a driver safe so they can walk away from such a horrendous accident. Larry?
Thanks, Jeff. Well, they're looking at these cars, but they can't work on them until the yellow flag comes back out. We're under the red flag. Michael Waltrip leading the Earnhardts, Kenny Schrader and Ricky Rudd in the Daytona 500. This is NASCAR on Fox.
If you lost it, broke it, need it cheap, or just can't find it anywhere else, eBay.
My heroes don't catch touchdowns. They don't slam dunk. They don't hit home runs. They don't score goals. They don't give smackdowns. My heroes burn rubber. They bite steel. They bleed octane. They risk their life in every turn, on every track, in every race. My heroes race cars, fast cars.
It came natural.
to me because I was an athlete.
All right.
There are challenges in any relationship.
When we first got married, it was, us two making decisions. Now it's a third person.
It's especially difficult because of the travel schedule.
Trying to get him to sleep through the night, that's been a challenge also. My father was a good athlete. He's athletic also. It's a whole another cycle. It's good hand-eye coordination. He has an opportunity to be his own person.
More angles, more insight. MSG, it's more than just a game.
The Simpsons, weeknights at 7:30 on Fox 5.
Get inside the official gear of NASCAR. Apparel, collectibles, and more. Only at NASCAR.com. America Online keyword, NASCAR.
What might have been the fastest Daytona 500 in history has been red flagged. They've just refired engines after an 18-car pileup on the back straightaway. Jeannie?
Well, the good news from the pileup is that Ward Burton, you're standing here with me and you're feeling okay. Would that be a true assessment? Physically, obviously not mentally.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just disappointed.
Can you take us through what happened out there? I walked over here and you kept saying, did the 4-car hit me? I know you haven't seen the replay, but from what you can remember.
We all get runs on each other with the aero package out there. We hit big holes, and I had a big run on the guys in front of me, but I was going to stay in line. And I guess from what I'm being told, the 4-car hit me. Somebody just hit me and didn't use the head enough. The problem is with this racing, the closer we get to the start-finish line, the end of the race, the wilder it gets, and I just feel bad for my team. He gave me a hell of a race car, and we were going to have a shot at it, but now we're sitting in the garage and not out there running. But for the guys that got hurt, especially Tony, I hope Tony's okay.
Yeah, we are told that he's doing okay. They just took him away for precautionary measures, and you're sitting here with 17 other cars. Take care.
Ward Burton had a great chance to win the 500. Now, on this next replay, watch 3 cars. Here they're glared. Now, this is Tony Stewart down here. This is Robbie Gordon, but watch this car. This is Ward Burton.
And what happened was Tony Stewart got into Ward Burton, and he got Ward loose, and you can't correct it right there without losing the back end. It comes around, and he just...
Here's another look at it.
Here Robbie Gordon gets into the back of Ward right there, gets him wobbling, and around he goes, and he turns into Tony Stewart, who was right on the inside of him, and that's what started the whole thing.
3-car incident turned into a 17-car pileup.
Coming off of turn 2 over there, the wind blowing the way it is, you have to get up out of the throttle. You get a run on a guy underneath of your car pushes up. A lot of things can happen to you right there.
Matt?
Well, the one guys were trying to get the Chevrolet put back together, trying to get out to gain some more points, Steve. But first off, what happened in front?
Well, I just like to tell my mom I'm okay because she's home worrying about me right now. But it's the same old thing. Everything we hope we can avoid in a super speedway race. And I'm really not going to blame it on the racetrack or the new rules. We had some great race cars out there that were driving good. The show was awesome. It's just always the same people causing the same problems all the time. And it's just unfortunate for the Pennzoil team because we had a great race car this weekend, and we worked real hard over the wintertime to give us a car that was capable of running up front and to go up front and lead laps and run with my teammates and run with Dale and give us all an opportunity to win. To have it all go up in smoke like that is just is ridiculous. And it's just a shame there's a lot of laps left in the race still.
Well, his team is working on his car, and pit stops are underway, Steve.
And his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. just took 4 tires of gas, no chassis adjustments to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car. He has a shot to win this race.
Now, we're back under caution. That's why pit stops can take place. The car's moving around under caution. Here's the luckiest guy in Daytona Beach coming right down pit road, Sterling Marlin.
That's
Remember when Sterling had that tire go down and had to pit under green, almost lost a lap, but it put him 3/4 of a lap behind the big pileup. And now Marlin's back in contention.
And he has a fast hot rod.
Dick Berggren?
Front end of John Andretti's car is absolutely devastated. How hard did you hit out there, John?
Well, I hit somebody pretty hard. They were already, I guess, spun around and getting stopped because hit one guy and then hit another guy. But when I went underneath Tony, I guess, and he was upside down.
You went under him?
Yeah, he was upside down, and I could see him and as he passed over. I think he was on top of another car, so, you know, it's fortunate we have a lot of safety in these cars, but all I could see then was Cheerios, and after the fact, I'm trying to drive back, and I drove right inside of Jeff Gordon, so here's a poor guy just sitting there and drove right into him, so, you know, it's unfortunate, but when one guy or a couple of guys get together, it ends up that it's more than just a couple of guys.
We're glad you're okay.
Thanks.
All drivers who were taken to the infield care center have been released. The one exception, Tony Stewart, who, as Joe Gibbs pointed out, was transported to Halifax Medical Center, just about 2 miles from Daytona International Speedway, for observation. We're under the caution flag in the Daytona 500.
This is Brett.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Just watching the market recap, drinking an import.
That is correct. That is correct.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Hey, Brett, who's that?
Hey, Chad, pick up the cordless. Chad here.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Three minutes from now, a heart attack victim will be rushed into this emergency room. Medication will be injected. IV fluids will be needed. The patient will be protected from infection. Breathing will be assisted. And one more life will be saved.
Mrs. Hanson?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Moore. Her husband's doing fine.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thanks to advanced medical techniques and a material we call plastic.
Play the Pep Boys 80th Anniversary Instant Win game and win $80? No, $800. Oh, heck, $80,000. One of over 50,000 instant prizes at Pep Boys. Pick up your game piece today.
Can Sideshow Bob control Bart's mind?
Bart's a brainwashed killing machine.
So was I at his age. Kelsey Grammer guest stars The Simpsons, all new at 8/7 Central tonight on Fox.
Here's the way they're running under caution at 177 of 200 laps. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leading Ricky Rudd, Earnhardt, Waltrip, and Mike Wallace. We're pleased to announce the winner of the UPS leaderboard sweepstakes, James Wilkins of Florence, Alabama. Sitting home watching Dale Jarrett in the number 88 on Fox Sports. Congratulations, James, from UPS. Working under the caution flag, and we'll be right back to Daytona. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Chevy Monte Carlo, the winningest car in NASCAR Winston Cup history. Yeah! Chevy, we'll be there.
There's a new star rising. The fans are raving. This one's going to be legendary. When you're the next big thing, everybody wants you. Even Kobe Bryant. Introducing the next big thing from McDonald's. It's the Big and Tasty.
We love to see you smile.
Driven. This film is not yet rated.
Friday, April 27th.
It's the day the Earth stood stupid when brain-sucking aliens invade an all-new Futurama.
Stop acting stupid!
Then, Bobby becomes a ventriloquist.
My son plays with dolls. There, I said it.
He's a sissy. There, I said that.
On an all-new King of the Hill. It all starts at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is brought to you by Team Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy will be there. By Pep Boys. Cars like us, people love us. By Kellogg's, the official breakfast food of NASCAR. And by Coca-Cola. Enjoy.
Welcome back to Daytona, where we've had some great aerial views today from the Budweiser.com airship, watching the field behind the Pontiac Aztec. Safety vehicle gets set to go back under green. 178 laps complete, 14 leaders, one shy of the record, 46 lead changes, 18 cars wrecked. Nowhere near a record. There was once a 37 car pileup here. It happened in 1960, and the cause of it went on to finish 10th. Green flag. Dale Earnhardt Jr. leads Ricky Rudd, Earnhardt, Michael Waltrit, Mike Wallace, and pole sitter Bill Elliott.
Now, you might say to yourself, well, these guys will take it easy to the finish. Now, just hold on to the other side of your seat.
15 cars left on the lead lap. Some of those a little bit damaged. Really, we've probably got about 9 or 10 cars that has no damage whatsoever.
There were 31 cars on the lead lap before the crash. Ricky Rudd hunting the lead. Earnhardt, though, on the outside, pushing his son into turn 3. The last father-son 1-2 finish in this race. Bobby and Davey Allison, 1988.
Look at the two Dodges on the high side. Bill Elliott in the red 9. Sterling Marlin was a lap down, or almost a lap down. He's working his way into 5th position, going for 4th.
I hate to tell Mikey, but Mikey, that's 2 Earnhardts up there. I think you're odd man out, buddy.
3 Chevys fighting 2 Dodges. Jeannie Zelasco is with the defending Winston Cup champ.
I'm with Bobby and a whole bunch of his new friends right now, Bobby Labonte. I walk over here and you're joking, so I guess that's a good sign, because you said when they walked up to the car, they asked you who is the president of the United States, and what did you say?
No, that was Tony. He was knocked out for a little bit, and he came to, and we were riding in the ambulance together, and I asked him who the president was, and he knew, so they're going to take him on the hospital. But, you know, it's just a tough break for everybody. Everybody involved in a wreck like that. It's hard to swallow sometimes when you're out there running and you get involved in something that's, you know, you just try to avoid all day, and it happens, and it's not much you can do about it. Just, right now we just go on to the next race.
Tony was complaining about his shoulder. Can you give us some insight to that?
Yeah, he just, he was favored a little bit, but he had some oil on it, and I don't know if he hit it on the door bar or something, but when I got to him, he came to, and we asked him, told him, I said, hey, the car's ruined anyway. You want to cut the roof off and let him get you out? And he said, no, I'm all right, you can get out. So he got out, looked like he was okay. I'm sure he'd be real sore, which is obvious, and he is okay. It's just that he's going to be sore, and he beat the traffic out.
Well, I know your plan was to hang back and avoid the mess, so I guess the best laid plans even go awry sometime, but it's good to see you're standing and you're doing all right.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Sterling Marlin, the 94 and 95 Daytona 500 winner, is out front once again.
And he's going to protect that inside, and they're going to race like crazy behind him, and that's the car to beat. Everybody knows that, and this is just like the 125s when him and Earnhardt came to the line.
Whoa, look at Ricky Rudd slide up in front of Bobby Hamilton.
Man, did you see Michael? He just drove down in front of Dale to get behind Sterling, and of course Sterling and Michael are good friends, but man, that's your boss, buddy.
Michael Waltrit, 0 for 462. Looking to break his duck today, as they say in England. They call them duck eggs instead of goose eggs, those zeros. And look at them go.
Here they come, gang. I told you, that you think these guys can settle down, take it easy, say, hey, everybody's going to get a good finish? No way. They're going to race their hearts out.
Look at Earnhardt Jr. in the 28 car beating on each other through turn 3 and 4. Sterling Marlin on the low side.
And here comes Sterling on the inside. And Dale's going to slam the door on him.
And Michael Waltrip is back to the lead, but here comes Earnhardt on the bottom.
I don't think Mikey made it to the line in time.
He's got a fast race car pushing Sterling Marlin in that silver number 40.
3 wide into turn 1 again.
You got to have nerves of steel, folks, to see what these guys saw just now. These cars all flipping and flying through the air and hop right back out there just like it never happened.
Marlin squeezes to the middle.
Michael went from the third lane all the way to the bottom, now back to the second lane. Back to the third lane.
Do that on the highway, you get arrested.
Well, that's defensive driving there. He's driving with the mirror. He isn't even looking in front of him.
He's got the two Dodges lined up behind him now. Sterling Marlin and Bill Elliott, our pole sitter.
And where did Bill come from?
That's not Bill Elliott. That's Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh, I started saying.
Smoker coming off pit road. One car trailing Smoke, trying to get back in it, but it's way down on the apron. Won't be a factor. 16 laps to go.
And you'd think those three cars out front there breaking away from that crowd behind them, that would be a good thing. That's not a good thing. They will chase them back down as soon as everybody gets lined up a little bit.
You know, a car we hadn't talked about, I don't know if we mentioned him, the 55 car, the blue car, Bobby Hamilton, driving for Andy Petrie. Look at him all over the back bumper of that black number 3.
And he's had some trouble today, but there he is, right in the hunt.
49 lead changes today. 49 at Talladega last October. First time this aerodynamics package was put on these cars. The most of any Winston Cup race in the last 11 years.
Okay, that 40 car, he's sitting in good shape. But I'm really impressed with how Michael can pull these guys around here.
Ricky Rudd backing up a bit.
Rudd's been backing up a bit all week. He's just not quite had it together. See, when they get lined up, though, they chase them right back down, just in half a lap, down the back straightaway.
That's Sterling Marlin from Michael Waltrip's race-leading car.
You see the thing on the front of Sterling's car that don't look like it belongs there. It looks like it's a paper bag or something, and you wonder if it's over the radiator opening right there. There he comes, right over the back of Michael Waltrip, going to the outside.
He's down low. I tell you, he better make that pass, or he's going to fall back several spots. He needs some help to make that happen.
And none of those 4 Chevys on the bottom lane want to help him.
Michael wants to win a race as bad as anybody out there, worse than anybody out there, and he's not going to give up that lead without a fight. I don't care if it is Dale Earnhardt as boss.
Right now, the car behind him is his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Michael's in a bind. If he lets Earnhardt by, I'm going to kick his butt. And if he don't let Earnhardt by, Earnhardt's going to kick his butt. So he's in trouble.
Terry Labonte and Johnny Benson have just driven their cars to the garage and out of the Daytona 500. 3 wide off turn 4, right behind this group. It's still very dicey.
Daryl, I'll just take the butt kicking from Dale Sr. I'm going to get my $1.2 million.
Well, you know, Park cost Dale a shot at $1 million over at Richmond, and I thought Dale would be upset about it, and he said the boy did what I paid him to do.
Exactly right. Sterling Marlin getting a little group there on the high side. Got Kenny Schrader and Ricky Rudd lined up, trying to make a run back on these boys, going for 4th place.
All right, Daryl, if you're on the horn to younger brother Michael leading this race, what do you tell him?
I tell him don't give up the lead. Don't let them get under you off of 2, and keep the door closed going into 1. Guard the inside, make them go around you on the outside.
And he's fixing to get some people up there on the high side, because them boys is ganging up Sterling Marlin in the silver car.
For more on Sterling's car, here's Steve.
Well, guys, you can see on the nose of that car, it looks like paper or some kind of a wrapper. Remember, he knocked a hole in the grill early in the race, and they fabricated a patch to put in that hose to help the aerodynamics. They put that on there early in the race.
Thanks, Steve. Jeff Gordon is back in the race. Ugly car.
Oh, man.
Not much left of it, but he's out there to pile up some points. There it is. Folks, you don't have one in 1/24th scale like this, and you don't want one.
The biggest problem he's going to have is going out there and trying to maintain a minimum speed that NASCAR requires with all that sheet metal going.
Well, I don't know. There's several cars driving around like that. As long as they don't get in the way, they might be all right with just as few laps to go. But here comes Sterling on the outside.
Marlin's got the lead coming out of turn 4, and the Pontiac of Ken Schrader is lined up with him.
And the Ford Thunderbird of Ricky Rudd, the black car right behind him. There's Bill Elliott, Daryl, right there behind Ricky Rudd in that Dodge.
Red number 9, Elliott, the pole sitter. You're with him.
That's the closest he's been to the front since the race started. Matter of fact, it's supposed to be to the front all week long.
Didn't run well in his 125-mile qualifying race. Had the lead for a little while, then fell back to the tail end of the line.
those veterans to get up on the wheel when it counts.
Michael Waltrip has won NASCAR's All-Star race, the Winston, but he's never won a Sunday Winston Cup race.
And you know what? I believe Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. both are doing all they can to help Michael make that happen. That would be a good call. Everybody said, why did Dale put Michael in this car? Folks, here's why he put him in there. Great driver.
Michael Waltrip leads the Daytona 500. Sterling Marlin in the fastest Dodge. And those two Earnhardts are right behind him. And outside pole sitter Stacy Compton, 92, is in that pack as well. And the laps wind down. 10 to go.
Michael Jr.'s car is actually a little bit better through the corner. Dale seems to be able to pull back up on the straightaway, but those two cars in front seem to be a little freer through the turn right now.
And I think that's the problem Sterling Marlin's got. Ken Schrader can pull up on him in the straightaway. Sterling's so strong through the corner, he actually yards Schrader in the corner, and Schrader can't push him on by him.
In 24 of the 42 previous 500s, the driver leading with 10 laps to go has gone on to win.
A lot of lap traffic up in front of these guys. Cars that's running about twice as slow as they're running.
Michael sniffed a draft off of Buckshot Jones, but boy, he's got company. There's Michael's wife, Buffy. Will that 0 streak end today?
I don't know, but I feel like she does. I can't watch. This is what we prayed for. It's what we've all talked about.
In 63, Tiny Lund got his first Winston Cup win, the Daytona 500. Mario Andretti, 67. Pete Hamilton, 1970. Derek Koch, 1990. Sterling Marlin in 1994. They each won the big one for their first ever win.
And how many laps we got to go? Man, we're down to 9 to go.
8 when they come back.
8 to come. I'm telling you, boys. Michael, you're in the best place you ever been in, bud. Hold her there. That's a good place when you got two teammates right behind you. I can tell you that. And they want one of those cars to win, and he's in the front.
Darrell, with a lap to go, does anybody have a teammate when it comes down to it?
You know, it's hard to say with the aero package what's going to happen. I was concerned that Sterling was going to be the guy that would mess everything up. But right now, I'm telling you, this is the best setup he could have.
See the slow car there, he's getting a draft off anything that's out there moving.
Guys, one thing we need to make sure we understand here, that spotter on top of that building could be Michael's best friend right now, helping him get through this last few laps. In the 125, they had a big part in how that finish came out.
Just don't get overconfident, Mike. Protect that inside, buddy. Just don't let them lull you to sleep. Keep looking in the mirror.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on.
It's getting close. I mean, we're down to 7 laps to go, man. 7 laps to go in the biggest race in the world, the greatest race in the world, the Daytona 500.
4 Chevrolets.
My baby brother's leading it.
4 Chevrolets lead 3 Fords, a Dodge, and a Pontiac. Darrell, your first ever race on Fox. You think it'd be like this?
I have experienced everything unimaginable. I mean, we've had rain delays, we've had big wrecks, and now we got my brother leading the race with 6 laps to go.
Look at the 2 Wallace brothers. Rusty Wallace in the blue 2 car. His brother Mike Wallace right behind him moves down on Bobby Hamilton right there. They moved in the fighting for 4th position.
Well, Rusty's car's got a great big old gash in the side of it. I don't know how he's hanging in there the way he is. Look at that right front corner there. He doesn't even have a fender there.
Darrell, we got 6 laps to go. Take a deep breath and wiggle them toes, man.
Oh, man.
Take a deep breath and wiggle them toes now.
My poor mama, she's going to be having a fit.
You can help Mikey out here. Come on, buddy. Come on, Mikey. Let's go. You're my man. You're my man.
Just keep looking in that mirror. Here comes Simon. Who's that up on the outside there?
Well, Marlin's lost his partners. Here comes Hamilton, 55, towing Rusty Wallace, number 2, toward the front.
Oh, man. I didn't have any idea TV was going to be like this. I thought it was going to be a lot of easy work, fun. This is hard work.
Well, it was until about 30 laps ago. 5 laps to go.
Leading the Daytona 500 with 5 laps to go.
Look at Sterling below the apron going into turn 1. Ducks back in the line just in time to get there.
Ricky Rudd with him. Schrader got kicked back to 6th place.
Let me tell you, that's the best thing that Mikey's got going for him is those 2 cars behind him. You got to pass 2 cars to get to him. And those guys are smart enough to know Dale Jr. and Dale Sr., they cannot pull out.
Darrell Waltrip won this race in '89 after 17 years of trying. He and Earnhardt perhaps best know of everyone here the frustration that builds when you've tried so long and so hard to win one Winston Cup race, let alone the biggest of them all.
Junebug getting a little antsy there, but they're getting heat from the back. Sterling's all over Dale Sr. Dale Sr. is trying to keep him back so they can't get to the two team cars in the front. This is a chess match at high speed.
4 laps to go. Single file around lap traffic.
Man, those guys didn't need to be there. They should have got down out of the way.
Michael Waltrip leads that snake down the back straightaway.
I know he's a nervous wreck. Well, maybe he isn't. He's probably as cool as a cucumber. I'm the one who's nervous. Come on, buddy.
He finished 5th in the 599. This is his 15th try.
He thought he was going to win that one, and he just got shuffled out right at the end.
Whoa! Look at Earnhardt. Sterling got into Earnhardt.
Dale is doing everything he can to keep Sterling behind him because Dale knows that Sterling's got a fast car.
Here comes Schrader on the outside that yellow car. Remember, Schrader's not won in 10 years.
He's got the help there of Bobby Hamilton in the 55. Michael wants to see these guys just all over each other behind him. The more they do that, the more leadway it gives him.
Yeah, they're not going to ever make it up on the outside, I don't believe. They can get a run on him, and they can get up there to him, but I don't believe they can pass him.
Every driver dreams of winning the Daytona 500. Michael Waltrip dreams just of winning this race, any race, to break that big 0 for streak, 0 for 462.
I don't know if I can stand this or not. Come on, buddy. You got 2 to go. Come on, don't give up now.
Outside of 3.
Just stay under him, Dale Jr. Just stay under him, buddy.
2 to go, bud. 2 to go.
Out of the way.
The calm voice of the spotter.
Look at
Chuck
Dale.
Joyce reassuring Michael Waltrip.
Dale has done. Sterling has beat the front end off that old Dodge trying to get around Dale.
Sterling, is there room between Earnhardt and Schrader? Yes, he gets to the outside. Then drops back in line.
All right, here we go now. This is when it's going to get tense, boys. This is when we're going to find out. We're coming around for the white flag.
4 Chevys, a Pontiac, a Ford, and a Dodge to fight it out 3 miles to the finish of the Daytona 500.
If he can survive this run, he'll be okay. Nobody's doing anything. They're all holding in.
Go get him.
Come on, buddy. 1 to go.
The last lap.
1 to go, buddy. Keep it low, Mikey. Keep it low. Don't let them under you. Make that back straightaway wide, buddy. Get all over the place. Don't let them run up on you. Come on, man. Come on now. Watch the mirror. Watch it. He's going to make a run inside. Block him. Block him. Atta boy.
3 wide behind them.
You got him, Mikey. You got him, man. You got him. Come on, man.
Come on, baby. Come on. Get him in the 4. Get him in the 4.
The 3 cars out.
Oh! Big trouble. Big wreck behind them.
Beat him back. Come on.
To the flag.
Come on, Mikey. You got it, man. You got it. You got it. You got it.
You got it.
Mikey!
Michael Waltrip wins.
All right.
That's a television dream come true.
Right. Oh, man.
How about that?
All right.
How about Dale? Is he okay?
Schrader has climbed out of his car. He and Earnhardt have crashed together between turns 3 and 4.
Look at Buck.
You may have got me on Saturday, but I got you on Sunday.
Darrell, is this better than winning it?
No, it's better. This is great. I just hope Dale's okay. I guess he's all right, isn't he? Oh.
Michael Waltrip takes off the helmet, drops the window net, and he's about to get the best ride in racing.
Man.
To Daytona 500 Victory Lane.
My daddy would be so happy. Man.
Michael Waltrip has won the Daytona 500. Tears running down his cheeks as he comes to Victory Lane. We'll be right back.
This is the all-new Silverado Heavy Duty. The most powerful heavy-duty pickup you can get. And the 2001 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Silverado Heavy Duty. More truck from Chevy.
I'll tell you what, on race day, you better get it right.
You want a hands-on boss.
Yeah.
He Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte.
Check the transmission and the drive shaft.
He's involved in every detail.
Right.
Absolutely.
Hey, if that makes me a perfectionist, 1 more pound. So what? There's a fingerprint on the windshield.
Got it.
Hey, I'm here to win. Blue. The nose needs to be bluer.
Blue's good.
Yeah,
Blue's great.
Very good.
You ready, guys? This could be the ride of your life. You gotta get past the myths and the excuses. Erectile difficulty is a common problem. Effective treatment is available. Talk to your doctor. You might be surprised how easily you can get through it.
So, Dale, I just want to tell you how excited we are to have you be a part of UPS Racing.
Excited to be here.
So, let's go take a look at your new ride.
It's a truck.
Yeah, the big brown truck.
What about that?
Oh, that? It's just a PR tool. You'll be driving the big brown truck. Now, you cross the finish line in the big brown truck, and there won't be a dry eye in the house.
It's your breakfast table. It's your car. Take it to Midas for our new VSD brakes for enhanced performance and our lifetime guarantee. See Midas today for our new VSD brakes. Go Midas.
We're back at Daytona. You're looking inside turn 3 where Ken Schrader has climbed from his car and where rescue workers are helping Dale Earnhardt to get out of his car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. at a dead run toward the track's infield care center. So while his car owner, here's what happened up in turn 3. Oof.
Well, this is huge because you go head on. And that TV does not do that justice. That is an incredible impact head on. Throws you forward in the car. Those are the kind of accidents that absolutely are frightening.
While rescue workers attend to Dale Earnhardt, who is still in his car. His driver is in our Coca-Cola victory lane. Here's Dick Berggren.
Michael Waltrit, 462 green flags, finally a checkered. Does this feel as good as you had hoped?
Just unconscious. Thank God. Thank my dad. I love him so much. And, you know, I just can't believe it. It hasn't sunk in yet. I know I would have never won without Dale Jr., so he has to get half the credit. And I know I never would have won without the belief in Dale Jr. or Dale Sr. had for me, and Napa, and all the people on my team. I thought it was kind of boisterous or bragging that we thought we could win this race. I mean, we haven't ever ran a race yet.
Your brother wants to talk to you. Let's put the headset on you.
We did win.
Let's you talk to DW.
What's up, brother?
Man, I want to be down there with you. I want to give you a big hug, but man, way to go. I was in there, and I was riding with you. I was praying for you, pulling for you.
Well, as soon as I find Dale Jr., I'm gonna give him a big kiss.
Oh, you should, buddy.
He won me the race, and you can't do this deal nowadays without friends. And he was my friend. His Budweiser Chevy runs second. He had a dream. He won the Daytona 500, and he did. I'm just here celebrating, man.
Yeah, well, I know.
Can I say one more thing? Woo! God, I can't believe it's over. Now, let me ask you a question, Daryl. How much better does 1 for 463 sound than 0 for 462? That ain't nothing.
It sounds
you
a
people
lot
hung
better.
up on my record, I don't care. But I do know this. Me and my brother have both won the Daytona 500.
That's right, brother. That's right, brother. Tell him about it.
To all my
Get up
crew,
on that
Richie
car and
Gilmore.
tell him about it.
Golly, Scott Eggleston, there's so many people, Dick. I know you can't go on and on, but I'm going to have lots of time to thank people. Mama, I love you, Mama. I wish you were here. And my dad. Golly, if my dad was here, it'd be complete. This is a day that the Lord has made, and I'm proud. And I never gave up. You know, you can't win if you give up. I didn't care how many 0-4s I was. I showed up every Sunday and did my job. And today, I had enough help to win one of these things.
Man, Michael, you know how much money you won?
There ain't no telling.
$1 million. You won $1 million. You are a millionaire.
The last time I won a lot of money, I won the Winston. It paid $200,000. I got half of that. I said, I'm gonna build my mom and daddy a house. That cost $100,000. The government got half of mine. I went $50,000 in the hole. So I'm not gonna make any promises today. But I know one thing. I can't believe it. And I owe it all, or most of it, to Dale Jr. He helped me a lot. And his daddy, too. I saw him back there fighting them off. I know that they're both real proud of me, their driver, but more importantly, this team that they threw together in a few months. And then they hired me to drive it, and people are like, why'd he do that? He must really like him. Well, this is why he did it, because I knew I could do this job.
I did, too. I'm right there for you, boy. I love you, buddy.
Make sure I take it.
Michael Waltrit.
Go on down there and have yourself a big old time.
Michael Waltrit has won the Daytona 500 behind him. A big crash ensued on the final lap. Here's the way they came across the line. Behind Waltrit, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Rusty Wallace third, Ricky Rudd fourth, pole sitter Bill Elliott fifth. Mike Wallace, Sterling Marlin, Bobby Hamilton, Jeremy Mayfield, and outside pole sitter Stacy Compton. Joe Nemechek on the lead lap. Now, Earnhardt and Schrader did not complete the final lap, so they're scored at 199 laps, along with Robert Presley, Brett Bodine, Kyle Petty, and on back through the rest of the field. These results are unofficial.
Again, most of these cars we're seeing back here was involved in that big 17-car wreck there with about 25 laps to go.
And as excited as I am for Michael and as proud as I am of him, I'm praying for Dale. He's back down there, and they're still working down there, so we need to worry about him.
From Michael Waltrit's onboard camera, let's look at that final lap.
You in the 8, baby. You in the 8. You in the 8.
Chuck Joyce, Michael Scott.
Come on. You in the 8. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Go watch your ball. Look at that. Woo!
That's Buffy, and
we'll be right back to Daytona with more after this. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Play the Pep Boys 80th anniversary instant win game and win $80? No, $800. Oh, heck, $80,000. One of over 50,000 instant prizes at Pep Boys. Pick up your game piece today.
Whether you drive a car, truck, van, or SUV, Pep Boys has your tires. Like 35,000-mile tires, 4 for only $99. And 55,000-mile Futuras, 4 for $159. Pep Boys, cars like us, people love us.
4 identical cars. 4 identical engines. Only one running on new Haviland, our latest triumph in Haviland motor oil technology. And what difference does that make? Not only do you get unsurpassed performance, but tests show that with new Haviland under the hood, you get better gas mileage. Haviland. Add more life to your car.
Conseco, NASCAR's official financial services provider. Step up.
Dale, what's the 4-letter word for farm wagon?
Need a ride? Pick up specially marked Coke and you can win a ride with one of the Coke Racing family drivers. Plus, race tickets and passes to the Coca-Cola Racing Family Reunion.
Weeknights, it's Totally NASCAR, your exclusive all-access garage pass. A full 30 minutes of NASCAR news and highlights. Weeknights at 6 on Fox Sports Net.
Michael Waltrit has won the Daytona 500. Chevy congratulates Michael and the number 15 Monte Carlo on his big win today. And he'll tell you the only thing that comes close to Monte Carlo's reputation on the track is its reputation on the street. Monte Carlo, more champions depend on Chevy, will be there. Ken Schrader climbed from his car after that turn 3 crash. Dale Earnhardt was removed from his car, and you see the ambulance transporting him directly to Halifax Medical Center in Daytona Beach, which fortunately is but 2 miles from the Speedway. That's all the news we have. If we don't get a further update on Earnhardt's condition during our telecast, tune into Victory Lane at 9 p.m. on Fox Sports Net tonight.
There it looked like when Rusty run up there through the middle, it maybe just took the air off Dale's spoiler and got him loose. I don't think anybody got into him at all.
Sterling may have gotten into him just a teeny bit and got him headed up the hill. It's hard to say.
Here's the onboard view.
Those kind of licks are the worst kind. They're sudden.
Inside, inside, inside. Rewind, inside, inside, inside. Detail.
So you never had a chance. Plus, Schrader was riding him into the wall, so you get the impact of not only one car but 2 cars. Looks like right there.
Maybe right there, Sterling did get into it.
Sterling got into him, and here he goes.
Yes.
And man, he's being, not only is he going into the wall, but he's got Schrader riding in there with him.
Yeah.
So,
and lucky they didn't take another 6 cars with them.
Yeah, but that's I don't like that. That's not the kind of crash. That's the kind of crash that hurts you.
Jeannie?
It's just someone runs into someone for no reason. That's all. I mean, that's, you know, the rules are fantastic. They've really got a good rules package.
Kenny, let me ask you, I know you've been thrown this question several times and you're just getting out of the care center, but you made your way over to Dale's situation. What's going on there?
I don't really know. I'm not a doctor. I mean, I got the heck out of the way as soon as they got there.
And how about yourself? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just thinking about Dale and them guys.
Can you take us through those final
I don't know
moments
what
there?
happened. All of a sudden, we was all crashing. It was started behind me, but I got part of it.
Thanks for the time.
After seeing what happened today, is this kind of...
Ken Schrader was headed for perhaps a top 5 finish. Wrapped up with Dale Earnhardt in the turn 3 wall. While Earnhardt's driver Michael Waltrip celebrates, Dale Earnhardt rides the back of an ambulance to the Halifax Medical Center. That's the irony of Daytona.
It is. It's the emotions of this sport. It's what we always fear. That big wreck we had is what we fear. That wasn't as bad. Those cars tumbling around like that, as bad as that looks, they're losing energy. Parts flying off of them, they're coming to a stop. But that sudden stop head on into the wall, that's a driver's worst nightmare.
Next week, NASCAR and Fox continues at Rockingham, North Carolina. You'll see qualifying on Fox Sports Net Saturday, the Busch Series race, and NASCAR final practice on FX. Now next Sunday, NASCAR This Morning on Fox Sports Net, the Winston Cup race here on Fox, and NASCAR Victory Lane every Sunday night on Fox Sports Net. Tonight on Fox, Futurama, followed by King of the Hill, The Simpsons with Kelsey Grammer, Malcolm in the Middle, and The X-Files. That's the primetime lineup tonight on Fox. Let's go back down to the studio. Chris Myers.
All right, it's the kind of day that a motion picture could certainly cover here. Michael Waltrip becomes the 6th driver in history to have his first victory, the Daytona 500, 462 races without a win, and comes away with the victory. Jeff, a dramatic day for Michael Waltrip.
Very dramatic, and my heart goes out to Dale Earnhardt. He and I have been good friends for a long time, and I'm really hoping everything's gonna be all right for him. My congratulations to Michael. My pick. Way to go, buddy. Way to go. I'm really proud of you. And Kim, we can't say enough about what we saw today.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts as we get down to the end of today. William Manchester has written that true heroism is not based on a single incident, but is built on courage and commitment in the face of the unknown and potential danger over time, a term, a career. Heroes are those who are unwavering to their calling, said William Manchester. So we've seen a winner today, a young hero named Michael Waltrip in his 463rd start, who once said, "No one owes me anything in this sport. I've been close, I've been competitive, so I'm proud of these things. I love driving these cars, and I want to do it for a long time to come." The voice of a hero. And the interesting thing is, these heroes are not only today, but they are for Rockingham next week and Las Vegas the week after. That is the mark of a true race and a true hero.
It only happens once a year. And real NASCAR fans know the truth. Nothing beats being there. This is your chance to experience NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Live and in person on Sunday, April 29th. The Napa Auto Parts 500 weekend at California Speedway. Call 1-800-944-RACE for tickets. 1-800-944-RACE. California Speedway. Live the race.
Home to the World Series, the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, and next January, Super Bowl 36. This has been a presentation of Fox Sports.